Hello there guys, and welcome back to another session of Final Fantasy EXTRAVAGANZA, where today we're gonna spend a lot of time releasing creatures. I feel like today we're gonna be doing literally just that, and maybe even then some more next stream, because my god, having to release 30 plus creatures, without Fiendal bonuses at level 70 plus, it's slow, okay? And I mean, we have to do this part, at least before we move on to New Game Plus, because we're gonna get this done otherwise, so yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, I can handle it, but yeah. I will promise you guys that we will be not seeing much actual difference today. We'll be just going through some details today. So, hope you guys are gonna look forward to it. Thank you very much for the hydrate, Migo. And today I've started with water because I may or may not have just eaten, so I may be a little bit stuffed, so I'll take the whatever is the lightest to drink at the moment. But yeah, anyway, good luck with you, Miyako, with dealing with Millennia. I'm not sure how, you know, hard that boss is. I know you told me about, like, the guy that, like, you told me, like, how, you know, how they're not the most, like, boss in general, but I'm not sure how good you are at handling that, but, well, I'm gonna wish you luck with that. But if that's, like, progressively, like, your, you know, the hardest boss you've been to so far, then, yeah, good luck. Hope you're gonna get the ribbon together. Alright, so I think we should get right into it, because we have spent 42 streams playing this game, and actually on that note, I gotta say, I just noticed before I started the game, with today's stream, we are gonna cross 600 hours, or I'm gonna cross 600 hours on my Steam for this game. And I had already at least a couple hundred hours in there. But I just kind of like you know, noticing as well now that god damn, I spent a lot of time in this game overall. Boy, what a journey. So, I think we should get right into it regardless, because this is gonna be a long journey. This is gonna be a long bit of doing things. Even with Turbo, because honestly, like, this is a lot of creatures and they need quite a few cups before they're actually gonna level up. Even with Keys to Success and Iron Dukes, this is gonna be quite the journey. I feel like there might be a chance that we might actually make it out today before, like, by the end of this, we have actually all the necessary creatures defeated, but, or like released, but then again, there's still the risk that we might still have to do some extra stuff just in case. And we still gotta do some other story bits, so we cannot get Vegnagon today. So, yeah, let's hope for the best. But anyway, right now, I remember we just released the Octobug. Was it Octobug? Octopod? One of those things. So, we don't have a new replacement for a S-size creature, so I guess I need to go get a new one. And I should really get, honestly, rid of this Salamander too at some point. I think I should do it now, actually. So I'll have more space for this. Yeah, let me just get rid of this immediately. The Salamander, you don't have the limit break by default, but that's completely alright. We got that. We can give you then... I think at this point, Mascot might actually be better for you. Yeah, I'll do that. And then... combine Iron Duke and Key to Success. Where is it? There it is. Alright, yeah, 255 damage and magic. That's great. So we got at least that now sorted out. But, yeah, I'm gonna get straight to the business here because I know this is gonna be a long journey, and I'm pretty sure that you guys are also getting pretty fatigued by seeing this game already for so long. I mean, this is like most literally the longest Final Fantasy playthrough we've had so far. It's just like for this sequel alone. Like, X was a long one too, but X2 has been just, oh boy. So, I'd rather try to actually, like, get through this finally, so we can actually move on to the next thing. Because I'm sure, like, even though I would have the patience in the world to deal with this stuff, because I'm here to 100% it for my own satisfaction, there is also the other thing that, well, I'm not sure how much you guys are looking forward to that, because, well, this is gonna be, I would say, the sluggiest part of the whole part. But, at least after we're done with that Chapter 5 creatures, we can just deal with the other creatures in, at level 1. on the New Game Plus pretty quickly. So, like, we might get us to, like, 60% creatures, but we're gonna get the last 40% by just playing the game quickly on NG Plus. So that's alright. So let me already pull out the guide on this one. So what do we need to get here first? Because I am not following right now with this. So, creature creator. I'm not gonna remember this from the top of my head, that's for sure. There it is. I'm also having this feeling that while there are creatures that are, you know, only like the unique ones to the dungeons are something we have to be afraid of, I'm also like kind of concerned about the idea that what if some of these creatures actually won't appear after all, even though they are not tied to any dungeons in specific. So maybe there is that one concern that maybe these creatures actually, like, you know, maybe they won't appear on Chapter 5 normally. To be honest. Let me check something first, because I just thought that there might be something I could check out right this instant. Do I still have the very old chapter saves for New Game Plus? I do. And I even have this over here. How many pods do I have? So now I'm on my old NG Plus save. Go! How many creatures have we found so far? There's a salamander I got long ago. Bestiary. Let me see the list here. So, I know we had at least a grenadier here. Detonator. Detonator actually wasn't specific to... Actually, it was, yeah. You can get Detonator without Bienvenido at least, I guess. At least you have it. Then... let's see other things, like, okay, that's all locked out. Acida Haka. Did I ever grab it? Over here. Although I did get Acida Haka before I went to Via Infinito, so I guess that's fair enough still. I think it should be fully doable. But, do I have it here? Just for safety's sake? So I know where I'm at. Acida Haka. I know it's a very big creature. But where would they put it? If that was the case. Acida Haka. I'm not seeing it, but we do have it anyway, so it's fine. So that's okay. Acida Haka, Detonator. Yeah, so at least Bevel should be fine. Calmlands creatures were specific to after we unlock the Chocobo dungeon. So that's alright if you don't have those, yeah. But Gagazet, Bassinet, right there. Grimgaze. Where's the eyeballs? Do I not? There it is, Grimgaze, okay. Gigas. This one I don't think I grabbed earlier. Oh, I do have Gigas. And Gary Kronso. Okay, so Gagazet is safe. Okay, we actually can use this. Yes, Timor, imagine that. I'm actually using my brains for once. No, just in case you didn't follow on this one, I'm actually trying to like figure out right now, like, can we confirm some of these creatures to be specific to, like, they don't need any, like, dungeon requirements to be captured, because if I had them here, then they must be capturable. Because I did not do any capturing on Chapter 5 at all. So that's why I'm thinking here that anything that is from Chapter 5 here must be collected on the New Game Plus. So I know at least those are gonna be safe. I know that Machina, Striker, Humbaba, and etc. are gonna be new dungeon only. The Cactuar stuff, yeah, Jose, I suppose so. do have the other stuff from Besaid, like, I already have the Dolmen, that's fine, but I have other things like, Aras, Dark Elemental, Tyndalos, Volcano, Adamant Tortoise, and Grey Malboro. Those are honestly the last 6 that I don't have confirmation over. But I guess it at least is safe, and the things not related to Bienvenido and Bevel are also capturable. I could also double check that, but I just tried to capture them again. Yeah, that's very nice. Okay, let's go check. So, Arast is supposed to be... It's an evil, so I guess it's supposed to be a spirit creature, right? Oh no, it's the... Oh, it's an imp. Yes, I know this one. This one needed SP specifically, didn't it? Or was it the other one that needed SP specifically? It was the Servant. Okay, we don't have Arast here right now, but we can check it out. I think, if I have pods on me. Dark Elemental... Did I get that ever? I didn't get Dark either, so I can check that as well. The third one was Tyndalos, which is also a wolf. Tyndalos. I don't have Tyndalos, but there is a clear spot there, so I guess that's for Tyndalos. Then Volcano, which is a bomb. It's not there yet, but we can work on that. It's a third bomb. And Adamant Tortoise. I'm pretty sure I don't have it, but let's check anyway. I have Adamant Toys and a Malboro, but I don't have Adamant Tortoise or Great Malboro. Okay, so that cleared it up. So we're missing 2 of these. We're missing all the Besaid stuff, but that's maybe because I never captured them. So let me actually go to the trap menu and try to get them. Is it possible? And yes, I have enough pods, thank God. Okay, so first of all... there's a problem. I don't have L pods on me. And because they are not specific creature types, we cannot really, like, go ahead and get them. Well, I think if I can get the rest, I'll believe the rest in Besaid is also available. I hope. So Dark Elemental, or Aras or Tyndalos, right? Okay, no, there we go. Alright, set trap pod. I'll set for Dark Elemental, yep, right there. Then let's try getting an Arast. So if it just... Oh wait, actually, now I went for the... I used another M-pod. So is there gonna be another Volcano? Cephalotus. Okay, that's fair enough. But, so... Tyndalos and Arast. That's what I need. So let's try getting that. So... Wolves are there. Yep, that's a Tyndalos. And... then... Arast. Evil. I don't like the fact that it's called evil specifically, but I'll take it. So where's the imp? There it is. Okay. So at least the 4 do appear. So I feel like those Besaid creatures are actually capturable at any time. Which is the thing I was afraid of, that I couldn't do. So... I think we are safe to leave this for later. But I think just for safety's sake, I'm gonna get at least the large creatures here before I move on to the next chapter, before I move to New Game Plus. But let's actually roll back again on this one, because that was the one creature types that I wanted to check. But I want to actually try to recapture some of these that I already have, because just in case this actually doesn't go the way I expected. Just in case I actually got them earlier for some reason, and I don't remember that. So... the other creatures I'm afraid of here are the Bevel's Detonator, which I've already released. and Gagazet's creatures. So Giga, Screaming Gaze, Bassinet. Yeah, those four. Those four. Yeah. If I can get through these, then honestly, we can just forget about having to worry about the creatures not being available, despite the guide saying otherwise. Yeah. Just Adamantortus and Grey Malboro are gonna be the question marks here, because I don't have L-Pods on me, but that's okay. That's more than enough information for me, because every single creature we can get right now is gonna be one less I'll have to get later. Or one less I'll have to get right now in the normal game. So now I'm gonna go for Gagazet instead. Let's try to get a Gigas. Bryos. Okay. Let's try that again. Braided Break. Do I have Gigas on me by any chance? I don't. Okay, so I'll have to try to do specific here. At least I have the SP plus for this, so it's fine. So it's an ogre, so we can use that to our advantage. Ogres are targetable. Yep, Gigas is here. Alright. Trap Pod. Let's get an S in Gagazet. Fascinate or Grim Gaze. I really love the SP pods now. So Grim Gaze was an eyeball. There it is. Grim Gaze. Grim Gaze. Okay. And let's try Bassinet to help. Yes. Okay. So Gagazet is safe. Besaid is safe. And the last creature that is gonna give me a question mark. The Bevel's Detonator. And we can just use the SP pod for that because it's a bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. Yes, okay, good. So, now we cleared it out. So, at least most of the creatures of Besaid, the Detonator from Bevel, and the other creatures from Gagazet don't need to be done now. They can be done in NG+, so I don't have to worry about doing the complicated leveling process with those. We can leave those for NG+, where it's gonna be like one run and that's it. With a very easy cup. So that's good. So that just leaves me with Calmlands, which must be locked to this part specifically, which is locked to dungeons only. Other parts of Bevel, which is also locked to dungeon only, which is via Infinito. Bicanel, same thing here. Jose, same thing. Thunderplane, same thing. Mihen, same thing. Mushroom Rock we're done with. Kilika we're done with. And Besaid we had to do, but that can be left for later. So if you just do Jose, Thunderplanes, Mihen, Bicanel, most of Bevel, and Coblands. If you do those six. If you do those six in here, we're gonna be great. So, that being said, that does at least now take the weight off my chest, that at least I don't have to worry about that. What if I find out after all that they are something that you cannot get afterwards? Due to some, you know, misguidance in the guides here. So yeah, this is good. Let's head back then. We're ready to go back to our actual save. Yeah, okay. Let's just get out of here. And let's get back to our real hustle here. So, our plan is just about the same as it was before. In fact, it's exactly the same. Only that maybe that because I'm uncertain, because I didn't have L-Pods on me. I'm not sure if the L-Pod creatures are actually gonna be available here on the New Game Plus. I'm gonna do them here as well. But let's not worry about that for now. For now, let's just get Salamander on the field and try to level them up. Where is Salamander at right now? Does it have anything on it? Or is it just Salamander? Just level 1, yeah. Wait. The story point. That's pretty high. That's actually quite in the middle. Isn't it so that if you only have one story, it's gonna appear higher if there's more? No. It does scale up. I'm not sure. Maybe Salamander is gonna be easier. We'll see about that, though. But let's not worry about that for now, and let's actually get to business here. So, let's get back to the Aeon Cup, because that's gonna be the only viable thing we can beat here. And hope for the best. But now that we're dealing with an L creature, this should be fairly easy. So I think we can pretty much just skip this. But the only part I'm still afraid of is Magus. Because Magus has that funny thing where they can do damage based on your HP. So they will be an extra bad encounter for me. But anything else, including Bahamut, should be easy to do. I can at least trust my Salamander to do enough damage to deal with that guy before getting killed himself. And well, with the maximum defense stats too, it's pretty much, yeah. Should be pretty much a cakewalk. Oh, and Salamander was low level, so I can give myself actually a Fintail bonus. Okay, yeah, this was actually a good choice. I'll have more space, I'll have more options, and overall, just, you know, easy to get through. It's a pretty good warm-up to what's gonna come ahead. Tetra Ward. Very cool, Salamander. You got some pretty good abilities. Very good innates. But yeah, anyway, guys. Like I said, this is gonna be a pretty, like, grindy stream, because we're gonna be doing this mostly, so I hope you guys are gonna have fun with this, and I hope you guys are having a nice weekend in general. Enjoy doing whatever you guys do in the background, playing your own games, just listening in the background, doing your own things. But I hope you're gonna have a good time with this, even though it's likely gonna be a bit dragging for you. I can handle it, but I still always feel a bit bad when there are some inevitable grinds in the mix. Alright, this Bahamut, of course. So if you just beat Bahamut, I think if I get a Fintail bonus plus 2 levels, I feel like we actually have a fair chance that we might already be done with Salamander. If not, then it's only gonna be like 1 level away. Aw, poor Bahamut. You got no chance, buddy. Oh, Impulse actually does a lot of damage on me, but yeah, that doesn't have too much of an effect on me, sadly. Or sadly for them. He doesn't, like, kill me fast enough still. It does maximum 4 nines of damage. Oh, now I got total limit break with Salamander. There we go. Just no longer just HP bonus. Okay, now actually we have to be a bit careful here. Uh-oh. Please don't make me lose my Salamander here. I wanna get my Fintail bonus. I know that this is not a particularly strong attack anymore, but it does get me a bit close to being killed by Impulse. And I hope they won't get the good idea. Come on, Salamander. You got this, bro. Before it casts Impulse, I beg of you. It's casting something. Oh no, it isn't. It's just slouching. Ah, Bahamut is so tanky when there's only one character attacking it. And the Salamander isn't exactly the strongest. Okay, Shinzo Tetsu, we can deal with that. Come on. Come on, Sally. There we go. Oh, we got it. Close. Good morning. Good morning to you as well, Biggie Baby J. How's it going, bro? You having been a nice, enjoyable weekend so far? As enjoyable as it can be. Okay, so that wasn't a level up, but let me actually go check the Salamander now. Did I at least... Did I finish it? Or do I have to actually get 5 stories with this? Hello? Yeah, they're not done yet. We'll have to work a bit more on them. But 2 levels. 2 story progressions is not bad. And if you're gonna do it another time, then it's definitely gonna be done. I think 1 level and actually beating the cup again is very feasible. believe in that. But yeah, Jay, so today it's gonna be a pretty grindy stream overall. If you haven't been paying attention, we have this situation now where we have beaten all the super bosses. And that leaves us with just all the necessary things that we can only do here before NG+. And that means all the creatures that can be only captured when a dungeon is completed. And those don't carry over to NG+, sadly. So what I have to do now is beat that. And after I'm done with those, then I guess I gotta do a few story bits again. That I haven't done yet, do far playing, and then we can finish up the normal game. And then we can deal with the rest of the creatures that I'm missing in NG+. So, yeah. We're gonna see how that's gonna go. Level 64 Salamander. But there are like 30 creatures I gotta go through. Which, you know, is a bit much. But I guess we'll manage. Oh, Salamander barely got any turns in there. Is it really that fast? I guess so. Oh no, yeah, the Flame Breath is now actually making things worse because now he's got total limit break, so he heals more than just 10k. I just hope the Salamander realizes not to use Flame Breath. There we go, thank you. Then I guess another Bahamut. And now I really hope it doesn't come down to Impulse. Or then I can just Rage. And just let it slide and see where it goes from there. You finished the request for Oren already? Damn. Congratulations. I also just found out, Big Baby J. I was looking at my gameplay hours before the stream began. Well, before I opened up the game by accident. And I noticed a funny little fact. Including the hours that I played on my own and the stream hours, I'm just about to cross 600 hours in this game on X/X2. It's crazy. I can't believe it's been that long that I've been spending time on Final Fantasy X overall, but, well, time does fly by. And I think that at least has doubled the hours I had on this game originally, so, yeah. We have spent quite a few hundred hours on this game already. And we're not even quite done yet. We still have to do X2.5. Dan Impulse. Oh, it's only 6k damage? Does Impulse scale down? Oh, it does. Oh, that helps a lot, actually. Okay, well, then we had nothing to worry about, I think. Because the only thing he can really hit on me right now is Impulse. And then Mega Flare, but I cannot do Mega Flare anymore, so yeah, that's RIP. GG, so Bahamut was actually easier than I thought. But man, the damage really sucks when you are a very high HP character. High HP fiend. Sorry about that. Still a bit, I guess, stuffy from eating. Yeah, it's very nice, Big Baby J, but this is a grind. Like, well, okay, the 600 hours part, that's very nice. But yeah, the part about grinding, I don't mind the grind myself, but my god, I just feel bad for everyone else that has to go through, like me, just doing Creature Creator for like 6 hours, because I don't think this is gonna be any faster than that. Because 30 creatures at 70 plus level is very hard to get. Well, I guess back to voice acting. Hey, why do you think humans and fiends are fighting all the time? I hate it. I don't want to hurt anybody. Nothing good comes out of fighting. I don't want to fight. That's why even if I join you, I won't be of any use to you. You are already aware. I want to go home and see everybody. It's so hard to be alone. I want to be with my kind mother and my brave brother. Yes, I'm a dragon. We are feared by humans and fiends alike. But I'm also a coward. I'm a cowardly dragon. I wasn't born to fight. Remember I said before that nothing good comes out of fighting? That's actually just an excuse. I think I was just trying to hide from the truth. I wanted to leave the fighting to others, like my brother, so that I could just live comfortably. Hey, look! I never knew that I could breathe such powerful fire. I keep getting stronger and stronger. I guess I really am a dragon after all. I wonder if I'm stronger than my brother now. Oh boy. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Drakes and salamanders are related, are they? I have much more than that. I think at least. At least I had a few, yeah. But I'm gonna like, you know, fill out those missing slots then. My brothers go out and fight every day. Me? I just don't like fighting. Yet you're the biggest of them all. But you know. What I like even less are the days when I used to just run and hide. I want to see what I'm made of. Not so I can hurt others, but so I can protect the people that I care about. I missed a lot of creatures in chapter 4 and 5, because after I realized that I was missing things, I stopped caring at chapter 4. I was like thinking of leaving it to NG+. Only if I knew that there would be other prerequisites than just chapters. Then I would have been fine, but it wasn't that case. Here I come, Gullwings. His true powers awakened. Dragon King Jr. has entered the Fiend Arena. Alright. I wonder which cup though. But I have no interest to fight against him. At least I think so. But, yeah, so... because I was using this fandom wiki earlier as a way for me to track the creatures, and I found out that they had this system where they kind of spotted like when the creatures appear, so they made this list where it was like capture this creature by this point and you'll be fine. But it was actually not correct. It was not up to date. So I ended up messing a few creatures and I realized that on chapter 4, and then I was like, screw that then, I'll do it later. And now, yeah, now that I found out afterwards in New Game Plus that there's other prerequisites than just like having the chapter done or like being in a specific chapter. There's also like dungeon requirements, story requirements. It was crazy. That's why I came back and I came here to correct my mistakes. But everything else up until this point like works just fine. So if I just do this stuff properly in chapter 5, then I should be able to 100% my creature catalog. I'm counting on that. Okay. So Salamander is gone, so I think we now got a couple slots. But let me say first. But yeah, today at least my goal is to at least get rid of most of them. I would say 20-ish at least. But of course it would be nice to get rid of them today, but at least if you get most of it done, then we should be able to finish it on the next stream. And then we can like start having like a foreseeable pacing as to when are we gonna finish this stuff. Okay, now we got 3 slots, so that's good. We got a single M creature here that we're gonna use. What else do we have? So what do I actually need now? I was looking at the bugs in Mihen. There's still a hog bug and a creeper. Well, I do need at least an S, so let's do that. Well, I also have a lot of M pods here. I guess I can get a third M. It's fine. Mihen. Hogbug or creeper. Hogbug. Oh, there, buddy. And let's do another one. So with that, Mihen stuff is done. We can leave it for later. And I guess I should get another M, so I guess I'll get that from Emenalus. There's one M creature there that we had to worry about. But then there's a lot of large creatures there as well, which is a bit nasty, but... oh well, what can you do? I guess I should like stock up on L-pods then. Oh, actually they are SBable because they are large versions of the originals. So it's fine. Like the big polycap. I could have actually also got that with an SB mushroom, but... I didn't think about that. That's good. But I think we're now done with capturing. We're gonna have to leave the others for later. So now that Mihen is crossed out, we only gotta do now Jose, Thunder Plains, and Bikanel, Bevel, and Comlands. 5 more places to go. And I mean, I guess, actually, Jose could be done later, now that I think about it. because it's only entered the far plane first. So just go to far plane, come back, and do them on NG+, no problem. And we already have done Monolith, Lich, and Gug. So we only have just a Claret Dragon. So it's only just one creature. Okay, that actually helps a lot. Yeah. The Claret Dragon is an elk creature as well, so I will want to play the safety guard here anyway. I guess. So, who's gonna be the next team in our list? So I was already starting on King Vermin, so I guess I'll bring them back. And with them, they're gonna have a Hugbug. Why not? Let's let the stick bug stick together. I mean, that's what I think the sticks in a stick bug mean. You definitely need the agility, so I'll give you that. Iron Dew. And... not Force of Nature. Key to Success. Yes, I have. It's literally in my team right now. That's what I was talking about. I have King Vermin right there. I was just looking for an accompaniment for King Vermin here, in the way of bugs. And that's what I was actually like talking about, like who to join the King Vermin. Well, at least now you're aware. So we got the 4 things. We got King Vermin, Hugbug, Creeper, and Hexapod. Hexapod we just released last stream. That being said, could any of the other ones be instant releasable? Let me double check that. Hugbug. You have a story. Okie dokie. Creeper has a story. And Big Bullet Cat. It has a story. Okay. So this is all actually coming together. We have to do these fights. But yeah, it's fine, Big Baby J. It happens. But of course, like, that's exactly like, it's good to ask questions if you're not completely sure. Because I could even be missing something sometimes. But yeah, it was all mentioned in the guide, so... nothing to worry about. Alright, now that we have this kind of a team, I feel like we can just fully turbo this without any issues. I won't get Magus because Bahamut is in the way. Bahamut is gonna defeat them first, luckily. So let's just get rid of the necessary obstacles here. And now that I have 2 bugs, it's way easier. Because while elk creatures are supposed to be like pinnacles of power, the fact that if damage scaling for both creatures are the same, like strength is maxed out, then yeah. Sadly, a bigger team is better. Not that bigger is better. S-pods. How many do I actually need these things? Calmlands needs 1, but it can also be done with SP. Yeah. There's a Lacerda Mushroom Cloud in the Vel, so that's 3. Then Bicanel, we already got a Cactuar, so we don't need anything from there. We can get a Machina Leader and Soldier from Thunder Plains, but those are also SPable. Honestly, we just need 3 of these, so... I guess I'll get 1, but I think I should like start stopping on those. Or maybe just getting 3 so we don't have to get ourselves an SP ever then for those things. We can save the SPs for other creatures that can be, for example, called the SPs instead. Rather than else. Because else are gonna be way more easier to get, I believe. Then again, else and SPs are just about the same rarity, I think. But yeah, I do prefer the SPs. I'll keep him if I can. Trapod M. We do need quite a bit of M, so I'll take it. And yeah, then Bahamut, then we're good to go. So we won't get a Fiendtail at these levels anymore, but at least the EXP gain should be just fine with key to success. So it should be pretty much like a guaranteed level at this point. Pretty consistently each run. So for 2-minute runs, spend 10 minutes-ish doing this stuff. And we'll have ourselves another batch of bugs. And if you think it this way, that it's 8 minutes, roughly 8 to 10 minutes for us to beat these cups, then it's gonna be another 5 minutes for story, another 5 minutes maybe for capturing, then yeah, it's kind of like 20 minutes per a single creature cycle, and depending on the team size, 1 to 3. If you average the 2, then I mean, it could be possible to get actually a lot of creatures done today. But that's only if my calculations are right. And I feel like the cups actually last a bit longer than just 2 minutes, so I might be way off the mark. But it's gonna be a tight run. Yeah, it does, Big Baby J. And the main reason why I was so bothered by that in general was the fact that I found out that, well, at some point in my travels, I didn't get a bonus anymore. I didn't get a Fiendtail bonus anymore in the Grand Cup. Chocobo Cup anymore, because I was already way too high level. So I had to wait until Chapter 5 to actually like level them appropriately. I think that's also part of the reason why I decided I'll do those later. Or like maybe like I'll leave those to Chapter 5, all the necessities. And then I never did because I found out the thing about that Chapter 4 is just... From Chapter 4 that creatures are not exactly up to date in fandom, sadly. Hi everyone. Hi. Sorry I'm late. Don't worry about it, Vitali. How many times do I have to tell you that you don't have to worry about a single thing about being here at quote-unquote early or on time and just, you know, even if you cannot make it for a stream entirely, nobody's gonna judge you. It's fine. But glad you could make it, Vitali. How's it going, man? But yeah, as I was saying though, yeah, I really wanted a Cactuar earlier because I no longer got the Chocobo Cup bonus. And I really wanted to get those for leveling purposes, for leveling the Fiends and training them. But since I needed the Cactuar to go further, I needed to wait for Chapter 5, and then it just kind of just fell under from there. I did do Cactuar Cup and Newfleet Cup, but when I found out I cannot progress any further because I like over-leveled myself, I couldn't get Fate Fragments anymore. It was, yeah, not fun. How's it going? Honestly, pretty damn good. We are actually currently on this little grind here. If you remember from last time, we just beat all the super bosses, and now we're in this point where we just have a few story bits left, but then we also have this here. We have the, we have to defeat the creature creator, like release creature creator creatures that are unique to like the dungeons. Because if you don't do these beforehand, before we go to NG+, we cannot get this again, because NG+ doesn't allow us to have this again, because we didn't beat the dungeons in the NG+. So in other words, if you don't do this now, then we're not going to be able to 100% the creature list. And the reason why I'm a little bit sad about that is because leveling the creatures would be way easier if I was in NG+, because I could like level them at level 1, do a single standard cup and leave it at that. I mean, it's not about the rewards though, Big Baby J, it's about the Fiendtail bonus cap. Like, I was above the level for Fiendtail bonus. I do agree that the Chocobo Cup rewards are a bit better. And I think the EXP2 is a bit better. But it's more about the fact that I couldn't get myself the easy Fiend bonuses. So I had to leave it at that because of unlucky stuff, I guess. I was over-leveling myself a bit, I suppose. And once I did get to the point where I could start working on it, then I find out that I cannot get past Newfleet Cup because I couldn't, like, get myself the other Fate Fragments. It just kind of... yeah, it was unfortunate. And also good luck at Heroic Botanic, amigo. Are you gonna be healing or Tonkin? So yeah, just so we're on the top of this, Vitali, I got like 30 creatures I gotta capture before we move on to NG+. That's what we're gonna be focusing on today. It would be nice to get them rid of today, but I do not have faith in that. Especially for creatures that are like 80 level plus. The XP gains are fairly short even with key to success. And we cannot get Fiendtail bonuses from anywhere we can actually beat, so... this is it. Do you mean you were talking about grinding for your creature's ability? And when you say, like, grinding for creature's ability, do we talk about Fiendtail bonus specifically? Or are we talking about learning new abilities? Because, honestly, I'm not sure if Cactuar actually ever had a better Fiendtail Cup bonus. I assume that would be the case, but I don't think it was much higher at all. So the chances are that it actually never was higher, and then I like really tried to do that in Newfleet Cup, but the Newfleet Cup was super difficult at the time, so... I didn't find a good spot to grind my creatures anymore after a certain point. So what did we learn? Don't over level in this game if you wanna do creature creator. I mean, is it really better for that though? Like, are there specific triggers for that? Specific attack patterns? I mean, I think their game does have a thing that if you want to learn an ability, you gotta get hit by it. If you want to learn a physical attack, you gotta get hit by physical attacks. And if you want to learn a magical attack, you need to get magical hits. And also elemental spells, you need to be hit by that elemental spell. But I don't think the Cactuar versus Chocobo repertoire was all that different. Yes, today is gonna be creature collecting, and we're gonna be collecting creatures from several dungeon areas, to like stuff that was unlocked only after we beat the dungeons, or unlocked them at least. So the dungeon, we already just actually finished getting all the creatures from Mihen High Road, which had all these bug creatures. We have 2 of the bugs right now in the team. And then we have the creatures from Calmlands, we haven't gotten them yet. Creatures from Bikanel Desert, the one in the Cactuar Hollow. And then we have the creatures from Thunder Plains, then we have the creatures from Via Infinito Bevel, and so on. You build your creature a certain way. Well, I mean, of course, it's a good thing to tailor them if you know what to do, but is it really like that specific? That you gotta go against specific enemies to get your abilities? Because I don't think it's that specific. Like, I think like learning new abilities is fairly general. Just get hit enough or do enough hits and you're gonna learn it. Or just like reach a certain level. I'm not sure how like going to Chocobo Cup over Cactuar Cup would like change that specifically. It sounds a bit weird, but then again, I'm no professional in that regard. But yeah, sorry Vitali if this is gonna be a bit boring. I can understand that completely because this is pretty much just grinding until we die and drop. Grinding creatures that we're done with this. Hopefully we're gonna be done with this today, but yeah. I think today and maybe some of the extra stream tomorrow as well. Or not tomorrow, but the next stream on Monday is gonna be about just capturing creatures. But as soon as you're done with the dungeon-specific ones, and I've already confirmed that these other ones can be captured in NG+, so no problems there. We can certainly like leave those for NG+ later. Then we can finally move on to doing the story stuff. Doing the rest of the hotspots over on Spira, as well as going for Meganagon again. After doing Farplane, of course. But all the like the big dungeons are out the way, man. Like finally. Like all we gotta really do is just like we already did like Dungeon from Hell, we did Jose, we did Bikanel, blah blah blah. It's great. So honestly, I'm not feeling too bad about this. We got this under control. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. No shame. Yeah, of course, like there's no shame at all. But it's just that I feel a bit bad about it because, well, I've been playing this game for like 40 streams now, obviously. So it does give me a little bit of like a sort of a guilty feeling that I've been promising that we're gonna be getting to Final Fantasy Tactics Advance for quite some time, but there have been so many stepping stones along the way. Like, you missed the whole rollback, I think I had. Like, I went all the way back to, like, Chapter 5 from NG Chapter 5, NG Plus Chapter 5, simply because I messed up badly with the super bosses and the creature creator. So, I had to make a pretty big leap. And we were, like, this close to finishing the game at the time. We already had 100% as well. Like, on the base game, but on a creature creator. So, needless to say, I feel a bit bad doing that to people here, but it is what it is. It's not like I could have known, and nobody else really like knew to warn me about this. So we were kind of like all just like walking towards the trap. But what I do learn about this is that I should not be cutting corners unless I really know what I'm doing. Because that's exactly like what caused me to make that. Yeah, it's kind of like that thing that I don't want this to drag on too much. Not because I'm against it, but because I don't want people to feel like we never get to where we're supposed to get to. And I just want to like offer the people that are already finally, because this has been the longest running Final Fantasy so far. So I can't just expect people to just like sit along with it all the way to the end. Consistently and with eagerness. I'm pretty sure that some of them are just like asking just, oh, let's just get to advance already. Let me see my FFTA. Let me see him die to play that game because it's so hard or something like that. I don't know. Just like, you know, let him cook. But life ain't so easy. What did we get? We got lots of L pods and lots of M pods. Awesome. cool beans. So where are the king vermin? One more for you. And what about the hugbug? 3. So 2 more. Okay, so king vermin can be released on the next level. But the hugbug needs a couple more points of attention. Damn if I didn't have them die on the fight though. Because now I had to train them extra because they didn't get the XP from the Magus fight. I'm not sure what the Magus sisters honestly did. I'm gonna face them again, by the way. But they did somehow remove Hugbug from the team. Exactly. There's no getting off the train. And now that I had the chance to like really faithfully do the 100% I was supposed to do, then I kinda don't wanna like go away from that. That's my own promise. Yeah, it does. And honestly, in this case, Italy, like actually having a consistent schedule with this, like I'm gonna play this game at this point, has really been helping me with this. Because honestly, if I was playing this stuff solo and I was like making my own time management with this, thinking about what else I could do, it could very well be that I might eventually just like, you know, leave it behind unintentionally, but it just happens. Oh, because I know now. God, why do the bugs have that? Hugbug also has the self-destruction skill. So that explains. Oh, why is that a default skill? I mean, detonating in the Fiend Cup is like with the Fiend Arena is never a good idea. It's bad for EXP gains. But yeah, I have the patience. It's just that now that I have said that I'm gonna do this, and I'll finish it before we get the next thing, it's kind of making it easier for me to like focus on the one game at a time. If I was doing this on my own, like just like playing a certain game at fixed hours, rather than playing it whenever I feel like it, I feel like it would be more difficult. But here it's kind of like, well, I already set out to do it, I'm not against it, it's just that, you know, I've already committed, so it's a lot easier for me to stick with this because I'm streaming it. When you first started playing this game, it took you like 150 to 200 hours to complete the game. Now that you know what to do, you're 130 hours into the game and you have more achievements. So you didn't like do it like for the 100% completion before. Or was it just for like, you did do 100% but you didn't like do all the achievements yet? Because the game series is pretty long already, like both X and X2 together. They are pretty long, even just beating the base game. I mean, I think the base game for me also in like X took me also another like 100-ish hours, so no surprise there. At least 60 or 80 hours. One of those two. And for me, it felt pretty insane at the time. Alright, King Vermin, let's get you out, buddy. I'm a trained killer. Let me know if you want any fiends to be neutralized. Does it surprise you that much that a fiend would target another fiend like this? Well, let's just say it takes all kinds to make the world go round. I'll eliminate any enemy you have. Never once have I failed. I always carry out my jobs perfectly. My name is known throughout Spira. King Vermin. Oh, just X2, okay. Well, I'm just about reaching that amount of hours on this playthrough as well. But also like rolling back 40 hours. But I came here to do more than I did before. But that was like also like time skipping a lot of things. I think I would honestly get closer to 200 hours with this. If I was like doing this all authentically, just as intended. So yeah, it's a pretty long game. I approach my targets from behind without a sound and finish them with one lethal strike. I can take out any target in the same fashion. The key is to focus. Who is the target? What kind of life? Family? Why does someone want them dead? Boss like that will get me killed in a job, since all my targets are power player feats. Well, I guess that makes sense. Sounds a lot more political here. To be honest, I haven't bothered with 100% achievements on anything else in the Pixel Remaster so far. The Pixel Remasters have like very approachable achievements. Just 100% a bunch of stuff and maybe like discover some new things in there. Like some secret stuff, and that's it. It's like something very doable, but FF7's all achievements I haven't tried yet. I didn't try at the time because it was the very first Final Fantasy I played here on the stream. And Final Fantasy X-2, my god, the achievements are so ass, honestly. Like, some achievements are okay, but then there's achievements like get every single stat maxed out for every single character on X. And while I could do that, it's just a lot of work for really nothing. I already beat the game, so what am I doing those stats for? Like, when it gets to like this pointless stuff that doesn't actually help me at all, it's kind of, well, sure. But then like the Bechery stuff, for example, and like the remasters, that was like something, well, honestly, at the same time, it's more or less irrelevant, but at the same time, there's a certain fun in it. Because there might be some creatures and encounters I didn't know about before, and they may have some secret rewards or like different XP gains that I never knew of. So it's kind of like still an adventure. Just like backtracking, doing lots of pointless stuff, though it isn't as much of that. Oh, 10,000 enemies, yeah, that's a lot. Especially in FF8. FF8, because it like is a double-edged blade. And FF9, well, the game is pretty slow, alright, so that doesn't help. I just sent one to the grave today. A territorial dispute. One leader wanted the other leader dead. Have you ever looked into a dying fiend's eyes? They're often glazed over, unaware of what's happening. Some show fear for their impending doom. There are many reactions, but to me, they all look the same. Death comes to us all, sooner or later. Everyone. Even you and me. I feel so much that I feel nothing now. It's just a way to make a living. But my first job. I was an untrained whelp who didn't know how his right from his left. I was desperate to just get by. The target was a fiend causing trouble in the client's turf. I barely got him. My hands shook and every fiber of my being wanted to run. And that's when I saw the kid, clinging to the target's lifeless body. The order was to kill everyone, but I'm just gonna do it. Makes me laugh to think of it now. Is it gonna bite you in the ass? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. I did do that one, like, I was doing the jump rope. I think I went for the 50 or 100 jumps because that was told to be, like, worth it. But after that, I didn't bother because, like, I just knew that it wasn't something that I should, like, really bother doing on stream because, my god, that's crazy. It just didn't seem like the kind of thing that I should be, like, spending too much time on. Maybe in the future, but I was certainly not all too, eager about that. Although finding what the secret reward for 1,000 jumps would be pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm not counting on it. I might never do it. And I'm not honestly that much of an achievement hunter. I'm doing the FF Remaster ones because they're achievable, and there's a certain charm to like playing them again because they're pretty light and easy. But a game like Final Fantasy 9 or 8, I don't know if I want 100% even like bother thinking about that. Even like me, 100%ing FF5 has been like in the back pedal for a while now. Not because I don't want to do it, but because I just like don't feel like I have a good time for that. And because the games are getting a bit longer than before, then, you know, getting those done is a bit harder than before. I see. So with cheesing, you mean you got a script for that? Is going at it. You mean 100%? Mission accomplished. My guy is so big that I wonder how he became an assassin. But how much longer? How much longer will I live like this? What? This is for my father. Oh. You're a kid. From a one time. Oh. I knew it would happen. This is how I lived my life. And that's why. This is how I'll die. Aww. Poor King Vermin. Dying is pretty frightening. Gets casually stung by a bee and dies to that. Such a professional killer. Good alarm money. It allows you to mess up with any numbers in the game. Ah, okay. I didn't know you could actually do that. But honestly, if I don't achieve it, it doesn't feel the same. So unless I really like wanted to get the achievements 100% for some reason, I don't think I'll bother. I'm happy with it enough. Really? You didn't get the trophy for penance? Wait, did I actually get it? Now you got me thinking. In progress. I did get penance. It's fine. We're good. Whew. Okay. That's relieving. But yeah, okay. So yeah, you did 100% the FF8. Well, GG on that. I don't know how many achievements I have on FF8 myself, but I guess I'm okay with it, like, however it is. Because I was pretty satisfied with just, like, beating the game. Like, games were getting pretty long after 7. So, honestly, just, like, beating the game and, like, seeing all the super bosses and such, that was, like, good enough of a feeling for me. I even, like, went so far with playing cards in that game, like, everybody, like, gets goosebumps when I say, wanna play cards? Like, I was doing that with every single person. Even a guy that's slouching on the floor about to die, I'm just gonna be like, wanna play cards? Like, it was just, you know, the way I conducted my thing in that game. It was fun. But yeah, I did my own way of 100% in the game. And for, like, this is the only game that I'm, like, very adamant about 100%ing, because it's a game I already knew. The other games, as long as I get to see all the content, I'm happy with that. And things that are not content for me is, like, doing all these grinds for things that don't really matter. Like, even if you had them or not, they're not gonna make any difference, and they actually don't, like, give you any, like, you know, secret story to it. It's really just another mechanic you can fill out if you want to, but if it's not really of value, then I'd rather not do that. Like, it's kind of like a very specific, like, I would say pseudo 100%. I'll see everything the game has to offer, but I might not take everything in the game. Because it's unnecessary for a completionist's sake. Like, for a completionism, yeah, like, it's good for that, but if you're talking about just, like, strictly the things that matter, and, like, the things that are, like, the game can offer you, then, yeah, there's a limit and line to that. Anyway. Now we need a new end creature, so Meathead is now done, so let me think about this. What do I want to get? Do I want to start filling out the list on Bicanel? Actually, we already got the bully cap from there, so there's nothing else in Elk Register now. I guess I could do Thunder Plains, or I could try to get the... Actually, we can leave the detonator for the Vel. Like, we can leave that for... We can leave that for when we actually change to NG+, so let's not do that one. So a couple from Thunder Plains is a maybe. Nothing in Jose, nothing in Bicanel. The Vel, there is a few creatures we could get, like a Megaton Berry, by the way. And Calmlands has S's and L's, so no M's in there. Oh yeah, that one. I think I have that achievement actually. That was one of the achievements I got. Like, I was fully into playing Triple Triad. It's been pretty fun on Final Fantasy 14 as well, but I didn't play it that long. I kind of focused on other things instead. Actually, I'm only missing 6 achievements on in FF8. I'm missing... Draw magic 100 times from draw points. Reach maximum gil. Learn all of Quistis' limit breaks, so not all the blue magic. Reno's limit breaks, don't have all of them. Finish the game with Squall's initial level. And then there's one, and I guess that's killing 10,000 enemies. Or is it something else? Yeah, I had the achievement, collect all cards. I had that one, yeah. I was pretty crazy about that. Omega weapon. Is the hidden achievement 10,000 kills then? Because I don't have a 10,000 kill achievement. I do have a 1,000 kill achievement though. That's pretty easy though, I'd say. But yeah, I did go pretty far with it. So if you can imagine that I'm not even missing anything like in achievement-wise, I'm not missing anything that is actually related to, you know... I'm not missing anything that actually like is, you know, content that I could do. So that's pretty cool. Pretty crazy about it with the rule manipulation. We found that you wouldn't have gone for all cards. I mean, that's only because it told me about it, and I like thought that it does make things easier. But suppose that the rule manipulation would not be a thing, I think I would still go for it. Because it would still be a challenge that everyone went through. But then like, if the rule manipulation is there, and most people do that anyway, then I would just be making it like the thing voluntarily harder. So if I can remove it, then we'll do it. We'll remove it. Yes, I did that too. I have a very good background team here, telling me like what to do. Yeah. Random especially. That was the part where I was like, no, we don't deal with that shit. I think I did remove some other rules too, like I think some plus rules as well, if I could. But it was fun, honestly. Like once you understood the mechanic, it was pretty cool to play around with. So it was actually not that bad. Let's see. What's my next creature again? So either Bevel or Thunder Plains. Let's do Bevel, actually. Bevel is already started, and Bevel's got lots of creatures in it, so might as well make room. Black Elemental. Cool. Wait. Oh yeah, Black Elemental is an M creature. Okay. I didn't notice that, because it's M/SP. Well, Black Elemental is a pretty big one. I like it. Does it come with any story? It does. Okay, that's cool. Without the manipulation, it would be a lot of saving and reloading. Exactly. So I was only doing like the more consistent way of doing it. So if there was a way to manipulate the rules, I gladly did it, because there's nothing more frustrating for me when it comes to like this stuff, and it's pure RNG. And well, I can handle RNG. Like I know, like I'm not the worst with it. But it's just that if I can avoid RNG, I do, because I like to have consistency in whatever I do. So you can only imagine that I'm not exactly much of a guy for gambling. I've always hated gambling as a concept. And I never was into it to begin with. Of course, like, if it's a game where you have percentage rates and you don't have to pay for that, then sure, I'll do it. But I'd rather not have it that way. I honestly rather have it in a way that... rather than having like this 100 tries like to like get a 1% drop, I'd rather like spend 50 times or even 200 times the price to get it guaranteed. If there's a possibility for that. I'd rather do the grind and just have it in my hands. Yeah, it is. But it's like, because they made it in such an uncanny way. And I think it was specifically for Triple Triad. I don't think there was much RNG involved with the base game itself. Then again, I may not remember it completely, but it wasn't as bad. Okay, actually, the other thing was definitely Selfie's limit break. Getting that specific limit break I actually never saw. That was a bit of an RNG skill there. Talking about that, Vitaly, I had a pretty easy time with Omega weapon. Timur even up to this day curses that my Omega was so piss easy it didn't do anything. But I guess I kept him stuck. Preoccupied. Yeah, I mean, you probably could, but I do not want to, like, deliberately just, like, take everything away from the game. But whatever, like, is relevant, I'd rather, like, you know, get out of the way, because it does make, you know, the game much more smoother to play. And it's not like I'm taking away the challenge entirely, like, unconditionally. Like, you're training that, you know, inconsistency by putting extra effort for convenience. So, like, you're still working toward it somehow, so I guess it's fair enough. There we go. Exactly. Win as a win. It could happen to anybody. I'm not sure why Omega did it to me, but it can happen to anybody, so a win is a win. I was pretty happy with that, especially because it did take me quite a few tries to beat Omega. I gave it quite a few tries, and I did, like, end up devising a pretty strong strategy for it. Like, my damage thing was just pretty much just, like, spamming Irvine's guns and Lionheart and such. I don't remember, I think I actually had... Did I have Rinoa as my third character? I know we had some discussion about them, like, being able to do, like, the reviving skill, but I'm not sure if I actually ever did that. I think my third was actually Zell. Yeah, I think my third was Zell. Yeah. And sometimes bosses just are RNG. Like, sometimes you get good luck with them, they're gonna, like, not get you off on the first try. And sometimes they're just the opposite. Sometimes they just don't want to play around with you. And it sucks. Oh yeah, the Charon. You know what? No, I'm gonna take this. Bullshit. I'm gonna remove that Charon right this instant. Why do these creatures even get this ability? And at least, if you're gonna get Charon, then please at least keep your EXP, because at least you're not being ejected from the party, or like from the fight. You're not dead. You literally just off yourself. And it sucks. It stinks. You stink, Hugbug. Charon, White Wind, and Life. There we go. I mean, I think I recall something like that, but I was thinking more of the utility, because it doesn't matter if the stats are high if their attacks and stuff are not that good. Because I liked Irvine's gunning ability. Like, you could change so many bullets, and it did insane damage. And Squall I just kept because Squall and Lionheart, it was crazy good. But you know, I understood what their point was. I understood they had pretty good abilities in there, but it just wasn't something that I felt all too inclined towards. I just felt like Zell's speed, they made a pretty good support. Irvine's damage, pretty nice. And the Squall being Squall. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Big Baby J. I just forgot about it. So I literally just removed Zaron, put on Life and White Wind, so now we cannot learn Zaron again. I just easily keep forgetting about, like, changing abilities because I'm doing something else. Like, rather than going for the Hugbug's Charon ability, I first just straight up went ahead and just finished up King Vermin and covered a new creature. By that time, you just forget about the Charon thing, so yeah. Your melatonin, Blade of Michelin. You might be starting to lose it. I mean, let's just say, Miyako, that a blade and melatonin do not go together. I would say, in fact, that melatonin is supposed to help you sleep, but the problem is that melatonin is also not going to, like, put you in, like, permanent sleep, but the sword might do that, so please don't start using melatonin blade. At least not on yourself. That might be very dangerous and sad and bad. Raijin. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. Who was Raijin again? That name does pick a bell for me, but... Raijin. I'm just... Was it one of the antagonist team characters or something? I know there was Biggs and Wedge on the opposing side, but those were not, of course, Raijin. Raijin was not part of Laguna's team. I think it was Laguna, then it was the fat guy was... I know the lean guy was Kiro's. Ward. Kiro's on Ward. Every time Melania kills you, she says, I'm a Melania Blade of Miguela. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, Raijin... Yeah, Raijin was that, that... Oh, yeah, that... Fusion was the guy, was the girl that was talking in all caps, and Raijin was the other guy. The other safer groupie. Yeah. Okay, thank you. But to be honest, I never knew that, Vitaly. I never actually notice that. But then again, I don't think I ever had a team with a girl in it properly. I think I had Selfie at some point at the beginning. And then I had, well, Rinoa of course in the beginning somewhere, but eventually I just stopped using Ivor in my teams for the most part. Like, my teams are almost always male. So I never actually paid attention to the fact that Raijin actually doesn't like attack any females. Good to know though, interesting. It's pretty funny because I'm not sure if like Raijin ever mentions that they have a soft spot for girls. But it is an interesting thing that that's actually a thing. Very intricate character design. You've heard it so many times that the voices are starting to muffle into a Banjo-Kazooie style mumble. Miyako, you should be just like playing the Banjo-Kazooie opening theme while you're just fighting against that boss. Or then we should make a montage of all your 3 failures with that song. We're just gonna have like, you know... We're just gonna like, you know, like release... Gonna like show like images of you like dying in this pace, like... And then we just like play... Yeah. My mom can keep up. But you get the point. Just like play like all this Banjo-Kazooie, like playing with the Banjo-Kazooie main theme, just play like your devs in that order. And just like make it some extra ear rape just to like deliver how, you know, maddening it is. He's definitely not Eam because Eam hits girls. Oi. Not in real life. But I may have a reputation here in Final Fantasy franchise because I may not have built on that ever since Final Fantasy 2. Rip Mario. Don't make mockery of my pain, that's my job. Hey Miyako, I'm just helping you get some ideas. Some more ideas to build up on your misery. You're welcome. It actually kind of actually that theme, now that I think about it, it actually kind of sounds like one of those. It sounds very similar. Like actually, like that song can actually be so taunting on that scenario. Oh god. And also, an ultimate power of having a petrified character in the party during combat. Oh my god. You realize it yourself as well. Did you only realize it now, or did I just like open up some floodgates with this one? It would be like the actual worst song to listen to when you're actually just pissed or just tired of something. I should set that up as my own like alarm sound, like, or like not alarm sound, but like phone call sound. So if I'm just super pissed and somebody just calls me, I just get just like shut the fuck up, please, leave me alone. And also, was it actually Vitaly so that in Final Fantasy VIII, like petrified just like made you impervious? And nothing happened. Oh, I see. Really interesting. I had no idea of that. Interesting. Well, thanks for sharing this part, I guess. People must have appreciated that. I hope at least somebody did. Because, like, in the end, it's just, like, all fun and kicks. At least it would be for me. But the thing here is, Vitaly, that if I now recall correctly, that petrifying in Final Fantasy VIII actually worked in a way that if you were petrified, you were just basically impervious to everything. Like, both the good and the bad. But the thing here in Final Fantasy X is that if you're hit when you're petrified, you are just, like, dissipated from battle. So, like, being petrified is actually really bad. Oh, they did. I just don't want to, like, say anything insensitive in this case, but man, you must have had a lot of friends. Those that appreciate it and are good fellows, but those that don't appreciate it, they were never worth, like, getting your appreciation anyway. Or, well, you never cared for their appreciation anyway, because if they cannot take a joke, fine. That's their problem, not yours. But I honestly do like the songs. I think Rare makes some pretty silly songs. Actually, I do have, like, some songs I was using from Donkey Kong 64, which is also a Rare game. I, like, have, like, used those in my videos sometimes. Like, actually, guys, have you ever heard a song for, like... Okay, I'm gonna ask this way. How many of you guys actually know about Donkey Kong 64? Ah, shit. There's a problem that if I do that, it could cause a, copyrights thing, and that would mean that it could be, like, the stream could be region locked. I hope it doesn't come down to that. Well. Tough. Very tough. The power of a petrified character that it can sometimes take devastating hits, protecting the one still alive. I mean... But can somebody use a petrified character as a shield, though? Like, can they actually, like, can somebody, like, actually have, like, the petrified character take the hit instead? But, like, actually, like... Let me just do this right now. Let me just, like, show this real quick. Because, like, I got very, like... I just, like, jumped in my mind so strongly that I need to, like, show this. It's crazy good. So, let me open up my media player and let me find the... Actually, it's not here. No, I had to actually go to my manual sound folder here. Hold on, guys. So, I think it's somewhere here. Yeah, editing. Music. There it is. Video game music. So, like, honestly, like, Banjo-Kazooie had good themes as well, but Donkey Kong 64 was basically, like, a bigger Banjo-Kazooie, and they did certainly not go, like, weaker with the music. Oh, hold on. This is muted for some reason. Listen to this. Pretty cool. It is chaotic, but at the same time, it's such a vibe, man. Yeah, that's enough. It does go further than that, but you know, it's just like pretty much a pretty good example of how, you know, Rare just like kept hitting bangers with that one. Like, I like Banjo-Kazooie themes, but in the same way, that means I also like Donkey Kong 64 themes because they're so similar. They're pretty cool. Hey there, Ninja. Welcome to the stream, broski. Hope you're doing fine. Jack can petrify any character and then shatter them, but the Oversoul Jack can petrify them and they will not shatter. What? Really? I didn't know that Jack doesn't shatter doesn't shatter them on Oversoul. Interesting. Or they cannot shatter them. I don't know. Ah, FFA doesn't recognize it as a disabled character, so enemies will continue to target it anyway. So let's put it this way, if you were to use some taunting skill, if there was one in FF8, and so you just petrify them afterwards, so they're gonna be just like a damage sponge, while not actually taking any damage. That is pretty impressive, yeah, I like it. Oh. Anyway. Let me go save now. think my Hogbug will be ready now. At least I hope so, god. Hogbug has been taking lots of brain cells away from me. Yeah, but you won't get an oversold check all the time. It's very rare to get that, so... I guess you just fight the others normally, and when you get an oversold check, you just like are vibing like, oh, thank god, it's so easy. Honestly, have a similar experience with the Conjurer, because the Conjurer has the thing where he can Megaton press, but he doesn't have Megaton press on the Oversoul, so he's actually technically easier on Oversoul, which is pretty funny. So, pretty consistent enemy design there. I like it. But yeah, that's... I had not remembered that at all on FF8. But then again, I think I was like avoiding like being petrified. I think FFX is the first game to actually like introduce a feature where petrifying actually made you like shatter if you get hit by it or hit with it. So they kind of like nerfed petrification a lot in that game, or in this game. Yep. Hogbug's ready to go ski. It's spring, and that means breeding season for bugs. Oh shit. As a male, I'm looking for a nice female who will help me leave behind strong offspring. Come on, I want to breed. Breed and make lots of babies. A chance meeting, and I've fallen in love. With her spotted quick legs, how could I resist Julie? When I'm sad, she cheers me up to raise my spirits. Her smile is like the sun. She's absolutely perfect. I see. And then there's just me who just like straight up just bulldozes it for the fun of it. A chance meeting, and I've fallen in love. Those pink antennae. How could you not fall in love with Cindy? She's always touchy-feely, and she can be a little ditzy, and that's what I love about her. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not cheating, it's just how bugs are. Really? A chance meeting, I've fallen in love again. Rebecca, with the yellow wart on her head. She's truly the one for me. A more experienced lady who has tasted all life has to offer. I can be myself with her. How perfect. No, I'm telling you, it's not cheating, it's in my blood. My mom said my mom said my dad and my granddad always had a way with the ladies. Although neither were around anymore by the time I was born. End of story. Oh shit. Oh no. Dear Goings, how have you been? This is Hogbug. I'm thoroughly enjoying my life with my 3 loving wives. I mean, obviously it is 3 times the work, but I guess that's how it has to be for a ladies' man like me. Oh, sweetheart. It looks like we're all in that state. Uh-oh. So, we were thinking, isn't it about time? Oh, my darlings, what is it? Are you saying you're all expecting? Well, that's great. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. It's not necessarily what you can do for us, but we just want to have you. Bon appetit! Right, yeah. Man, this experience. 3 months later. And that was so much for a thing cute. That's a lot of bugs. But that image will be bugging me forever. Mommy! Mommy, why don't we have a daddy? Ever a slave to desire, Papa Eaters has entered the Fiend Arena. Okay, so if anybody doesn't understand the context here, there's the case with some bugs that they literally just kill off their... Like, females kill off their mate after breeding or mating. That's just... They took it very seriously. I think mantids are a very good example of this. Remind me they never had 3 wives. I mean, they just got straight up eaten and cannibalized, but you know, I guess another way to die would be to having to satisfy 3 wives and like literally running out of stamina to the point where you actually die from that. At least that would be a somewhat pleasurable death. This one though, yeah, I love to get eaten. Trademark. No. Alright, let me just BRB real quick. I'm gonna... Hold on, I just put sounds on by accident. Sounds off. But let me go get another drink. I'll be back in just a bit. And now that I feel like my windpipe has settled down a bit from eating, I feel like I'll have something more elaborate to drink. Taking it chill. Well, I gotta say, there have been a lot of weird things in Final Fantasy. For example, the fact that they had Celes hanging in a room by their arms or something like that, maybe. Something like that, like, you know, held captive by 2 male guards in a silent, dark room. I think that's just about the most, you know, deviant thing I've seen so far in Final Fantasy, but actually them, you know, representing, you know, the bug's natural biological life. I think that might be just about the craziest stuff that Final Fantasy has done yet. Wow. Deviant games, man. Deviant games. Anyway, yeah. Maybe it's a good thing that, you know, I don't have any commitment to anybody right now. Maybe that on its own way has been a savior. And I think that's a great example of that. Anyway, Creeper. Yeah, I guess I'll put Creeper in. So that's the last of the 4 bugs I have. Creeper, I think, also had a story, so good to go with this. And if I had only noticed that the Octopod doesn't actually have any story earlier, that was a big mistake from me. Definitely Chilidi, Iron Dew, and Key to Success. There we go. Okay. Just think HP, but that's okay. Now, does it come with Charon to begin with? It doesn't, but I don't know if they're gonna learn it or not. I guess we'll find out. Maybe Creeper doesn't explode to death, like every other bug. Well, his name is Creeper. Oh, man. So way back in the mine, got my pickaxe swinging from side to side. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I'll stop. I'll stop. That was not a song I was expected to come to my head at that very moment. Now I got another song playing in my head because of a creeper. God damn it. I'm gonna have to live with this for now. So how far is the big bully cap, by the way? I think they may already have a couple of story bits in at this point. Do they? Oh, they're already at 4, so 1 more and that's it. I'm not sure how much of a carry the big bully cap is, but I hope that the bug doesn't get Charon then. Because they might depend on the bug to get their levels. Well, if the bug goes Charon, then we can just start doing Charon ourselves. That silly song. Jajaron, Jajaron, Jajaron. I mean, whenever I see one of these bug Charon, like, that's the low-key energy I get from them. Like, I really just want to do them like the, you know, your silly dumb shit kind of dance and song. That should be their theme song. But yeah, on the topic of the checks though, honestly, the first time I had a check, that was very scary. Like, back when I was doing the Via Infinito, I think it was like around stream 25 when I was doing for the first time. I was like doing Via Infinito properly, appropriately. That's when I kind of like found out about check the first time. I spent, I think, almost 2 hours. I think I'll spend almost 2 hours trying to figure out how to do the boss. And I didn't think that the way for me to beat it was to just like let myself get absorbed by the petrifications and just, you know, just like try to like just spam attacks on it until it dies with a single character remaining. And hope that it doesn't hit you a single time, which it doesn't if it doesn't have the Heaven's Caradicts. If it doesn't have that things, then like the stat reduction thing. Heaven's Cataract. Yeah, that was it. The hell was in that drink? Sugar. I'm drinking Coke. The liquid kind. But to be honest, I don't need sugar to be crazy. I mean, I think my friends can vouch for me. I have never needed a reason or an occasion or anything else for me to say some outrageous shit. That's just how I am. I'm always just filled with happy juice. I mean, I'll at least believe that Miyako, for example, can vouch for me. I'm not expecting an answer from them right away, though, because, you know, they're probably still stuck playing around with Millennia. Millennia, which will contract you with malaria. Okay, that's Big Bully Cap at least done. Nice. Let's go, baby. Oh, the Bully Cap actually gets Fiend bonuses. Oh, that helps. Okay, yeah. So below 80 and you can get Fiend Tail bonuses. So you're telling me that I was just a few levels away for me to not, like, you know, skip out on Fiend Tail bonuses? Ah. And it works for me, like, M creatures, but the S creatures don't, like, go below 80 anymore for some reason. Like, for some reason, like, this is affected by the size. So I just got nothing I can do here. I gotta be slow because the game decides that S creatures are just, you know, in some way inferior. True, if anyone got a problem with that, well, too bad, it's their problem. Exactly. I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier too, Vitali, that, you know, I just do what I do what I like, I'm just the way I am, and if I had to be something else for the sake of attention, then it wouldn't be the same. So if anybody, like, because I know that there's always gonna be people that don't like what you do, so I just do things my own way, and if somebody doesn't like it, then they don't like it. But yeah, I'm just always unhinged, I guess. I mean, okay, fair. Sugar might give me some more energy. And it might be making me a bit more crazy, but overall, like, I don't think there really ever is like a full chill mode for me. I mean, there might be some cases where I'm just like not saying anything particularly funny. I might be more focused, but like, that never escapes me, honestly. It's just something I live with. Yeah, exactly. But why should you again? If it's so tough, then why make it so hard for yourself? Try to, like, bring your expectations too high. The concert of the Thunder Blades was great! I may be a fiend, but I was really moved. Square-wheeling humans came together as one. I want to be able to unite people as you do, Lady Yuna. I'll have to keep practicing. I actually dreamt of becoming a singer. You know, save up some money, then go to Luca for my debut. But then Sin assaulted my village. And I wasn't sent off to the far plane. I think it was because I hadn't given up my dream. Now I'm in this fungal form, but I'm still chasing my dreams. I practice every night, in secret. You want to hear? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. I'm just embarrassed. I found a wonderful voice coach right here on the airship. It's a barkeep. Oh no. I will teach you, yes? He's a very generous teacher, and when he's listening, I can feel myself getting better and better. I just got to hold a concert. The spotlight is waiting for me. We're having fun here. Yeah, of course. Exactly. So, we just have our fun. If some people don't like it, don't find it fun, then that's their problem. So, you know, everyone who wants to be involved can be involved. But, you know, it's always a choice. But yeah, no worries there. I'm just happy that some people are enjoying what I do. Late at night, when everyone is asleep, tonight is my top secret live performance. Oh god. This should have been instead of like the Yuna's performance. Because the master made for me immediately sold out. I'm told my Fiend fans are anxious to see me live. And who are the fans? How did it go? Oh my god, they actually do have fans. That's a lot of Fiends. Big bully cap! Break a leg! Thank you all for coming out to see me tonight. How did it go, Migo? And now, I will sing with all of my heart. Internal screaming. Let me guess, it's gonna make everyone fall asleep. What? They're all being sent? What is that noise? Fans fainting in the audience. The best debut I could have hoped for. So, what happened to the barkeep then? Are they also unconscious? Can't you hear the voices of my fans? I have to go. Where you gonna jump off? My next venue is waiting for me. Ah, the blind confidence. You know, I'm just thinking to myself that if you jump off the ship at that velocity, I think you're gonna just like end up flying straight to the motors. Like to the spinning parts. Went smoothly. What was your roll, buddy? And you needed badges for gear pieces, right? And was it like 5 per run that you get, roughly? But yeah, I'm at least glad to see that people do like agree with the vibes though. Like, you know, it's not about, you know, making this to be like the most approachable stream for everyone, but it's about like making it a good place for those that care about it the way it does, like the way it conducts itself. Because I mean, honestly, if you were to become appealing to everybody, then that means that you would be appealing to nobody at the same time, because like you would have to like cut out so much stuff from yourself, or like you would have to like cut out from so much bullshit that you would have nothing to say anymore. Or like you would like not have any more individuality left, simply because saying anything else that's out of line just like would be, you know, too much for somebody. So becoming the most boring guy ever is the best way to make yourself the most approachable guy ever, and that's sad. And I don't want to do that, so period. I will never become a stop gunning creator. Or the other half of that, you become a complete drama creator, and that's not my jam either, so we'll just go with what I have. Rather than try to become something that I don't want to be, I'll just be something I like to be. It'll be much more fun that way. Plus the Primal Never roll by 1 though. Oh no! Actually, what is the Primal Never used for? I know it's as a crafting material, but where is it actually used? Like some rare crafting recipes? First, be true to yourself and you can never go wrong. Exactly. If you are something, then it's very likely that there's gonna be other people that can agree with you. Maybe not everybody, of course, but it's better to be, let's say, it's better to be a recognizably cool individual to 1,000 rather than be an absolute average Joe for 100,000. At least that's how I see it. So rather at least, you know, be a perfect match for some rather than be, you know, an average for everybody. There's a place for that, and it certainly isn't content creation. Or just enjoying yourself. Oh, Vitaly, did you actually play WoW? I actually didn't know that, or then I forgot. It must have been a while that you mentioned it, if you did. Used for pretty much everything. Okay, so it is a very highly sought after thing then, I guess. Is it worth a lot? Actually, definitely. Black Elemental, but it doesn't even have Ultima. This is actually sad. I am being betrayed at this very moment. Unless I learn Ultima later, but I'm not gonna count on that. Ah, yeah, that was the case. So you just had to farm it. So, do you have a specific thing you want to save it up for right now? What you want to use the Primal Never for? Or Primal Never for? Primal Never regions! No. With that joke, you should make some very good pants out of that. You played PC and Lich King, that's it. You get out of that and return to real life. Freaking saint. That actually is a good choice, because honestly, yeah, I played WoW after Cataclysm, because I'm too young to have ever played WoW properly, like during the BC and Lich King times. Like, dude, think about this. I was like 7 when BC was a thing. Imagine that. So, yeah, I never experienced BC and Lich King, and when I was old enough to fully understand the game was on Cataclysm. I think it was close to Mists of Pandaria at the time already. The problem was that I missed out on the base content, like all the older content, and that was way cooler. I've been like playing vanilla at some point as a comeback for nostalgia, and I realized that yeah, vanilla's just way better, at least like conceptually. Like nowadays, WoW just sucks. And I haven't actually had a subscription for that game for years now. I stopped officially playing like in VFA, like at the end of it, when Shadowlands was about to begin. But then I like dropped in for Shadowlands for a bit because it was free, and then I bought DF, had it for 2 days, and just never came back. But I do say that I have like adored like the old way of WoW a lot. Yeah, that's true. For me, it's also like the fact that I couldn't afford it either. Like, even if I had interest and money for playing WoW, like, does it warrant the fact that since I have so little time to play it, would it like warrant the price for it? And if I'm having so much distraction from other things, that could I really like fully get into it? Because I'm like I'm putting myself elsewhere too. And I cannot really enjoy a game fully if I'm not able to like fully commit to it for me. So like, I had to think it this way, that I could play it like 5 hours a week, but that would be nothing for me. I would like not really feel anything from that. I need that bigger commitment for it to like feel like something I wanna like put my time into, that I can like get a deeper connection with it. If I don't, then the game doesn't feel nearly as the same for me. Which is the reason why when it comes to starting new games, I'd rather do them in a way that I'm very certain that I can actually see it through consistently. Which is also another reason why the streams are really good for this. But yeah, I was like, even if I had time, I just think nowadays WoW just sucks. Like the retail version. Like there's nothing special about it. Everything that you can do in that game is just boring, and all of the cool content is just cut off. It's just sad. I don't want to sound like super depressing like that, but in my opinion, that's just the truth. The game is just nothing nowadays. It would be fun if you are somewhat brain dead, you don't understand anything about RPGs, and you're just happy with a simple idea of numbers go up, lol. Yes, that's true. Like just strength and main stamina and main stat, stamina and main stat, stamina and main stat. You might get some very random ass chance on hit or like equipment effect bonus, which actually almost does nothing because they don't want to give you actually relevant effects anymore. And then like more main stat and stamina, like. And then like also like the class toolkits are almost the same by now. It just. And then like all the other content that you can do, like all the like the money farming and such. Like they, for example, like ever since they like did the level squares, all the raiding, like let's say like doing Ice Crown Citadel just to farm some money, like 2,000 gold before selling all the stuff. Yeah, that's gone too, because they squished the value of the items as well in the process. So it kind of like lost a lot of value in different ways. The gameplay is pretty shallow. They kind of like abolished the meaning of crafting, and then they also like removed the reasons to like do any legacy content other than for skins, and it's kind of like just, I don't know, it's kind of lame. Oh, and leveling was fun. Yeah. To be honest, that's the case for me with vanilla, honestly. Like, I love the vanilla leveling experience, but if I had to commit to raiding right this instant, it would be impossible. I mean, I was trying to at least at some point, but I realized that, you know, since I'm so focused on the other stuff that I do with my life, like, because honestly, I think raiding in WoW is honestly like something that is more of a second job with that game. So I came to this conclusion that I shouldn't even bother with that. Yeah, I would love to, but like the late game stuff kinda is sad. Like I can do like pre-raid this, cause like still doing dungeons is like fairly easy enough. But if I had to go for like actual raiding and like prepare items and like come through weekly consistently at a certain time, it's kind of something that, because I have no control over it anymore, and I just gotta kind of just like deal with it. It just doesn't sit right with me. I'm just not able to like put the kind of time into that anymore. Like that's like where the wall comes for me as well. It's not that I'm against the grind itself, but I just don't have the capacity to do the grind anymore. So I can like kind of blame my own hobbies for that. Like being a content creator makes it hard to like commit to an MMO nowadays, which is the reason why I don't do it much anymore. But I do play like MMOs somewhat casually sometimes with friends and such. But yeah, I don't have the same kind of a attachment to them as I used to. So maybe like a few years ago, if I was trying to raid, I would do it. But now that I'm a content creator as a hobby, and I wouldn't do anything else because I feel like it has so much value to me as a person, I would rather not have it any other way. So I won't even bother even thinking about doing something like playing WoW instead for raiding. It isn't an option that I would even prefer. Yes, I do. I have a absolute love for Tauren warriors. And do you know why? Moo! And that was a free move, guys. You deserve it. Speaking of completing every quest, P2 launched. And now there's a few more quests you have to do for the two new factions. Ah! Which factions unlocked on P2? Because you already had Shatrap, and I guess you had one of the two factions inside the city. But what comes in P2? But yeah, I was a little bit roundabout about that, because honestly I was focusing on the fight at the same time there. But the whole idea is that I love the idea of raiding. I love the idea of like raiding in WoW, and I was like completely down for like actually like having a commitment of like doing things together with friends and like doing some deeper grind stuff. Like the grind itself is not the problem, it's just that the time I had to put into that grind. Ouch. Kill attack. So that's like where I had to like put a stopper, sadly. I didn't know that Bahamut had a kill attack. That's a yikes. The ogres of the Shatari Skyguard. Ah. They have nothing of interest to me, but there's icons on the map and those need to be gone. I know that feeling of OCD. Bro, lore master. I'm actually a lore master upon the BFA. So, I have a thing about quest markers on the map. And also the fact in general that I really wanted to get all the quests done. I actually loved like learning the stories of the game, like in the small zones. Like the stories were not anything like to write home about oftentimes, but still, learning the story of each zone, it was pretty fun. So I did that pretty happily. I mean to say up until WOD. No, actually not up until BFA. I think I did unlock it on BFA specifically, but I was working a lot on it ever since like WOD and Legion, especially Legion. Yeah, because I think like I really like became seriously active with the game on Legion. WOD was already something I was kind of active with, but Legion was like really when the game began for me, for the most part. Yeah, I think they're talking about the Ogrillas. I think it's Ogrilla. Your main was a Tauren warrior? Dude, sick. Did you generally have a like type you like to play as with that? I've been kind of following the meta in some sense that I would like first start as arms and then start as arms and move on to Fury, but I would still like off spec as a tank for leveling in dungeons, and I might even like sometimes pull a tank spec in some characters I've made. So yeah, I certainly have a certain attachment to warriors, and especially Taurens because they're so cute. And you know what my best joke is? I gave somebody a random glass of milk and I moo at them. Just straight a random guy, give them milk and just moo at them and just run away. I see, yeah. I see. And I did also build myself up to be a tank for any game, but the one time I actually did, they didn't need tanks, so they like had me go Fury instead. So, that was sad. Yeah, right. Let me now check the creatures. So, Black Elemental... 1. Yeah, I guess we did nothing with that, basically. Creeper sat 2. Okay. What about the levels? Where are these guys at? 77 and 85. Yeah. I don't know why, but M creatures get lower base level, but S creatures get higher base level. So the M creatures get Fiendal bonuses, but the S creatures don't. I'm pretty happy with that in the sense that M creatures are done faster, because like they take up more space, but... Really? Really? Do I have to do this? That's pain. But yeah, I do appreciate that, Vitali. Like, mad respect for, you know, at least trying to play as a tank. Wait, Charon. Charon. That was the thing I had to remove. Hold on. I'm gonna leave for now. Wait. Right now? Like, not in the past, but now? Like, currently? Presently? Wow. That's some commitment to the cow team. I hope we're not intending on making a steamy romance novel, but male edition. When you're talking about a fan fiction. Right, Sharon. Unlearn Sharon. And I'll just learn another white friend. Wait, hold on. You still have space in there, don't you? Yeah, you do. Life. It's been 11 years and you still cannot finish it. Why not? Did you not have the motivation, or is there like an actual like reason you cannot finish it? Some actual like stopper in here? Because that's a long time to be moving a story. Do you mean to say like white with an H, or is it like actually white, like without the H? What does the white then mean if it's like without the H? And also, there's also like the thing called like when it's white, it can also be albino, if that's a consideration you ever wanted to have. Let's say it this way, Vitali. You can always give yourself excuses to not do something. But remember that there is no such thing as a perfect time. So if you want to do it, then just do it, no matter what condition you're in. If you put your mind into it, then you're more likely to actually start continuing it. Because if you keep like pushing it back like that, then you likely will never come across like actually getting into it again. So you better commit to it if you want to actually get something done with it. And I'm saying this from the experience of being a content creator. Yeah, because honestly, it isn't always easy to like edit things or to record things or just get things done, but then you like end up spending hours, days, weeks, maybe even months. And you can always tell yourself again and again that now isn't a great time. But when's the great time? When are you gonna see the great time? And, you know, time is just gonna keep going. Yeah. What all I'm really saying is that do try to think about that if you seriously want to get the story done at some point, then don't think about something as menial as the fact that, well, I'm just not in the mood for it. Because, well, yeah. If you're gonna keep it that way, then certainly you will not get the mood. Because you're not priming yourself towards it. But yeah, I do get that. Like, it's something that has momentum, and that's exactly why you should start it. Like, even if you don't have the mind for it right now, just for like getting the momentum of it, you should do it for that reason alone. So like you will have more inclination to keep working towards it. Because right now you cannot really work towards it because you don't have the certain mentality tied to it. And it won't come from just like emptiness. Of course, it could also be another thing, like maybe your life condition doesn't allow you to be as artistic, like maybe you have your other things that you have to deal with. Like, if you talk psychology, there is a very controversial, but still a very well-recognized concept of Maslow's hierarchy of need. And while this may not be, like, you know, 100% true, like, on point, I still think that there is really like some thought in the base idea that you cannot really like do things that are more of the creative or artistic kind if you don't have all the other things in your life in place. So we talk about your basic needs, like, you know, having a housing and food and all that kind of stuff, like basic human needs. And then it comes like all the other, like, you know, comforts, like artistic. Like, the need to, like, express yourself artistically usually comes at the point when you feel like nothing else is bothering you, and you feel like you can actually just focus on doing something you like to do, not focus on the bad things. Yeah. Well, Vitaly, then again, on that note, if it's more about just, like, being stubborn and just not wanting to, like, not end up not finishing it, I don't think you should use that as an excuse to do something you don't want to do. So, Vitaly, honestly, at this case, sometimes it's better to just like think about like what is actually the wisest choice in here. Like, do you really see yourself ever wanting to finish it all the way through? Or do you just see yourself like doing it just because you feel like you have to? Because, you know, a responsibility that nobody else but you gave to yourself. So in these cases, sometimes it's also good to know when to drop things, if it looks like it isn't like really your jam. So, do think about that. Sorry, I had something on my screen. So, yeah, I mean, I've had lots of ideas that I wanted to make with videos, but then I also came to the realization, for example, that I can't make that happen because then I'd have to, like, skip on that. Like, sometimes you may have a million ideas, but then you have to just, like, stick with the one or two because that's all you really have time for. I mean, that's actually what Stephen King does, actually, like, with his own books. I actually, like, learn about this randomly at some point, that apparently, like, he has this kind of, like, methodology that he writes 6 pages a day, and then he, like, you know, is done. It's, like, routinious to him. So, yeah. It works, but it really depends if it actually works for you. And that's only a question that you can answer. As long as you don't push yourself to do it because, like, against your will. If you do it only because you want to hold on to a routine and you're okay with it, it's just something to, like, give you some, you know, rhythm, then it's okay. But there is very, like, it requires a lot of, like, self-knowledge to make those choices. So I hope that that really is, like, genuinely the best choice for you. I hope you come at it, like, with the conscience that, yes, this is the best way for me to do that. I mean, how about this? I'm not sure if you meant, like, you can write more, as in, like, you could make more happen, or is it more about that you want to make more happen? It's up to you, like, how you, like, perceive that. How about you do it like this? Like, minimum 5, but if you feel like going with it, with the flow, then go ahead and do it. If you don't got anything else that, like, really needs to be gotten out of the way, then might as well do something that you're enjoying. Like, make use of that momentum, if you have it, and you're not against it. So, 5 minimum, and see where it goes from there. If you wanna do more, go ahead. But don't stop yourself, because you're trying to stick too much onto that specific routine. Because at the same time, it's gonna be done faster. Wow, okay, that's a lot of pages. Are we talking, like, actual, like, you know, novel-sized pages? So we're actually talking, like, lots and lots of words? Or are we talking, like... Do you, like, have a much smaller page size compared to, like, or, like, maybe less letters in a page, as in bigger font, for example? Like, do you actually, like, play with the standard writing font size? Exactly. That's the same thing for me. Like, I have my moments in content creation when I cannot do things because I'm just not feeling it. Like 5 minutes and I'm like falling asleep basically. But when I do get the inspiration, I don't stop myself. If I don't have anything else to do, then I do it. Because at the end of the day, when I'm done, I just feel happy that I got it out of the way. I'm just happy that I made progress. Standard. No wonder it's taken you 11 years. Wow. Just wow. What are you gonna do with it afterwards? Are you gonna really just, like, you know, keep it to yourself? Or did you think of actually making it a publication? Maybe self-published? And did you ever actually think about if you wanted to, like, separate it into like several books? If you, like, you know, if it now supposedly had some releases of it? Because I think, like, putting 4,000 pages in a single cover would be just... Oh! Bigger than fucking dictionary. Black Elemental is 1 step away, and Creeper 2 steps away. Oh, okay, I see. But have you ever actually really really, like, advertised it or, like, shown it to anybody? Like, sure, it may be an open publication, but like, does anybody actually end up seeing it? Do you have people who are like looking forward to it like being finished? Or anybody that like follows it up to date? I see. To Voldemort? Oh yeah, Blizzard. Yeah, fair enough. Because it's a fanfiction based on their stuff. Yeah. Damn. I wasn't sure like how it would be with fanfictions and such. But I guess that's fair enough. I mean, let's just say like common like copyright rules in this case. If somebody else owns it, that's their IP. And that means even for your own creations, you cannot claim that it's yours. Still though, pretty impressive. I've never really been much for writing. I've done some writing in the past, but not to like even like close to that degree. And I never actually wrote anything of like a decent story ever. But I guess I do have a little bit of a pen hand with this kind of stuff. Like I do have a way of expressing myself like with words on text as well. It's just that I never really bothered like making into like an actual structured story of my own. But to be honest, at this point I'm not even bothered by the idea of like not being that way, because honestly at this point writing things is like one of the many things I could do as an artist, like as something of a creator. But it's better for me to stick to the one thing that I feel like I'm comfortable with rather than trying to like do too many things. Like, I'm not an indie dev, for example. I cannot just like, you know, I'm not gonna split my attention between a little bit of art, little bit of development, little bit of story making, story building. I'm not gonna go that far with that. It's more just that I guess I could say that simply the fact that because I am working on videos myself already and that's like my artistic thing, I'd rather just, it's better for me to stick to that if I wanna at least make something out of it. If I wanna get one artistic skill that I'm somewhat good at. Welcome back, Migo. What you think, bro? You're on... okay, before that, but you were recommended to go to higher level. I guess it means something, right? Depends on who recommended that. So that's why you're in offer today. I'm not sure like how big of a highbrow, I don't know how much of a highbrow, let's say, website offer today, for example, is compared to like Thickbook. Like, I don't know anything about that. But if somebody knows better, and if you like say yourself that it's a pretty good thing, then I'll believe you. Basic veggie rice, not eating too much since there's a family supper later once everyone's arrived. Yeah, because you said you were gonna have that on your weekend. When is that gonna be? Are you gonna be taken away from stream early? I'm the daughter of a maester in the Bevel Temple. I studied the great traditions and rituals of Yevon since the time of my youth so that I might follow in his path. Though I was destined for greatness, I was met with disaster. I was assassinated by an anti-Yevon group. Do you know how maesters live? They have to live a virtuous life to serve as an example for people who worship Yevon. They sing hymns at daybreak and spend most of the day inside the temple studying the teachings. The Vel Temple takes a half day to fully clean. At dusk, prayers are offered to Xanarkand and thoughts are given to the fate of Lady Yuna. I was but a child and there was much I did not understand. But I studied hard and lived a humble life. I had a good friend, about my age and height. The two of us were inseparable. We always sat next to each other at temple school. She too was the daughter of a maester. We kept each other going in our quest to become future maesters of Yevon. Oh yes, we would sometimes even grow enamored with the same person. I wonder what she's doing these days. I look like this now, so even if I want to go see her, I can't. My hope is that she lives a long, fruitful life as a maester for the both of us. There's one thing I just cannot understand. I've always obeyed the teachings of Yevon, so why would I be turned into a fiend? I do remember being killed at the temple, but why did I not undergo the sending? What became of my father? I must know the truth. Good point. No worries, Big Baby J. See you soon. People started arriving yesterday and it's lasting till tomorrow, so my watching schedule could be potentially unstable. Oh, so it's kind of like a very big event, it seems. Alright, then. Well, have you at least had fun with the family? Even despite that? Let's see what the Black Elemental story is about, then. What happened to Daddy? This is the world of Black Elemental's memories. We'll find out the truth behind the assassination. Oh, we're not even visiting there. I humbly ask for your assistance. This is me. Oh, that man! After this, I'm assassinated by that man. Run! Oh. Final Fantasy casually shooting children. Father, why won't you come to me? Who are you, little girl? Are you my friend? I was raised to be your shadow. The shadow of one who is to become a master of Yevon. After completing my duties as a shadow, my body was buried in complete secrecy. There is no mention of the assassination in Yevon's records. It is said that the girl who survived at that time lost her life when sin fell upon Bevel. Fair enough for her. Supposed to have almost 3,000 people who came to celebrate my dead uncle's birthday one last time. Funny coincidence is the new Forza is fully launching on his birthday. He was looking forward to it, shame he won't go to off-roading in Japan. Aw, man, that's so... Aw, man. Are you gonna hold a speech in that honor, amigo, in any way? That this was like the thing that uncle was looking forward to a lot? That at least, you know, you have something to say about, like, understanding your uncle and all that, and, you know, may he drift in heaven, or something like that. Or are you just gonna keep that as a fun fact to yourself and not mention that? Because that is honestly, like, you know, full coincidence, but still quite meaningful. I think it would make quite the wonder story. Right, so we now got rid of the Black Elemental. I think we need a new M creature now. Let me first go autosave here. Oh wait, I'll save first. In case I get the wrong creature here. So what do we want to get next? The list says more stuff from Bevel, that works. Instant Matriarch and Megaton Berry and also Elder Drake are the 3 M's we can still get. Then there's just L's and a couple S's. Yeah, nothing in Calmlands, M-wise, something in Bevel. Nothing in Bicanel, Jose has nothing. Fireplanes had a couple M's in there. Yeah, okay. So it is Bevel, I guess. Bevel might be the best one. But I'm saying though, amigo, I will, I do give my condolences to your uncle. Too bad he didn't get to experience that, like, right before he moved on. Don't think anyone in the family cares about games except one of my autistic cousins who's arriving tomorrow. You're mentally preparing yourself for her arrival because you know she'll talk to me nonstop for 6 hours straight about the newest Nintendo Switch games. Yep, that's just about what I expected too. Man, such a weakness though that you actually had to prepare for that. Because I mean, I don't need any preparation for that kind of stuff. I'm just, you know, I guess I'm a little bit built different at the moment. I guess that's what, you know, doing lots of streaming for lots of hours consistently does to you. It just, you know, goes quick. It just like, you know, talking becomes second nature, more or less. And I mean, it's not about as much about the fact that they care about the games, but more about the fact about saying like something that like was personal to Uncle. Like saying that like you knew personally that Uncle really was looking forward to this one game. And to be honest, it turned out to be like released on his like when it was supposed to be his birthday. It could have like some meaning to it. Like even if it isn't like meaningful to the family members themselves, it could be meaningful as an idea that is like something related to the uncle. So maybe, but of course I'm not gonna say that you should do it if you know your family better. No, Miyako, no way, dude. No way. Oh, I don't even want to imagine that. Let's say I had a friend that like talked to me about League like 2 hours a day or a few times a day, every single day. I think I would lose my marbles, honestly. You remember one day your friend asked you, why Taurans? They are just big cows. We have plenty of other noble races out there. And so it begun. Triggered me hard. Oh, so the reason you started the story was to prove wrong that no, Taurans are not just big cows, they have a big story. There's a lot behind them. To be honest, for me it's not just about like the lore. I mean, I think their story is pretty interesting, but I have never been all that deep into it. But I do like lore, I do like Taurans like lore-wise as well, but really most mainly because they are big cows. Not just big cows, but they're big cows. They're still on their own energy, while also respectable, but really just because, you know, they're a very good mix of like being noble, humble, and also hilarious. They're just the perfect combo for me. Modest and hilarious. Wait, did I give myself a new... I didn't gear up yet. Hold on. But well... I do feel bad for you as well, Miyako. That is... Well, to be honest, I haven't talked to your sisters ever since forever, but... Well, I would have been in your shoes. Even if it meant that I would like get to reconcile with them for years. Like, I would have many other things to talk about if I was to ever like meet up with them again. But certainly not League. I played it, I don't play it anymore, I'm not gonna play it anymore, and I will never come to play it anymore. Period. Leave me alone. Don't do this to me. And is that the reason why it's a used to have and not like you have? Okay, it's not just that, but you know. I just thought it would be like the funniest thing ever to like, you know, lose friendship for. You talk too much about League. Trademark. They are very big cows, first of all. Their culture is as old as the culture of trolls. Or as old. They are one of the oldest races of WoW, and you sort of research on them. So you would even almost say that this fanfic is kind of like your thesis paper of like the nerd kind. Interesting. Yeah, I know that. But I just had to like say in my case too, like I wouldn't wanna be in that situation. Like I think it's like, you know, case specific. But to be fair, I had thought that Nigo would be more eager about it. But I'm not sure, like maybe he is, but maybe it's more about the fact that he just isn't used to talking so long with somebody in general. Because I can handle the talk part, but I would say maybe the topic is the problem sometimes, it can be. But for me, that, you know, the topic that maybe like, I'm not sure if Migo has a problem with it, but it could be just the fatigue from that. But at least for me, it wouldn't be as bad as League would be, talking about Nintendo Switch games. I mean, I don't know much about them at all, if any, but, you know, at least it would be much closer to something I prefer to talk about than League. So, yeah. It kind of depends on what, like, Migo's pain point here is. This I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't, like, honestly think it's a weakness. I honestly think to me myself that honestly me being this talkative is just crazy alone. So I would certainly not even, like, assume anybody else to, like, do it the same way I do. I think it's already, like, crazy as it is. But I would say the main point here is just that, you know... Yeah. It's more of a joke there. But first and foremost, I hope at least it's gonna be enjoyable, not too much of a drag to do that. I mean, fair, but it's also about, like, if I could talk while I'm doing that thing that I like to do, like, you know, if I get to talk with somebody while I'm gaming, sure. But, I mean, yeah, if I was, like, talking in real life, like, not doing anything else, I do kind of, like, get the feeling that I just want to escape that situation pretty quickly, because I don't feel like it's, like, I don't feel like I'm getting enough stimuli from that alone. I want something to just hop around with, if I'm talking and such. It makes it way easier. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Are you gonna be able to focus on any of your games while they're talking about that? Or are you gonna be just stuck talking with them like that forever? Because, I mean, if I'm just gonna be doing the same thing anyway, it doesn't matter to me if it's, like, digitally or you know, in real life. It's kind of like just having a voice chat with a friend while they're playing a game, and that's it. It's just that it's in real life. It's not all that different. But if you really cannot do your own thing while they're doing it, while they're talking to you about games, then I can understand that. Congrats, Miko! Congrats! Awesome! You finally did it. Is it the last boss, by the way? I don't think you ever disclosed that. But still, like, one of the hated ones. GG. I hope now that your friends also have it out of the way. Blizzard actually took culture of Navajo tribes and Native Americans to make torrents. And since you love and admire them both, it's a great honor to be research of their culture. I mean, it does make sense because, I mean, torrents do live sometimes in, like, TP-like structures, like in actual TPs. They do also have They also do have, like, totemic spiritual beliefs and such. It kind of, like, does, like, give the Native American energy. Especially, like, you know, no bands living in the plains. Like, there are so many connection points there. So it is very nice to, like, reinforce and bridge a gap between the two. For those that are unaware. And also, like, really understanding something along the way. Understanding something deeper that they don't disclose in a game. Like, what the foundation was and what built up that what is torrents nowadays. You finally gave her the melatonin. As they think should be. But yeah, amigo, in that case, if it's gonna be about that you're gonna be stuck talking with them and just talking with them and you cannot even, like, distract yourself in any way, then... yeah. I do understand why it may be a little bit tough, but, well... gamer to a gamer, I expect there to be some sort of connection, some sort of ease of talking, but maybe there isn't. Maybe it is like, maybe your age gap is too big for it to, like, fully, like, get involved with it. Or maybe you just don't, like, really get a chance to play your things in general in the background, so it's just kind of like... just a long talk. But yeah, I am guessing that you're not gonna do the same thing here, like that I said earlier, that I guess you're not gonna At least try to think about saying anything in your uncle's memory. At least in this context. It would be nice, I mean, I would say that, like, not saying it as a gamer, but as a person that knows uncle. But, well, whatever you feel like works the best and what is more like you. But I would think about it personally. If I knew my uncle was into the game. Okay, fair enough then. So it's really gonna be just on the level of a 10-year-old kid just like enthusiasing about their game of Brawlhalla for hours. Just really like gonna feel like one of those things that is an adult listening to a kid talking about playing kids games. Not so much of a like an actual civilized gamer conversation. I feel like you're gonna talk your ears about with all this torrent thing. Oh no, not at all, dude. Not at all. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you wanna change the topic, then that's no problem there. But I got the gist of it at least. It's pretty cool though that you're working on that. Even if it's not like beyond just like making it to be done, at least you learned a lot along the way, and that's pretty cool. Ah, I see. So you still have her as a friend, but she just has changed her habits. Well, I would say the more you play League, the more likely it is that you end up like losing interest in it. The more you know. For me personally, I got nothing against like League as a concept, but the community is trash, yeah. And then comes yet again another one of those I don't have time excuses. Like, what's the point of even trying to play something like ranked if you don't have time to rank? And if you don't have time to train the game? Like, what I like feel about like PvP games myself is that they're made to be in such a way that if like PvP is like the main concept, then you're expected to like butcher like it's supposed to become a second job just like an MMO, just to like you know keep yourself on top. Like, yeah, you can play casually, but you'll never get anywhere with that. And if you really want to improve, you're gonna have to really put time into it. And it's just not something that I'd personally do. PvP games have never been my jam. So that's like a consideration long gone into the distance. It would never happen. But yeah, I mean, I do like League as a... It's a cool thing. I did like play, I think, League for a few years. At first, quite actively for like a first year or so. Then I played it like kind of like on and off, more or less frequently. Where it just like kind of fell into obscurity ever since I started doing content creation. Like that was the point when I was like, okay, I don't even have any time to even consider this anymore. Oh, yeah. So she had this very typical, like, you know, League of Legends chilly personality. I don't mean to be derogatory about that, but it's more about the idea that, you know, just about, like, really just, like, going full ego with that and just, you know, talking about shit players and, like, it's such in like a League of Legends mentality, and I never really liked that. Like, I at least prefer the people to be respectful of each other, even outside games, and then it comes down to this, like, you know, we're just gonna make fun of somebody for like being so bad at this. I'm so much better. It's just like something that is like just yikes for me. Okay, I found another bot in here. Hey, Migo, I think you should also, like, word ban AI viewers. It's actually becoming more common for me now. That's my second one that says AI viewers. And if it's something you can put it to be, like, non-case sensitive, then do that, because, they write it as first big A and then small I, so it's not AI both with big letters. Let me see the chat. Nothing there, good. Okay. When they said to her, hey, let's go play some WoW, and just like, what? Really? Did she not agree with the idea at all? Was it that crazy of a thought? Instant Matriarch is 1. Creeper is... Oh, Creeper's done. Oh. A child like you attempt to analyze a fiend? This is too rich. Listen, understanding someone isn't about getting knowledge. It's about getting experience. It's not about how long you live, but how much you absorb along the way. I can see it in your face. You listen to the stories of others, then confuse them with your own. That's what you don't realize, and that's why I'll call you a child. Gain more experience before analyzing me. I was killed by my true love. I loved her with all my heart, and she loved me, or so I thought. But I was mistaken. She always had eyes for another, my best friend. I got in her way, so she stabbed me as she lay in my arms. That's why I become so bitter. And you believed that nonsense, didn't you? It was all a lie. I just put on a good show for you. Do you still think you can analyze me? Let me tell you something even more important. You need trust. If you trust me, and I trust you, then you will be able to analyze me. But you still cannot do it. Why? Well, are you really trying to understand me? Are you interested in what my interests are, or what I look for in a relationship? Don't you think it's little things like that that builds up trust? Why don't you just admit it? How frustrating. I give you a hint after hint and you still don't get it. What I'm getting at is that you need to stop worrying about who's better and talk on equal ground. Like, you know, friends. That's the kind of relationship we should build. Come on, if you open up a little, I'm more than willing to listen. After all, you want to analyze me, right? Touché. I mean, yeah, that's true, but that was at the time when I was also like, well, I admit my own mistakes as a kid. Like, I was very much biased towards the game because it was like pretty much the only MMO I had ever played, really. Aside from Life, but Life was always kind of like an on and off thing for me to begin with. So you could say it was more like an obsession, like quite the same how you were like very into RuneScape at your time. And I guess I really just like deep down, I just wanted an excuse to do something with you. Because I always felt like we had a connection, but we never had something we could play together, really. So I like really wanted to do that, but I never really like could put into words as a kid. But now I'm pretty happy because WoW would be not something I would like recommend either nowadays. And honestly, it was way better in the past. RuneScape wasn't really a thing I understood at the time, and well, now FFXIV definitely is way better, like, now that I play it, and now that I know how bad WoW has gone, so I'm happy that we finally did find some common ground eventually. Yeah. So, yeah. I guess I can only blame myself for being too young to, like, be on the same mentality level there, but I did eventually want to get things done, and I'm glad that we're there now. In a different game that we both enjoy, so win-win, right? But I would also like say the same thing. Like, if anybody asked me to play WoW, I would just be like, no, go play Final Fantasy 14. Haven't you heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG from Square Enix? Final Fantasy 14, a critically acclaimed game which now has also free access to the first 3 expansions of the game, including Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. All critically acclaimed expansions and allowing you to level up all the way to level 80 and experiencing all the content and other things along the way within for free. Something like that. You cannot say shit like that on WoW because your max level is still 20. Ah, what a shame. You couldn't understand what I was trying to tell you. You're letting me go that easily? This is farewell then. We shan't see each other ever again. Huh? Are you alright with that? You won't get another chance like this. Oh, not yet? Look at how much I'm conceding right now. You could be a little more honest too. You're actually not ready to say goodbye to me, are you? Sorry, dude. It's a scientist. They don't give a shit about you. You're just a lab rat. I see. So you're absolutely sure? I will come back, you know, even if you start to regret it later. Just go. Hey, I'm really going to... So annoying. Well, I wonder who's the kid now. Not quite yet, so... Is there like the actual Shadowbringers not available yet? I thought it came out around last month. When we first talked about it on the server. Or like a few weeks ago at least. Is it only like a bit later? Not that I'm in a hurry anyway, because I'm still stuck in ARR. And by the way, guys, I want to say this right now. I'm doing my best to like keep my voice controlled and like I don't like end up just, you know, stammering too much. But the problem is, I may not be the best focus on that because I only slept 5 hours today. Or tonight, so. I may have a little bit of performance issues. It comes around once Evercold drops. And when was that? But hey, still, the message is there. They did promise a update on free trials, so we'll get it. Free shit up until level 80. Let's go, boys. Did we already have another S in reserve? No, we didn't. So, we don't know yet? Whenever Cold comes dropping? So they give us a teaser of it, but they still don't really, you know. We don't know yet. Oh well. I guess it is what it is. Anyway, let me go get another S bug real quick. While I'm at it. Lacerda Mushroom Cloud. Anything else? The Thunder Plains S creatures, yeah. I guess I'll just stick to Bevel for now. Why not? It's decent enough. So Bevel, S creature, and hopefully we get a Lacerda Mushroom Cloud. Lacerda, awesome. Oh, it's one of the raptor things. Cool. Okay, I'll take it. Are we done here? Oh, we do have a slot. Megaton Instant Matriarch. Let me go get another one if I can. I don't mind. They're telling us a lot of good news, like how Square Enix is finally giving FFXI a proper game budget. What? Really? Are they actually giving the game finally budget? Wow, where did that thought come from? Did they finally understand that the game is thriving? Finally? Or is there another reason? The fact that none of their games are really like selling as well as XIB is. And yeah, I just don't know because I don't follow news, but I'm happy to hear about those. I just noticed this, Vitaly said it earlier, that she wanted you to play Perfect World, and you wanted her to play WoW. Perfect World? Man, I tried to play that game a few times, but that game just always felt so, I don't know, it felt floaty, stale. It never really, like, hit me right. I never went far with it, to be fair, but it also never appealed either. It felt like one of those, like, dead Gameworks games. Apparently. Or maybe just like when Yoshipi like sees one more zero at the end of their budget and they think that's large, when like Square Enix is like, we could easily give them 100 times more, but I think 10 times is enough. If they manage this much with this little, I wonder how much they can do with just about a few times more than that. It must be very good, right? We don't have to pay them more than necessary, right? Yeah. I guess you could say too monotonous, too straightforward. To be honest, I've noticed this fun fact. The more imperfect the game is, the more enjoyable it is in its own way, honestly. It's weird. Like when something is way too well thought out, it's very rarely actually good. depending on what they like the good, well thought out mechanic is. But if everything is too balanced, or like, you know, everything is too working around, you know, around just stability, it's kind of, yeah. Oh! So that was even a surprise to him? So, how much more budget are we talking about exactly? In comparison? Or did they give us any numbers? Anything? At least they recognized at least that they were not giving enough budget to the game. Because I thought they were just like having their heads up their asses about that they would never realize that. Thinking too little of the game that, yeah, it's already made, so they won't need to like spend more time on like further developing it. My ass. Okay. So I guess they have more flexibility now. That's good. I just hope this won't be something they'll back down on suddenly. Because that would be very sad. I mean, of course, I have no reason to believe they would. But I hope they won't like come back to it like a year later and then be like, actually, our financial situation is looking a bit awkward right now, so we'd rather actually not give you a small $1 million. Okay, but I hope so. I hope that isn't just like corporate nice CEO energy and that's it. Well, this could be actually a good turning point for FFXIV. We'll see about that. And it's about time they actually started like recognizing their leading position in the MMO industry nowadays. About freaking time. Like, I don't know. Have they actually realized that they really have, like, only now that they have actually been like comparable to WoW already for a long time? And that there is like a certain movement towards like people coming back to like, you know, they're from WoW. I mean, I know the Exodus, like the initial Exodus happened like years ago, but I mean, I would still say that like what WoW does right now is still like a pretty much like a downward slope. So, I mean, of course, like the classic players and stuff, or the vanilla classic, all the other like old school content players are gonna be there probably still, but if you talk about like the modern MMO implications, I think like XIV is taking more control over that. Like every other MMO that people really love are the old ones that work the old ways. Nothing new, but actually XIV being new and it actually still thrives is crazy. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking too, that now that they get the proper budget, like I'm looking forward to like where the future's gonna be with this game. I'm sorry if I didn't like make that clear yet, but I did like mean to say that this is like very good news that we could actually like see like the game go to new heights. I wonder if the evolved combat style system was made on the expectation of the budget, or because of the budget. Like, would we actually have evolved combat if we did not have the budget bonus in there? But really cool still though. I also have this kind of feeling that Yoshi was almost crying on the stage when he heard those news. Because I know he has been working on the game passionately for like, what, 10 years now or something like that. And finally hearing like something of a recognition coming from the company is just, you know, I would say that's like, you know, a word of confidence. You'd wager. Yeah. I'm assuming you meant to say that on the fact that the evolved combat styles were made because of the bigger budgets. But I wonder about the bowling part. Because I mean, a man who has been like basically like working on the game like it's like his life's work, and finally getting, you know, recognition from the bigwigs, it's just, you know. I mean, for me personally, if I was in his shoes, that would be a dream come true. I think even I would like have a hard time holding my emotions back on that situation. But, well, If you haven't seen it yourself, maybe, then maybe someone else has. But yeah, that is honestly very good news. I'm happy to hear that. I mean, honestly, XIV has already been a great experience so far. I haven't seen the new content, but I know it's been thriving. I know it's been working. The fact that they can actually like put more thought into it, because they have more budget, more people they can maybe work with, maybe more assets they can make. It's just, you know, being able to make so much with so little is already impressive. And I guess our question here now is gonna be like, I'm gonna assume that they're not gonna get complacent with this, so they'll still be sparing with their fundings and not expect that it's gonna remain that way in the coming years as well. So I'm just thinking that if they actually still manage to utilize their funds to the extent they have up until now, we might actually see like the game's content like actually improve many folds. I'm just like feeling that it's honestly crazy to think that XIV has been working on scraps, but they still have like the most innovative stuff like in MMOs in a long time for the most part. Like, of course it's not perfect, but you know, they still make new things, innovative decisions that most other MMOs don't make, even the ones that, you know, supposedly have more control over their budget. So, thinking about that, them being able to be so innovative with so little money, I think it's incredible what they've done so far. So like they have by no means been just like cutting corners too much. Like they have been putting it in real places. So if they can keep the same mentality with like their future updates on the game, then I feel like we're gonna see some really cool stuff in here. I feel like it could be a start of a golden era. We'll see. Let's just hope that the turnover is reflected upon that with XIV, because otherwise it might turn into a way where it might be that if the, like, let's say if the budget increases 5 times, the CEOs might be expecting that also like the profits also to like go multiplying by 5. And if they don't, I hope they don't just think of it as like a vote of like disconfidence and be like, no, that was a bad idea, let's go back to the old budget. But if they can at least make plus out of it, it should be good enough, honestly. But yeah, let me actually now check. Instant Matriarch, you might be ready now. No. Wait, did Instant Matriarch come to me also as a very, like, high level? Because usually they don't. Hold on. I didn't check. Yeah, Instant Matriarch came to me as 84, while the Lacerda came to me as 74! Why? Why is it now that the S creature is super low level and now the M creature is super high level? Wakaneyo. That's so... that hurts, man. Can you just give me every creature at 75 so I can just go home happy? Like, give me the lowest levels you can get. Don't give me this kind of like level bloating. You'd imagine they're just trying to make sure their golden goose doesn't starve. That too, yeah. Of course. But, I'm just wondering. Have they really thought about, like, actual longevity of the game? Or are they just thinking about the idea that, well, let's just make sure that the game just stays afloat for now? Because honestly, I mean, I know those sound like very similar, but in my head, giving more fun into the game may not necessarily be like for boosting longevity of the game, but just thinking that it might be the way for them to get the money faster that they need. And the problem with that is that they might be very fully willing to move back from the project as soon as they get enough funding from it. They might think that if the game reaches this certain profit level, we can just stop like giving it as much funding and leave it at that, and they'll stay there. And I hope that they're not that, like, you know, short-sighted. Yeah. I just really hope that this is like genuine goodwill, which I really have hard time believing nowadays in companies. Like, they really just think that we just want this game to be alive. We want to like promote this game for what the goodness that it is. I have a hard time believing that ever. So I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical. But then again, I'm always skeptical. I'm just hope that it's really gonna be something of a trend that sticks, and a judgment or a choice made on the idea that the game is good and the game is being well made, not just profit figures, and not with just the intent of increasing profits. Because, you know, I don't think there's any more unstable way to, like, you know, provide funding than just like seeing more profit with those dollar sign eyes. And while it is true that it's gonna give more profits, most likely, it's more about the idea that they have to keep it consistent for the MMOs development to stay consistent. So if they think they can just give it, like, let's say 5 times the funding the one time, and then they like take it back again to where it was, because maybe their expectations were met, or they thought that, you know, just doing this one time is gonna like change it for the better, for good. I really hope that they have thought about that. Like, genuinely. Because it does worry me. Wake the F up, Samurai. We have a city to burn. Why do I feel like I recognize that quote, but I'm not quite sure right now where that was from? I'm getting so many tip of the tongue effects with these. Maybe it's your fault. I don't know. But I'm not picking it up right now where that was from. Ah, it is from Cyberpunk. Okay. I still had to play that game. Ah. My backlog. My backlog. My backlog. Ah. Life is hard, dude. Always so hard. I need to get to it at some point. Okay, that was weird. The image cut off for me. Oh, there we go, yeah. Well, good to know that it was from that game. But one day. One day. I still don't know what 67 means, but I come to understand the fact that this community never wants to tell you what it is. So as long as they don't tell me, I guess I'll never find out what it is. We'll live with this fact. Thank you for your consideration, guys. Maybe everything in the internet is not worth knowing. Macerda's ready, as I figured. What about the insect matriarch? One more! No. And let's get the mushroom cloud ready, so it's fine. I left my boss's service a while ago because I couldn't take his abuse anymore. He used to be so kind. I've served him for 4 years. He's become used to being a feed now. He would complain about the most trivial things. He even began to bite me and subject me to his bad breath. Well, that's a bad boss. In the end, we did nothing but argue. There's no way I could ever go back to that. I do think about him sometimes, though. I wonder what he's doing with himself lately. Knowing him, he's most likely thinking about, maybe even looking around for me. Lately, I hear whispers in the wind. Whispers of a mystical fountain in Macalania Woods that can make one kind and gentle again. Maybe if I... Guess what? I found a spring in Macalania Woods. But you've been stuck in here. What do you mean you found it? It's a mysterious place, usually surrounded by a deep, almost impenetrable fog. I dipped a small bottle into its prismatic waters, capturing a bit of the liquid for myself. But even with the sacred water, I can't bring myself to return home. He must be furious, and we'll get into another fight, and I'm no match for that disgusting creature. After all is said and done, I'm the only one who can save him. And in the end, I need him like he needs me. I've decided to head back. If I bring him the water from that sacred spring, I think things may go back to the way they were before. Let's see. Unable to tolerate the boss's fiendish behavior any longer, I left his side. Having retrieved water from a spring that was said to restore gentle soul, I returned once again. Ah, home sweet home. How long has it been since I left? But I finally got my hands on this water. If it really can restore its kindness, we can go back. Go back to those happier days. I love the snippy snappies. Where have you been all this time then? Boss. This water, it's booze. What? You think I can drink something that clean up pure? Think again. I'll bite your arms off. Ah! 1 year later. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey you, say what you said to me one more time. At some point, the balance of power had shifted. After toiling to obtain the water said to restore a gentle soul, but in the end the boss could not be made to drink it. But now, there's a new boss, who has firmly seized control. And now everyone will live happily ever after. No, they won't! Completely false! Master of her household, Godwife, has entered the Fiend Arena. Godwife? Yeah, gods, I'm getting a drink. BRB. Shit's happening. You don't know any of that, but you do play Frostpunk? Me neither, but I have played Frostpunk 2. Great game. Although, honestly, the first time when you beat it, the second time felt super easy. I should have played that on Survivor mode, but I didn't. Maybe will one day. At least it's a pretty easy, I guess, kind of RTS-ish game to play. Short one, so it's easy. Although I really want to get back to Crusader Kings 2 at some point. I've been like, I don't know, I've just been having like this absolute impulse that I just want to take over a kingdom and become an emperor. I don't know what the fuck. My inner feudalist Deus Vult brain just goes that I want to conquer a kingdom. I want to become the emperor and rule the world. Or Europe at least. It sounds fun. Second is really easy and I'm kind of disappointed. Yeah, it's because like you already know where everything is and you know what should be like worth upgrading. But then again, it's meant to be like a heart-wringing experience the first time. But after you know the setting and like what can happen like after the first time, like kind of becomes like just another game. Like even though the game doesn't like, you know, revolve around story, the game really like, you know, it really has this kind of thing that story is like, you know, it has this like story game energy to it. Like once you play it once, you cannot get the same experience again. It's crazy. And okay, maybe saying that it doesn't have story is a little bit extreme, but it's more like it doesn't exactly like work on a narrative first and foremost. It does a narrative on its side, but the narrative is so touching on it that it kind of like, you know, ends up even like overcoming the, you know, the difficulties of the game sometimes. But well, that works only once, right? Like the first time you like see like, I don't know, some children being thrown into the coal mines to work there, you're like, oh no! That's so horrible! And then I'm just like, then on the second run, you're like, oh yeah, that happens. Do that, do that. Yeah, we can do that with the corpses. Yeah, we can just decide that kids can work on everywhere. We can just decide that we're gonna have this place just being taken over by control. We're gonna become the new fascist group and such. Like, let's take over this bitch. Oh yeah, the second one, yeah. The second one I was told from my friend that it's more like a political kind of game. It's kind of about like you already have an established civilization, but now you try to like get the people together. But I never played 2 yet. I don't think I even have 2 yet, actually. I got it from my friend though, one Christmas. I think it was it even this Christmas or was it the last Christmas? But I got him Frostpunk 2. But I don't have the game myself yet. Yeah, I don't see Frostpunk anywhere. Frostpunk 2. I have Frosty Punk in my Finnish games, but that's that. But yeah, cool game though, at least the first Frostpunk. Can't say much about the second one. I do look forward to playing it one day, but it's a bit more on the expensive side. Ironic for me to say that because I'm willing to spend that money for a friend, but not for myself. I'm not that desperate. I know my friend just really wanted that game. I can live. My friend could probably live too, but I just felt like maybe they shouldn't live without it any longer. Maybe it's only good for them. Such a considerate friend, I guess. Yeah. I've gone to order twice. Because me, religions? Nah, hell no, hell no. It happened, bro. I would never. Although I think I should, for once, but it just doesn't feel right, man. By the way, I just got the pernicious powder shroom. But that's really all they can do at the moment, which is kind of sad. So they're not doing any damage here. Well, at least the intimate trigger is good enough. Yeah, to be honest, I got nothing against religions. Like, now that if I'm putting myself clean here, I don't have anything against them. Like, I respect people like following religions and such, but for me, I've never been a religious person ever. I've always been skeptical about it, so I just cannot imagine even trying to like lead a religious mindset, even jokingly. It just, you know, it's very much against my like very like logic-infused worldview. I never actually crossed the line. Yes, we make propaganda, yes, we make drastic measures to like bring in control, but when it comes to the, I'm gonna say very vaguely, the final decision, I never did it on either runs. I never thought it to be necessary. Like, it makes a certain aspect of the game completely and it becomes easier in that sense, but the sacrifice is too great. But then I'm thinking to myself that, do I need to get rid of that mechanic? Is it that bad? And my conclusion was always no. I think it's actually gonna give me more harm than good. So I always actually kept it. I never took it. Once I got that far, I just focused on other upgrades instead, if I could. So yeah. Too far is too far, so if it's too far, we don't do it. Simple as that. Go as far as it's necessary. Oh, there's things like that? I didn't know that. To be honest, Order gave more jobs and gave, like, you know, security over things. That was decent in that sense. But I don't remember I don't remember Order actually having any particular building that gave you, like, actual unique effects or jobs. Or, like, well, jobs and effects, yes, but actual, like, gameplay benefits, necessarily. Like, such a big thing, like a healing house. I mean, why remove something if it's not a liability? Why remove something if it's not a bother? Why make bad decisions if the bad decision isn't critical. That's how I see. I chose voluntarily to become a fiend. Why, you ask? I got tired of having to deal with people with all their needs and such. Worrying about being polite and how people might feel. I mean, who am I living my life for? I refuse to live like that any longer. From now on, I'll just act however I please. I mean, honestly, to some extent, I can feel this guy. Like, I like to be nice and all, but, you know, I'm just being myself in the end of the day. I'm not gonna become something I'm not, so... If I had to be just, you know, something against my own values for the sake of it, then screw you. I don't wanna live by that. Ah, yeah. Oh yeah, there was like the foremans. So that's the order specific thing. Yeah, so that's where it came from. I forgot that the foremans came from order. Yeah, in that case, yes. And considering that I did use those facilities pretty well, yeah, no wonder I had so much overstock during the last moments of the game on the second run. But, I guess you could say that healing houses does sound pretty good too, because honestly, like, having people in good health is a pretty difficult thing to do. But I also did, like, have a pretty good generator system, so, like, I pretty much bailed on my second run my houses pretty well. I got really people that went sick. I never did that either. I only got children to work on safe jobs. I just know that it was fully possible for me to make them go and die in the coal mines. That was completely viable, but I didn't care about that. Didn't need to. I had enough workers. I'm not crazy about the rules, you know? People say, well, that's just how it is, but then who decides that's how it is? Why do you have to do the bidding of some person I've never met or even heard of? And people getting on me for not following the rules just makes me want to follow them even less. But people say that we live as a community and that's why we need rules. People live their lives in groups, and that's how things start getting warped. Hierarchies, love, it's also tiresome. If you're human, you have to deal with others on some level. So what can you do? You can quit being human, and that's what you can do. So anyway, I'm feeling very refreshed right now. I got my wish. I never had to deal with people issues ever again. I don't have to be tied down by my stupid rules or take any grief from people. I'm truly free. From now on, I'll spread my wings and do whatever I please. What if I told you about the Fiend Society? Yeah, exactly same for me. But I never did coal mines and other dangerous jobs for them. I never put them at danger. Hey! You don't get the bait before I do! Yes, sir. Hey, we travel on the right side here. Oh, sorry. Please don't make noises at night. Think of the neighbors. You have to come to the Fiends Union meetings too. There we go. Fiend Society. Next time, be more prepared. Alright. Man, these small creatures sure have a lot of gal to be freaking with this girl. Fiends are just like humans. I mean, you're so strong, you could have just smacked them silly and like moved on with your life. Your power, your rules. Now you're trying to make shelters for them instead of putting to work. Makes a real difference in difficulty. I was impressed. Shelters for them. Are we talking about like a difficulty in like down, like more difficulty or less difficulty? I guess more difficulty, because not only do you have children just in their place, not doing anything, but also that you have to put caretakers in charge there, which also takes more workers. Yep. No wonder fiends and humans used to get along in the past, but then due to various things happening, they no longer did. But yeah, coexistence was a thing once, and you can see that. They have these very humane ways of doing things. Okay, Megaton Berry and Mushroom Cloud. I think this is gonna be great. And let me guess. Wait. Megaton Berry has double items by default? Wow, interesting. Quartered knife. So you don't come with chef's knife? Oh man. I've been lied to. Where's my superpowers, man? Oh well. Double all, double items, break HP limit, initiative, enemy defense. Yeah, I think Megaton Berry is gonna be fine. So they had double items in Gillionaire, so I guess Megaton Berries are like the true thieves in here. They're the best kleptomaniacs in the Finn world. The children, yes, because they lack these 15 free hands. But then you can help. But then they can help in medicals or engineering houses. Pretty cool. So, wait. So even if you put them to be like in care, in shelters, you can still employ them to become workers in some of the facilities. Like, they don't have to be cooking and such, but they can still actually be employed for something. I thought they would be just like gone for good if you went that route. Like trying to like think too much about the emphasis on like saving the children from all the hard truths of the world. Ah, I see. Okay, so the children are basically out of the game with that. And you put a couple caretakers in those shelters. Yeah, I mean, definitely having less resources would like have a jump on difficulty there. I think order and save jobs works a lot better for Frostpunk. I think actually having shelters and faith is a good combo in its own way. Maybe. I'm not sure exactly how good healing houses are and how they actually work. But I mean, I would say that putting like children away from work completely, and then just like having like labor efficiency and then having lackluster employees is kind of like, you know, a bad move. So I think like those two kind of go hand in hand. Kind of hard at the start. Okay, they become a passive boost. Okay, so they kind of become another efficiency factor. Interesting. I would have to try that if I ever get to Frostpunk again at some point. But this time maybe on survivor mode in the future. Cool stuff though. Thanks for sharing this. I had never figured. Megaton Berry. Got a story. And where is Mushroom Cloud right now? In Cloud 9. Gotcha. I came in halfway through, so I have no idea what's going on, but put the kids to work. Okay, Nitsu, so let me give you context. Have you ever heard of a game called Frostpunk? And also, welcome to the stream, Nitsu. Glad you could make it. Okay, so, Frostpunk is an RTS-ish game. And the idea in that game is that you're trying to live with a small part of society that is trying to survive through a very remorseless winter that has swooped over the whole world. All you gotta go with is limited heat, limited resources, with a handful of people that just want to survive. And it's a very dramatic experience along with being difficult. And so there are some decisions you gotta make as the director of that whole troop. You have to like enact laws about, like, for example, like making some morally gray area decisions, like making children go work full-time on some dangerous jobs and such. But there are many different alternatives to that as well. It's a very impactful game. But in this case, we were discussing with Vitaly here about alternatives that you can take. And there was an alternative that I didn't think of before. Because there's like two different factions you can choose. You can choose to be either Order, which is like, you know, kind of like fascism kind of deal, just like having full control of the community. Or you can then have Faith, which is like a religious sect of things. I never played the religious side of the game though, so I didn't know what they actually can do. So Vitaly was sharing some of that stuff with me, and it's pretty interesting. I would have never figured that they actually had some unique stuff to it. Aside from the, you know, the perspective being, you know, more religious than actually, like, you know, controlling. Yeah. Have you ever heard of radial building? I've never seen it before, but in Frostpunk it makes complete freaking sense. Of course, don't make it for your favorite Finn. And Itsu, do you even know any other Finns? I'm gonna debunk the claim in just a second. And yeah, thank you, Vitali. Healing houses shelter up to 10 people, and anyone can work there, even children. Much nicer than tents. Ah. So it's much easier to like get people to, you know, heal each other. Because definitely like healing if you don't have good facilities is very difficult in this game. But to be honest, my second run, even with like limited hospital space, I still didn't exactly have problems with that. Like I didn't have problems like making it through that game, surprisingly. Like I was actually okay with like the normal hospital care. It was sufficient. Details, details. I see a need to. If you tell me I'm your favorite person, then I'll believe you. But nah, don't say that. I don't believe you anyway if you say that. You got lots better friends, hopefully. But anyway, thank you, Nitsu. Appreciate it. Hope you're gonna enjoy the stream. And I hope that was enlightening to you. And if you got anything else you want to ask about it, do let me know. But, you know, maybe RTS is not your kind of thing. But, well, I've said it before, I think, that I'm quite the omnivore for games. And I think that just shows that, yeah, MMOs, CRPGs, strategy games, adventure games, survival games, blah, 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 blah. Even something as stupid as golf with your friends. Or Magic 2. Yeah. I can play all kind of stuff. And I'm happy with it. Teams are gonna be quenched. Yes, I'm always thirsty. My hunger can be, I guess, somewhat quenched, but like my thirst never can be. My hunger can never be sated and my thirst can never be quenched. Those are the words you should be using. Healing in healing houses are faster than in tents, but slower than in infirmaries, but almost same cold insulation. But then again, I expect that hospitals or infirmaries are probably like more expensive to make. In contrast. And infirmaries are quite way down the game, honestly. Oh god, Vitaly, of course you're gonna make that joke. Imagine just like Frostpunk would immediately be just like a pointless game if you just had like a random appearance of Lich King coming in and be like, I just want to have some souls. Let's just send the Scourge and I heal them all. Nah, quenching hunger and satiating first. Always keep them on their toes. Never let them know your next move. You know what, Enitsu? I'm gonna also like make my unexpected move. You're the best McDonald's advert I've ever seen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I think I remember the infirmaries needing steam cores, but they are so important that at the same time, I think it's valid. I mean, you gotta pay premium with limited resources. Although, I had so many steam cores at the end of the game, honestly, on my second run. The first run I was pretty scarce, but on my second run, like, I don't know, I had too many. I feel like they were never running out. Maybe because I was also emphasizing them a lot, because I knew. Like, I knew that they were gonna be important eventually. So, I just went full ham with the steam cores. But then again, maybe they would be useful if I was playing the game in survival mode. Perhaps. Or at least the hardest difficulty settings. By the way, Vitaly, I just like got curious about this because you started making those Lich King references. Did you ever actually play the original Warcraft games, at least Warcraft 3? Like, are we talking that you've just been like following the game's lore through World of Warcraft, or are you actually like one of the OG players of the franchise, so to speak? Or somebody that's been well venerated with the game beforehand? I think I had like... How many do I have? Like 6 automatons at least. Like, I had a full running system overnight, dude. Yeah, I didn't play 1 or 2 either. Me neither. It would be fun to play them, but I'm not sure if those games are actually good. I just been told that 3 is like the shit of the world, and I've only played that. I finished the base game once, but I never actually finished the Frozen Throne expansion on that. I'm meaning to at some point though. And I think I still have it under my Blizzard subscription, the original version of the game. Or like in my Battle.net, but I wonder if my game is actually still the original type and hasn't been like automatically forced into Reforged. Because I paid for the original, honestly. And for the original specifically. Because I couldn't like care less about the Reforged version of the game. Or Warforged version, because, you know, the shit they talk about how much the game has like broken itself because of that and how much it revamped things. I want to play the old ass jank. But yeah, need to get into mentality for that as well. And the thing about Warcraft is that, because if you play a single mission, you're gonna have to at least have a couple hours in your hands to like really feel like you can just focus on it and not just like split it into sessions. So it has a certain, you know, gotta have time for it feeling, which I don't really like when I, you know, get myself stuck to at the moment. I wouldn't say there's too many versions, it's just that there's the base version and then there's the Warforged they added at some point. And then there's just happens to be a expansion pack for the game, the base game. Which I think I have. Okay, 4 stages on Megaton Berry and Mushroom Cloud, 4 stages. So 1 for both. I think leveling should be fine. Okay. We got this, boys. Yeah, no, that's enough for a speed run. Every mission requires some time, exactly. And even if it wasn't for speedrun, you can still say the mission, but it's kind of hard to get to a mission after, like, you know, halfway through. Like, let's say that you had some big plans you've been working on for the past hour, and then you had to go suddenly, and then you come back, and then you, like, think, like, wait, what the hell was I doing again? Because I don't remember one bit. And then you just get, you know, taken down by default because of, like, you know, you're not remembering shit. Of course, this is not guaranteed that you're gonna get this lost with it, but it's a lot easier to get it all done at once on the same mindset, rather than just like trying to do it in splits. And some missions can just turn into some crazy meat grinders. Like I remember that one mission for orcs where you had to defeat like several human settlements. My god, like the swapping of troops in between, back and forth. It was progress, very slow progress. I think I spent like 3 hours on that mission. But it is still a fun game though. I still do wonder though how like Warcraft 1 and 2 were though. Like honestly, I cannot say that I haven't been curious this whole time, but there must be a reason why people don't talk about them. Like 3 is the only Warcraft people ever talk about. Every other Warcraft just kind of like, you know, kind of feels to fall into obscurity. Nobody really talks about them. Maybe they're like just not so story involved, but more like, you know, just conquest, just fighting between humans and orcs and stuff. I don't know. But I still want to see it. Oh yeah, Undead missions for the Undead storyline was crazy, dude. Although that was for the Frozen Throne expansion, I guess. I don't think I've actually seen much of that. I never finished it. But in Undead, in Undead's last mission, they had to do the surviving mission, but they were opening a gate, I think. They were not opening a way to Frozen Throne. The human missions was kind of like going to the North End, I think. Oh, they were DOS games, so they were that old. Okay, I see. So I guess also, like, you know, finding an appropriate version that can run on Windows is hard to get. To be honest, I don't know much about either of the wars, so I cannot say much. But that explains why the games are just a lot harder to find. Not even Blizzard, like, offers them anywhere. If it's dust, though, that must mean that the graphics must look pretty damn rudimentary. Hold on. Images. Oh yeah, they are rudimentary, alright. But it's not super awful looking. Honestly, for DOS era games, I'm actually not all that, you know, appalled by it. I mean, you can still tell what's going on. It's not too, it's not looking too unconventional. Interesting. Yeah. To be honest, it kind of reminds me a lot of the first Command and Conquer game I've been playing at some point. It's the units are a bit more, let's say, defined in this one than in Command and Conquer. And the graphics seem to be just about the same otherwise. So honestly, I could play that. I did kind of enjoy CNC the first game. But there are some missions that just like make me wanna puke. Some of them just so hard to get through because you have to like be so careful with certain units. And I never finished it yet. I kinda stopped at the last mission for some reason. I never even started the last mission. I got too busy again, I guess. You still absolutely love the first StarCraft. Always fun to play. I never played either of the StarCrafts, but my friend has been thinking of us playing StarCraft 2 at some point together for a while now. I guess I need to look into it so we can get started, and maybe I can like get myself an interest for StarCraft 1 as well at some point. The problem is that I have such a strong gripe against Blizzard right now that I find just it apparently even just download their launcher, but I guess I'll have to consider that. I see. I got nothing against that. I can work with that. I think especially like now these streams, like playing the old Final Fantasy games, and like seeing also like some of the older stuff, also the community, honestly it's helped me a lot to like, you know, get familiarized with the style and energy of the older games. It still doesn't make them bad games even if they look pretty aged. It's fine. Like if you're used to it, then it's just any other game. You're looking at the mechanics and the gameplay, you're not looking at the graphics necessarily. As long as you can somewhat figure out what's going on, then that's good enough. As you can see, I'm a simple Tomberry sister. I intend to repay your hospitality slowly, but surely. Just like you're gonna approach me with that knife and stab me in the back? Yes. Most gratifying to see you back from your labor, sister. You must be quite tired. Please leave the rest to me and get some rest. Do not worry about me, sister. To quote the vernacular, I'm no slouch. It has already been several days since you took me in, sister. You helped me come into my own, sister. No amount of gratitude can make up for the debt I owe you. I still can't hold a lamp to you, so to speak, but one day I will surpass you and repay you. Beg your pardon, sister, but I have a premonition. It feels as if a parting of ways is drawing near. I hope it's just my imagination, but on the off chance. I beg you, sister, let us not go sphere hunting today. Heh, how foolish of me. What's the use in me covering so? Sister, I shall accompany you to the ends of the world. Is the Tomberry talking to themselves, or? Because I feel like this has nothing to do with it. Sister, my premonitions often come true. This one is Karachishi Tomberry, a notorious loose cannon in the Tomberry underworld. Leave this one to me. Alright, Yuna, calm down. It's gonna be fine. It's been a long time. I knew that I would have to settle the score with you one of these days. I pity you. You never found anyone who could lead you out of darkness. At least you'll have me to put you out of your misery. Oh, stabby knife mode. I suppose living and dying just for yourself is fine. But there's something empty about it. I understand that now, thanks to you, sister. Now let's go then. I'll be going with you. Thanks for everything, sister. Defense bracer. Okay, that happened. Yes, exactly, Vitali. I think the problem is that many people, when they're getting first like introduced to like older school games, they give too much impression to like the initial imagery and like, you know, how it looks like. But, you know, I know that many people are very concerned about graphics nowadays, but for me, like, gameplay has always been the thing for me. I mean, I enjoyed playing Life, even in 2022, without any issues. And I cannot say that graphics are breathtaking in that, honestly. It hasn't changed much at all. There's like maybe some shaders in it, but no, it's not anything special now. So, yeah. It's not as much about the graphics or like how it looks to me in front of me. It's more about what it makes me think inside my head. That's like what gets me going. So I can forgive very rudimentary graphics if it means that it leads to something more interesting. And oftentimes with the older games, I've seen that there's much more character than like most other like modern games can do. So that's why I don't look badly into older games. And I do kind of look forward to the idea of trying out some Warcraft and older StarCraft maybe like one day, but well, we'll see when an opportunity is gonna present itself and in what way. Alright, but that's a Megaton Berry. Mushroom Cloud still needs attention, and Mushroom Cloud is the only pet we have left. So let's get some new ones. How many do we need now, by the way? Just to get a checkup on this. So we've gotten Trema, Black Elemental, Megaton Berry, Ancient Matriarch, Lacerda. Okay, so we need a Paragon, Check, Conjurer, Mushroom Cloud, I still count because I haven't finished it yet. Elder Drake, Flan Azabahe, Anything Eater, Sahagin Prince, Humbaba, Killer Machina, Assault Machina, Machina Soldier, Machina Leader, Wasp Queen, Sahagin Chief, King Takuba, Heavy Salad, Elder Servant, Claret Dragon, Adamant Tortoise, and Grey Malboro. Did I say just 18 faints then? Honestly, we're pretty much on the clock with this one. That's pretty nice. But there's a lot of L creatures in here. Like, we still have to deal with, like, what? 10 L creatures here? Like, most of them are Ls. So that's bad. I mean, I cannot really, like, go with that, Vitali, like, specifically. Like, but I understand what you're meaning there. Because, I mean, I've never been really much of a bookworm to begin with. Like, it can have an interesting story in it, but usually I'm not that much of a guy for stories alone. Like, I like a story along with something that I can do. Like, the doing part is the most important part for me, but usually a story alone is not enough to, like, get me going. Even when I, like, read or watch things, it's kind of like, I have something else I'm doing at the same time. It's not usually that I, like, get so stuck with reading things, for example. Never been a book guy. But it's quite alright. So, our current situation is that we only have one S, right? Yeah, only Mushroom Cloud. So let's update. L, 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 M. So we can get Elder Drake still from Bevel. That would be great. Then Sahagin Prince, maybe. Others are Ls. Yeah, these are Ls right there. So Pavel has 1 M and 3 L's left. Then Calmlands has 2 L's and an S. Then Bicanel has just straight up 5 L's. Jose has an L. Father Plains has 2 M's and 2 S's. 2 M's and 2 S's and a single L. And that's it. So that means I can get 1 M, 1 S, 3 M's and 3 S's. That's it. That's all I can get. Okay, so there is gonna be some S that's gonna like stick through a bit, but that's alright. Maybe the level difference is gonna like make it catch up a bit. Gotta go to the shopping and be back in a few. No worries, Vitali. Thank you so much for dropping in. Hope to see you soon then. So let me get the creatures out of the way then. So Elder Drake from the bell. Ah, shit, it's Critical Bug. Why did I get a Critical Bug here? That's weird. Uh-oh. I hope this isn't a bad news for me about the Elder Drake, but it should be available, I believe. Did I save? I think I did. Okay, let me just go back and go to the old save. So I'll take this one here. Yeah, with the mushroom. So, let me try this again. Can I please get the Elder Drake? I don't think I did the Elder Drake yet, right? It should be easy to notice if I did. But I'm pretty sure I didn't do them yet. Yeah, no Elder Drake so far. Yeah, no way, dude. Where's my Elder Drake? Please don't scream like this. Please don't do this to me. Okay. Let's try this one more time. After that, I'll try a specific pull. Jesus, Matriarch. That's scary. It just says that I should just pass Bienvenido's first floor and that's it. I can get an Elder Drake. So where's my Elder Drake? Drake. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it is here. Okay. Why didn't you come here first, buddy? Why did you not come for me? You bastard. Well, I did spend the SP there, but I guess that's okay. We still got M's and S's in our hands, so we can handle this much. The rest, I guess, we had to get from Bicaniel. And there was also one from the Calmlands, the Hagen Prince. I think I'll get that out as well. So we have 2 slots left. We'll put an S in here. That was supposed to be the other way around. It's fine. We can do that. Oh, it's a Cactuar! No! No! Oh, I was supposed to be Calmlands anyway. My bad. So, but just... Actually... Yeah, okay. Fund the planes, that was it. I'm sorry, I just like thought of like Bicanel automatically because Machinas usually come from there, but it was this place. So this medium goes in Thunder Plains and the small goes to Calmlands, right? Right. Okay. Now. Killer Machina. If it's a killer Machina, it must be a really good Machina because that Machina is killer. Straight up. A fire Machina. I give you Masa Hagen Prince. Thank you. Well, now we have actually double-checked every single area now, so we have officially learned that yes, these creatures are all now available, so we should be good. Hopefully. Okay, and now we should be just about full. Yes. So, it's a hog... No. With Mushroom Cloud, either Elder Drake or Killer Machina. Which one is which, and what are the levels here? Elder Drake is 69. Lol. Killer Machina is 79. Oh, they're all below 80. That's awesome. Cool. Okay. I think I'll get the Elder Drake. I think Killer Machina and Hagenbridge are gonna work really well together. Level-wise. So Elder Drake is gonna be super easy to level. I'm glad to see that. Higher power. Let's give them the agility because they're super slow. And the usual hit a success and R&D. There we go. Let's heal and go to our next run. Waste no time. I'll save on top of this. We don't need the upper save too much. Alright. So yeah, guys, if I said earlier that I had 18 fiends left to catch, aside from like a couple, like including a couple of things that I thought I should grab just in case, because I'm not sure if they're actually gonna be grabbable later on, then yep, we're already halfway through with this. Maybe in the next stream we're gonna be done with this, but not today most likely, unless I got super performance mode, which I don't think is gonna happen. And I mean, I do want to take my time to enjoy the stories here. We're not exactly sitting on a horse or on a horse, so a couple hours here or there isn't that important. As long as we're having fun with this and experiencing the Fiend stories. That being said, some of those creatures might be instantly turnable. I did not check that. Including the Elder Drake. Elder Drake. I'll check it out later. M-Pods. Honestly, now I need to like catch up on L-Pods at this point. Ls and SPs, I'd say would be like the ideal at the moment. And because we need to really get ready to like grab up those L creatures. This is getting out of hand here. I'm focusing so much on the other things here. Well, this the Monkey Sisters was easy. By the way, Migo, are you still working on? Are you now working on those factions that you mentioned earlier, like the new ones? Or did you like decide to move on to some other activities in the game? Did you decide to do more dungeoning? If I just get rid of this Bahamut, the Mushroom Cloud should be good to go. And then story progression should be easy. Oh god, the impulses. I hope this guy's in Mega Flaring soon. Black Sky, we can still make it. Our defenses are luckily that high. There we go. But yeah, Mushroom Cloud should now be just about ready to be released. Then we're gonna finish off the Elder Drake, maybe get some other S creatures to help them out a bit. And then we can soon start moving on to L creatures. Ah, so we went back to Forza, I see. So I was also wondering about this, that you did like put yourself out of Forza pretty quickly for the P2, but I guess it didn't like stick around long. You just, I guess, kind of went to figure out what's different and like left it at that, I suppose. And also, why so many door dashes? Like, do you need to, like, do that to get some money to, like, get some good cars or something? So you can, like, start, like, earning money in some different ways using those cars? Because I don't know, like, what the actual Forza Horizon gameplay honestly is about. I just know it's a car game. I guess a racing game. Not 100% on that, but still, something like that. So, like, just doing DoorDash without context in a game like that, just, you know... Well, I would need more context for me to understand what the purpose is. But I do understand that it's money to get you started, maybe. Live it the mundane life so you can have your fun life. You're ready, right, Mushroom Cloud? Ah, yes, finally. And then on the hint side, I think Elder Drake is easily at stage 3 already. Oh, not yet. I guess they didn't level up. But it's gonna happen soon. 100%. What's the #1 food that kids don't like to eat? Yes, you guessed it. It's me. Believe it or not, I used to be an ordinary mushroom. Pure fungus. Unwritten family rule? Parents who grow up not liking fungi don't serve them at their own table. So their kids end up disliking them as well without ever having tasted them. I'm making a stand to improve the social standing of fungi. My goal is to create a utopia of the fungi, by the fungi, and for the fungi. I'm going to be the bridge of hope between the human world and the fungus world. Or is it fungi? Fungi. Fungi. And this is where I need the help of you and your universal appeal, Lady Yuna. Let me get right to the point. I'd like for you to eat a lot of fungi in front of the people of Spira. I mean, if Lady Yuna eats a fungi with a big smile, then everyone will start liking fungi, am I right? What? Are you saying that you don't like us fungi either, Lady Yuna? Well, how about you? Huh? Do you hate us? Really? Then how about you over there? Can't stand the mere sight of us, you say? Well, that pretty much kills my plans for a fungus utopia. Very simple-minded. It's one of the minigames. Good to get early money and rep, and it's an icon on the minimap that needs to get cleared. Okay, I see. Fair enough. Yeah, just about the same OCD with the markers on the minimap as I do. Get rid of all the extra stuff so you can focus on the real things. And I think it's always good to follow those, because you might end up you know, doing main stuff too much and miss out on the side stories too easily. It's pretty fun. Right, okay. But yeah, like I thought, it was a good way to get early money and rep. So good reputation and overall just, well, money. I guess you're gonna need that for one of your luxury cars eventually. Like P50. Best purchase. What? I had hoped that she would savor the exquisite flavor, but Lady Yuna doesn't like mushrooms to say. Aww. The negotiations are over then. This is so infuriating. Now I'll have to punish Lady Yuna and her crew and make fungi the only food available in Spira. Don't underestimate us, fungi. And don't underestimate brother. Oh, what's this? Oh, so they think I don't understand human language. Now what are they saying? Brother, I love you, man. You are delicious. Huh? What did you just say? I want to eat you. This is the first time I've ever felt needed by anyone. Well, alright then, eat me. Go ahead and eat me. Thanks. I spotted some big talk about a mushroom paradise, but maybe all I wanted was that one person that needed me. Oh my god, he's now super hyper. Robert, you fine, bro? You're really in shrooms at the moment. Hyperdelics? Psychedelics? Huh? Did Robert eat something weird again or something? He's exactly the same as always. This is the weirdest time to come in. Oh boy, you know it, Nacho. Dude, that is... Oh my god, I'm so sorry for you. So welcome, first of all. Do you know this game? Final Fantasy X-2, by any chance? Or is this your first time ever hearing this? Or like seeing this game? Because that is quite the entrance. I'll give you that. I guess next I'll put Sahagin in there. Also, for your information, I'm Finnish also. And I played the original X2 years back, can't remember anything. The original. Okay, well, first of all, Torilla Tavataan. Nice to meet you as well, fellow Finn. And the second thing is that, this actually does explain a lot of things then, because this is the remaster version. And the remaster has new features in it. And this whole thing that you see right now is all part of the new feature. So, if I'm not mistaken, the original never had fiend capturing. But this game has a very big emphasis on it. Well, not that you're gonna tell me to speak in Finnish accent, I guess I'll do it, Tonini. So, the deal here is that we have this new thing called Creature Creator. And in Creature Creator we have, we are supposed to collect fiends to put them in a fiend arena to fight there, and in fiend arena when we progress we win cups, we get rewarded, and there might be some progression. Now we've already done all the progression stuff, but we still have to level the fiends up, and the best way to do it is that if you don't level them conventionally, you can put them in the fiend cups, or like the fiend arena in the competitions, and if they win them in an appropriate level range, they get bonus story levels. And the whole idea here is that if you want to have a 100% collection of all the creatures, we must release them after the whole story is finished. So I'm doing the story part right now, trying to get all the fiends collected and have their all stories gotten. And there are a few things I have to do here before I move to New Game Plus. And as you can see, I'm pretty far into the game already if you look at the number that the stream is at, so yeah. Pretty far in, and you can see that I may be doing a lot of things that may not make sense to you if you don't know much about the game or you don't remember anything, but, well, I'm always happy to explain anything if you want me to explain that, so thanks for dropping in yourself, Nacho. Hope you're gonna enjoy the stream. With that accent, you definitely are a rally driver. Well, let's just say that I am not much of a, I don't really like the race English that Finnish people talk in. Because, like, you know, there are some people that do that deliberately, and it hurts me on my soul a lot. But let's just say that I'm willing to do it ironically. But in a normal situation, I will use a fairly clean English accent. There might be some points that might point out me being Scandinavian, yes, but for the most part, I got a pretty good accent with that. So yes, this is only temporary. One of the many channel point rewards, so thank you very much for that, Tony. And thank you for being on the stream as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure how much you remember and don't remember about the game, but the least I can tell you right now is that I'm pretty far with the game at the moment. I have already basically beaten the story once. I was already once at 100%, but I missed something in Creature Creator that I had to go back for, and I've been working on like getting my hours back in ever since. And you can see the playtime on this save is crazy long. He's not a rally driver, he doesn't even play Forza. Well, yes, I know the Forza Horizon 6 just came out. Like, there is not even a single day we don't hear about you talking about that, or less. We won't have a few hours spare before we talk about it again, but the thing is, again, I cannot pay for a full price game. I'm a student. I cannot do that. You don't remember anything. That's fine, Nacho. That's fine. Completely fine. You are in safe hands. Well, I won't explain the whole meaning of Universe 42 and everything right now, but if you got anything that you need a jogging of reminder of, then do let me know. But the base idea here now is simple. Very simple. This, get to 100%. Creatures completed. We need to get some creatures here before we move to New Game Plus, and then the rest we get in New Game Plus. So we'll be 100% with that. And here we have to get to 100%. And we could already basically do it, but I haven't done it yet. I just gotta do these few story bits that are just cutscenes, but I don't care about them too much yet. I just wanna do the creature creator stuff first, because it's like the more laborious part. When in doubt, just pay $1 to get the discount month on Xbox Game Pass and play the game there. How bold of you to assume that I can, like, play on an Xbox Game Pass consistently? Me have enough time to play games so that it warrants having a subscription? Oh my lord. You're crazy. But yeah, those two, 200%. I might still get 99% from this run, but I can get it to 100% from in the New Game Plus. I know that. I already had it once. So it's more about just getting all the other things that had to be done in this save before we do the New Game Plus. Getting those done. And all we gotta do is like collect about 15 more creatures in here, in this list, and that's good. Exactly. There's a lot of creatures in here already, but we're still missing like half of them, as you may have seen from the percentage. But most of them are gonna be something we can get on New Game Plus, where getting them is gonna be super easy. And some of them are not even obtainable right now, because we're on the wrong chapter. Just for a reminder, this game was cut into 5 different chapters, and each chapter has different fiends, so you can only get certain fiends in certain chapters. Along with some other random restrictions, which I didn't know about earlier, so yeah. That's why we have to do it in this way, and that's why this is so complicated. Of course, Miko, you would bust. I mean, to be honest, I think I will have a little bit of an orgasm when I'm done with this game finally, because I have not been spending just a few hundred hours on this game already, and X as well, just to get everything done. It's been an experience. Well, the good thing is, Remaster also has the turbo boost. You can get through this pretty quickly. What is not so, enjoy the stream. Glad you could make it here. Hope you're gonna have a fun time. And if you got any questions or wanna talk about anything, do let me know. I am very open to talk about stuff while I'm playing. It's just that I may not always think about a certain topic you might be interested in myself, so. You play very little, but you're always trying to get back into gaming. You're planning to play some older Nintendo games. Ooh, what kind of Nintendo games? How do you feel about Chapter 4 of this game? Is that good enough? Okay. It's not super bad, but after the first time, it's a slog. And I had to do it again. I don't actually remember how it went. It was more like that I had to figure out myself like where the line goes and try to hope that I got everything right. And even now I'm not sure if I got everything right because I didn't get 100% of this game, but it might be because of a couple reasons, but it's okay. We can still get to 100% on New Game Plus, so it's all good. Don't know yet, but price on Paper Mario. Want to start easy. Paper Mario is a pretty good start. Are we talking that you wanna go for Nintendo 64 games, GameCube games, or what specific games have you been thinking about? Because I used to have Nintendo 64 as a kid, mainly. We had GameCube too, but I would say 64 was like the, you know, the golden grail. Or the holy grail of our, of my childhood. It was something that my older brothers had, so I kinda grew up with it myself, even though I was already like, let's say, way past the age for that. That sounds good, yeah. But yeah, I would say just Chupri, regarding this, the chapter 4 is honestly a chapter that nobody seems to like. Actually, like, everybody here was just like, you know, everybody that knew about it were just saying that this is gonna be a boring part. And everyone that didn't know were just admitting that, yeah, Comspheres kinda sucked. But at least that part is already over. And it's very funny because also during the Comsphere, surprise surprise, there are literally no fiends to get for Creature Creator either, so you can just like skip it basically. Too bad that for 100% you have to be very careful about what you skip. Emenalus, you loved it. Just like I lie about that Vaughn is the main character of FF12. But honestly, a very good choice in my opinion, Nacho. I'm a bit biased about that, but I would do the same. Like, if I had to go back to some like old games of my childhood, it would be Nintendo 64. And I've actually done that a little bit as well. It's been quite fun. I actually 100% had Donkey Kong 64 for the first time in my life, finally. Like, I think a year or two ago. I think more about a year. Close to that. And, yeah, it's been a wonderful time. Also some other games like Mario Kart 64. And Paper Mario 2, but honestly, I didn't play that much in the past. But I did see videos about it properly at some point. It did seem pretty interesting, because I like RPG games myself. Paper Mario is pretty cool, but honestly, now that I played as an adult, it felt a little bit casual to me. I was looking for a more deeper experience, so I never really finished it yet, but maybe I'll get to it at some point. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mentality for it. But yeah, let's do one more A-Young Cup with these and we can move on to the next team. You're just gonna be lazy and play an emulator, you don't want to unbox your old consoles, you're not even sure how to connect your N64 to the TV. I mean, that's fair, honestly, and I think it might be the best choice anyway, because first of all, your hardware might be very broken by now, or like, might not work anymore properly, and it can still work just fine on emulator, and if you have a decent PC, it's gonna even run better. Because, you know, you'll still be pretty much limited by the hardware on that thing, if you're playing like with the original. Not that it's a specific problem, but, well, you know, at least emulator can get you better results in the long term. And also, we actually do also have still a functional Nintendo 64. My cousin has still a Nintendo 64. And it was actually for the first time ever that I beat Banjo-Kazooie or even played the game, like just about 2 years ago max, when I was at my cousin's. I was coming over to them a few times and they would just like, kinda just like, you know, oblige me to play the game so I can finish it. It was pretty cool though. But I do see from that Donkey Kong 64 was like a bigger production. Like I felt like Banjo-Kazooie was way smaller compared to Donkey Kong 64 as a game. But they have very similar, you know, gameplay processes. Does it still work, Migo? Oh, I see. Well, Banjo-Kazooie is a pretty popular title for the game. Along with GoldenEye, for example. Or like for the console, yeah. 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I would say that I was also like more, like about a year ago, I was like being more serious about emulating. I was playing about Nintendo 64, PS2, and yeah, Nintendo 64, PS2 games mostly. On my own time, yeah. Hey, Mandeville man, do the Mandeville dance. Oh god, oh god, Mandeville dance, huh? Okay. Hold on, I need to think about this, how this went again. Hold on. This is the best song to be played Mandeville dance, but hold on. I need to think about this. It's like this. It's like. Okay. I think I got it. Alright. Mandeville dance? That's the Mandeville dance then. You also future-proof your system, brought wireless IR bar for Wii gaming. Oh, I miss my Wii, dude. I miss my Wii so much. You call me an old man? Gosh. I'll be stretching enough, I'll be fine. I'm still young and thin. Okay, hold on. Yeah. There you go. You happy now, Miyako? He's young. I'm deaf older. I am young. And if your actual year on the profile name says anything about your age, then yeah, you're way older than me. Nice. You actually made it in time for something unusual. I was doing the Mandeville dance. If you don't know the Mandeville dance, then you know the Mandeville dance. It's the best dance. Especially when you're naked, just running in your overalls or in your underpants. It is a birth year, yeah. I mean, you could say that compared to like maybe the average 24-year-old like me, maybe most would not be so ecstatic about retro games and such, but well, here I am. It is what I do. Brother, is that you? Gold wings, explode! It is me. We actually had the Fiend brother here for a longest time in this team, but I had to make some room because we already had so many like more team members here, and we had to focus on actually getting these Fiends out of the way. So, yeah. And he's so young, he still plays Roblox, bro. Okay, yes, I play Roblox, but it's only a phase, honestly. It's kind of like this thing that I got introduced to Roblox like a few years ago. I'm not a guy that grew up with Roblox. Like, literally, my friend taught me, or like showed the game to me, or like almost pushed it to me when I was about 18-ish, roughly. Just a face, mom. I'm okay with Roblox. Like, I can talk about that all I want. Or like, I can talk about that openly. I'm not embarrassed about it. But it's more about the fact that I honestly have a very situational thing with that. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. But it is kind of like my age group. Like, honestly, most people that actually play Roblox are of my age, roughly. It's actually turned more into a game that it's like a nostalgic platform for people in their 20s rather than actually like a platform for kids. Like, there are still kids in the platform too, but the majority is the young adults in the 20s or so. But yeah, the thing about this actually is that I am not a Roblox main. I don't really generally spend lots of time on Roblox. But there are times in my life, especially now that I have to be looking for a job and the job market is very bad, I'm so kind of like, my mind is so stuck with that and some other things I had to do with as well. So I haven't really been able to get myself like into a good mentality to like start anything, you know, a super deep game, or just focus on the things that I should be focusing on. So Roblox has often been the kind of a place that has been a pretty good place to go to if you want to just have something easy to go and easy to like go away from. And you just want to relax. Like, play something that doesn't like require much of your mind capacity and can just focus on other things. So, Habbo Hotel, yeah. I used to have an account there too, but I didn't go far with it. Because I'm also the kind of guy that doesn't spend a single dime, so yeah, couldn't do much in Habbo Hotel, that just admire other people's things. And honestly, I play MMOs, man, or at least used to, more or less. So, Habbo Hotel is just MMO without the actual RPG elements, so I'm better off just playing MMORPGs. Same thing, but I actually get to do something in the meantime. I see. That's fine, though. I got nothing against that. You do you, buddy. All Finns are legally required to play Habbo Hotel. That is so fucking true. That is so true, man. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm playing Roblox. No, actually, Mom, wait. Can I please get 10 bucks of Robux? Can I get some Robux so I can buy this Game Pass on this game? I wanna get my triple pets. Yes. We'll go with those jokes. Fine. But yeah, seriously though. Yes, I have Roblox, but I'm actually not joking about the fact that it is more really a phase thing. That once I get like the other, like, you know, things from the back of my head away, like once I actually get to secure myself a job, or I'm like getting more like settled with it, I'm then likely gonna have so much energy in my hands and like so much freedom in my mind that I'm just gonna like start thinking that I don't want to just game, man. It feels too boring. I actually want to get things done, and that's when I'm gonna get back to videos making and such, mostly. Life is a phase also. You know, Nacho, if you were any younger, I would expect you to be an edgy teenager with that shit. I mean, true, but let's just say that situations in life are situational, or like phases. So Roblox is, I guess, a lifestyle, but it's a lifestyle that I only have selectively. Professional Roblox player converting Robux to real money to make a living. Is this the time when I become a Roblox YouTuber? I'm just gonna start playing all the shitty-ass RPG games on Roblox and start getting tens of thousands of views from all those unsuspecting little children that think that this is gonna be great content, but it isn't. And then I have to like start like family friendly filtering myself that I'm no longer able to even say shit or billion. Yes. I heard myself say that and I thought to myself, wait, that was stupid, but sure. Let's do it then. Sure. Anyway. So I hope that cleared up. Again, if anybody wants to laugh about that, that's completely fine. I mean, my whole purpose of existing here is to be a laughingstock for more or less, but you know, just so we can also get an understanding of where we're at. So I think in a couple months I won't even talk about Roblox anymore. I likely won't have it in my mind otherwise than for playing with my friend maybe sometimes on Mondays when we get together because they play too themselves. And it's a good place to like play something just like when you don't want to buy a new survival game for 20 bucks, you want to get a Roblox, you want to get that survival game from home or at home. So that's the experience. All the mid-quality shit that's super easy to get to for free. So let's just say that it fills kind of like a certain hole that I don't usually generally get to like fill with my usual boots, basically. So it like fits for a person like me in times when I just want to have something chill. Because honestly, usually I like play such games that just logging in can sometimes feel just like a slog because you just know all the things you gotta do. It's easier to just like have sometimes in these cases like things to just like play for 2 minutes and just get off and be like, yeah, I'm done. Okay, maybe not 2 minutes, but you know, still like there is no pressure as to like how much you're gonna play it. Very few of them have it. And those are not the kind of games that I would play that do have it. But yeah, going back to what was being said here, I didn't realize Im was a 7-foot-tall giant. That's actually pretty funny, Anitsu, because Miyako made me do this because I have a character in FFXIV that is literally just a 7-foot-tall giant. Like, I am playing as a Highlander here, which is basically like a tall fucking human. Chiseled human. And so I just go running around in a dress or in a swimsuit, just like freaking dancing mandible or just like flexing my muscles. I'm like the, way too proud of himself stream bro in that game. Even though I'm quite the opposite in real life. It's just a gag. So of course we had to do the mandible dance. They even call me the spiritual successor of Mandible himself, and that's a pretty strong claim. But yeah, what else there was? Well, anyway. Congrats, Migo. Is there a limit to how much you can do it? Or like, did you like get all the things that you wanted to? Enough money for to start your own illegal business. But anyway, for everyone else here now hearing this, I hope this at least gives enough of a context here that if you guys got anything else that you might be embarrassed about, things that you might feel like most people you shouldn't talk about because it feels embarrassing and it might just like make you look bad. Honestly, this isn't a place where you have to worry about like the preconceptions or, what other people might feel about that. I mean, sure, maybe not everybody is gonna like agree with you on something, but I'm not the kind of guy who's gonna judge somebody on like what they do. As long as you're not hurting anybody, it's all fine, dude. Like, if you love Habbo Hotel, then fucking go ahead. I'm not gonna complain. It's just very good that you are very honest about what you like are interested in. I think having to lie to be something else that you are not is the worst part, so this is like the kind of comfort zone you can just be yourself. So keep that everyone in mind. Got all 9 promotions, now you're a master delivery driver. Ooh. So you just wanted to get that out of the way, but you won't actually ever do a single job as a master delivery driver. Man, my guy is speedrunning that shit. Aw, thank you, Ninja. Appreciate your support, man. And thank you for, well, I guess I'll take it as a reward for what I said there, so I'm glad you like listening to it. I've never tasted such disgusting food in my life! You there! Bring the chef out immediately! What do you mean there's no chef? No wonder your food is terrible. How can you live like this? I have more refined taste, just to let you know. I won't stand for this kind of fiend abuse. Oh god, let's bring in the PETA of fiends now. They're gonna do some more morally distinct shit. Just for their own sake. Everything tastes salty. The meat is burnt, the bread is stale, and the soup is lukewarm. Forgive my harsh words, but in my previous life, I was a chef at the restaurant de Bevel. Lines stretched for miles at lunchtime, and dinner reservations had to be made 1 year in advance. And that is a shitty restaurant. That's how famous my establishment was. Now do you see why I won't stand for slop? You wanna cook then? Well, now I'm just a fiend, you say. Huh. Even as a fiend, I can still appreciate fine cuisine. I only drink the freshest water from Mount Gagazet and only eat meat, poultry, and beside fish. Luckily, I used to live in a labyrinth where fiends from all over would bring me fresh ingredients. Things might cost a tad bit more, but I refuse to compromise when it comes to cuisine. Absolutely no signs of progress. Time for me to take the reins. Alright, Goldwings, guide me to your kitchen so that I may share with you the joy of a delicious meal. Hey, free chef. Damn. Restaurant Elder Drake opens today. I'm a little late. Wow, this place is hopping. Yes? They say this isn't the same place it was yesterday. I believe they use premium ingredients now. I'm so hungry. I can't wait. Hurry up with the food. And it's free to boot. Awesome. How does it even fucking fit in there? They've been poking out all the drinks in the shelves. Oh no. Blue plate special for you. With some extra torch. We are showing the red this month. Fine cuisine. It is a prize. That was an experience. Alright. So I think I brought the Sahagin Prince, so you're at 3 already. That's very good. So they got a level and a story progression point. Killer Machina, you haven't done a single thing yet. I'm gonna go with these guys for now, and I'll think about getting more creatures in just a bit. For now, I think we should just prepare them. So develop creature, party members, Killer Machina. Bad agility, so that's definitely gonna be a thief right there. There we go. Beat a success. And Iron Duke. Alright. I've heard about elephant in the store, but a dragon in the kitchen? Have you not heard about elephant in the room? Of course, it is a bit of a different allegory here, but just the thought of, like, you know, something just doesn't really, like, quite seem right. Something doesn't fit. I wonder what that would be. Would it be the chef that is, like, just about the size of the area that a chef is supposed to be in? How do they even do their job? On hot dishes? You know, Elder Drake, meat spice. Elephant in the store, dragon in the kitchen, tiger in the bed, and a shark in your ear. What a zoo. Wait, shark in my ear? When did that happen? I mean, everything else still, like, you know, everything else still checks out, but the shark in your ear is just kind of like... Sus. There's too animalistic behavior going on lately. Very sus. Yeah. He would be very good at making char dishes. And I think they would make for a very good, like, quick oven. So, can I just have this meat? Can I just have, like, this meat medium rare? Sure. Just straight up, just, like, spews fire at it. At perfect temperature. They would make a good living grill. And the best part, we don't even have to refuel it. And if you're thinking about the Fiend eating something, no, they just like, you know, they just take all the nutrients from the air. Definitely. We work them like a slave, literally. But you know, this actually kind of made me think of like those like other like the word combinations, like elf on the shelf. It just like randomly reminds me of this one I heard about it at some point. Like, you heard about elf on the shelf, now get prepared for Beskar on a Death Star. And I was like thinking like how many other words like that are there? Or like how many other like word combos like that? They're pretty funny. I don't really play with those often, but you know. When they do happen across, I just like can laugh at myself like, oh my god, somebody actually came up with this. You somehow had so much mental capacity spare in your head that you thought that coming up with this was a great idea. Can you say that with confidence? And I'm just like, okay, well, it was worth it. Wasn't my idea, so I'll take it. I will just not contribute to that anymore. And also, amigo, can you elaborate a bit more about the tiger in the bed? Just a plushie, am I right? I think that might be it for the Sahagin Prince. Didn't really pay attention to they leveled up, but maybe they did. No, they did one more. Damn it. Okay, fine.
I think I'll give the...
No. No, Edgy Teen Lord. Nothing. You won't get a single moment of attention. You said enough. So one more run. After that, I guess I need to go grab some more S's and M's or maybe even L's. I think it's about time we start looking on those. That being said, actually, hold on. How many pods do we have right now? I have... Oh my god, I have 6 L pods. Okay. Okay. Sure. I can work with that. But... let's actually make just a little bit of space here still. I'm gonna get another S from the lens and leave it at that. Machina Soldier, there we go. Looking good. Creature history. Yeah, because Sahagin Prince is gonna be done soon, so it would be nice to pair it with the Killer Machina and Machina Soldier together. The question is, though, what level did they come out as? Of course it's 81, so they're gonna level up slow as hell. Aww. Of course, so I guess we're gonna have a spare S at some point, but it's fine. We can live with that. Let me just go, I guess, save this real quick before we go. I'm just gonna make this very clear, though, like, for anyone that, you know, maybe not so familiar with this game after a while. Yes, this Turbo feature that I'm using right now was not in the base game. Turbo is something that is in the remaster for the PC specifically. The funny thing is, I cannot even do that with the controller. I gotta actually use PC controls. So even if you got this game on a different controller, or like if you got it on a console, then literally you're gonna do this. PC Master Race. Okay. Anima down. I really wish I could do Fiend World Cup instead so I can get myself the level bonuses, but... Migo, what does one must do if that they could push a teenager out of the one of the arena cups? Because honestly, we already gave him a whooping. Why does he have to stay there? Why does our poor little almighty Shinra have to stay in the goddamn arena just to mess with me? If it had just been an Omega weapon all the way to the end, we would be having a much better time with this. But it wasn't meant to be. And to be fair, I understand why Autoplane Envoy is there. Did I just casually get a ribbon? Did I just casually get another ribbon? Oh god, nice. Well, okay, sure. But as I was saying, yeah. Like, Autoplane Envoy has a lot of things you can farm, and that's decent. I understand why they stay in Farplane Cup. But why Shinra? Because I mean, Shinra just drops Dark Matter, I think. And that's kind of like something you can get from anywhere, basically. Well, I say anywhere, but I mean, if you wanted to really farm Dark Matter, I could just farm Trema endlessly, so... It just kind of feels pointless that they would leave that as a compulsory fight. Because there are some other things that are nice to have from the Almighty Shinra Cup too. But they have to keep him there. Those bastards. Wait, the Prince didn't level up? I still gotta do one more? What about the Killer Machina? Still 2. Man, that was a very unlucrative run. What about the XP boost you guys are supposed to have? You guys are just boosting hard, but you don't boost yourselves. I got almost 40 wins in Aeon Cup now. I've done over 30 fights in here, casually. That's almost sad. Genuinely. By the way, I actually wanted to ask about this again. I'm not sure if you're okay with talking for a bit. I was like thinking genuinely like, you said Paper Mario first, but are there any other games from your past with the Nintendo consoles that you're like particularly fond of? Like I know Banjo-Kazooie, I know Paper Mario, but is there anything else that you're at least planning to do? Maybe not right after, but anything else crossing your mind? Because I mean, I could be like probably like pretty enthusiastic about some of the Nintendo games, Nintendo 64 games, like Pokemon Stadium. I used to play that way too much as a kid. And honestly, actually talking about that, one of my biggest gripes when I was a kid was that because Pokemon Stadium has like these different cups you can play, like with different Pokemon level ranges. There's the thing that it had rental Pokemons that you can like always get for the selection when you like go for a cup. Of course, provided that a Pokemon is supposed to have that certain evolution stage at that level. But the other thing was that rentals had abilities that you cannot change, so they had whatever they had for specific skills. And they always started at the minimum possible level for the cup, so if the level of range of the cup was like 15 to 20, then it would be like level 15 range Pokemons. And then like the other opponents would like increase in level eventually. Let's say all the way to 18, 19, maybe even 20 in some cases. So it honestly kind of hurt me the most because the game was actually designed to like be paired with the Game Boy Pokemon games. I'm not sure what specific Pokemon game, but one of the Game Boy versions maybe at least. Maybe even multiple of them. But the idea was that you can transfer your own Pokemons in there for the tournament. And it kind of always hurt me that there was an opportunity for me to do that, but I never had a Game Boy at the time, so I was really feeling that I really wanted to just play the game just to like, you know, have better Pokemons in Pokemon Stadium. But there was never really a chance for that. I'm pretty sure that my brother had a Game Boy somewhere, but it was definitely something that he was taking very good care of. Like he was like probably treasuring it in for his own self. Like making sure that I wouldn't get my grubby hands on it because I was too young. I mean, I may have made a cursed mistake that I may have been, you know, playing around with the prints on the Nintendo 64 cartridges for like images for the game. I may or may not have been picking on them when I was a little kid. So most of the shells that we actually have for the games are pretty much ruined. But that's a different case. I hope I would have been decent with the Game Boy, but I guess there's a reason why he never wanted to give it to me. Oh, yikes. But yeah, it always kind of was a gripe for me that I always wanted to like go deeper with Pokemon Stadium, but all it really went to was like just fail runs on anything else but the max level cup. And me just playing the kids corner. The mini games. Sometimes like with my cousin and brother and such. Like we'd sometimes have like 4-player parties with that. That was pretty cool. I liked it. We even still sometimes have those. At least with me and my cousin. It's pretty fun. Anyway, I think Sahagi Bridge should now be done, because they did get a level up there earlier. What about the Killer Machina? 3, as I figured. That's alright. Alright, Prince. Why, hello there! You know, before I became a fiend, I was a goldfish. My name was Akao, and this lovely elderly couple in Besaid took good care of me. I was so happy back then. I hope that couple is doing well. I got an idea. I should go and check in on them. Exactly, that's what I was thinking of. Hello there. Yes, that's what I'll do. It'll be so nice to see them after all this time. I can't believe it. I went to the house in Besaid and only the old lady was there. I can't believe it, the old man is gone. Poor Granny looked so sad. I wonder if I could help her smile again. I remember now. The old couple really used to look forward to the fireworks at the Besaid festival. Now that I've been trained, I could use magic to transform myself into Gramps and go to Besaid. I'll help Granny be happy again. Oh god, oh god, no, this is not gonna go well. Oh dude, one of those taboos you never do. The stars are beautiful in the night sky. Tonight is the Besaid fireworks contest. I'll disguise myself as Gramps and go see Granny. Oh no. I hope she'll be happy to see me. Ah, such memories. I wonder how Granny's doing. No, 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 no. Whoops, first things first. Not even gonna like, you know, tell them that you're gonna do it. Ta-da! No. What do you think? Oh, my dear. Is that really you? I was so worried. Where have you been? Krabs has already passed on, but... It looks like Granny has forgotten about that. Ah, Mother! Oh, you smell like the ocean. I did this to make Granny happy, so it's okay, right? Yeah, I was walking along the beach and I got lost. Today's the fireworks hunt that you were looking forward to, dear. Ah, yes. It's about to begin, though. Ah. Indeed. So beautiful. Uh-oh. I'm starting to feel a little woozy. I might not be able to keep the illusion going. Don't overexert yourself, Mr. Fiend. Huh? I was initially just going to play dumb, but... You're that goldfish that we kept all those years ago, aren't you? Granny, why? When you grow older, you start to get a sense for these things. Thank you for a wonderful time, Mr. Fiend. I've been so lonely ever since my husband passed. After hearing Granny's words, I felt very fulfilled. Granny, don't be sad. I'll always watch over you. Dude, that would never actually happen. There's no way that would actually happen, ever. I mean, okay, of course, like, transforming into a person is, like, the one thing, but actually that reaction is so unnatural. Like, actually... pretending without even, like, you know, asking or anything like that. Like, that surprise could have gone such a wrong way with that. What if the granny had actually been, like, somehow, like, you know, sick in memory? And so dealing with, like, a lie like that is just... Ooh. I'm just happy that was taken well, but dude, I don't think that would be, like, the actual reaction in a real scenario. That was just... That was a risky-ass move, little fish. My god. That was scary. Anyway. I guess I'll just finish also the... one of the robots. And after that, I guess I'll start making L. Or, you know what? Just to make some room for more pods, I'll get some L creatures now. And this should be pretty much a guaranteed success, because there's nothing else, for example, in Big L. Actually, hold on. Let me think about this. Do I actually want to first get rid of my Bevel stuff we got? Yeah. I think we should. I'll actually go save, because I'm gonna go try to get some L creatures from Bevel. The thing is that we might get some creatures we already have, so I don't wanna, like, waste my pods on those. L pods are rare, and I wanna use every single bit of this I can. So, let's see. 2 trappings, we got room for that. Bevel. Yeah, we got 7 L pods. Well thought out. Conjurer. Alright, not a bad start. Can we get Paragon, please? So we can just name it Moon again. The very vessel of destruction. There it is, Paragon. Well, I hope Moon doesn't mind me calling them Moon again. I might as well keep up the tradition. And that was with a cat face. Yes, Miyako. Don't be worried about the true identity of your wifey. This is what happens. They wanted to be something, and they become Paragon. And they were fully okay with that. I think they fancied the idea of becoming a Gundam. In reality. Right, but we're not gonna use those yet because they're L creatures. Let's first get either the M or the S out of the way. Most like the M though. And let's then start... Let's get a 3rd L creature, and after that actually start working towards them. Because we have to balance it out a bit. Oh wait, I forgot to put the new one in there. Well, the Machina got some EXP, alright, but it's fine. Well, I need to go get the Machina Striker thing that I was supposed to have in here. That's a big whoops. I grab an S pod. I might have to trash that. I'll leave that for later. But I'm trying to actually, like, monopolize all the L's and SPs here. Monopolize. That word is gonna spoil like milk very soon. I swear. I think, like, Lifeline might low-key become one of the bigger memes on my streams, or like in general. We're gonna remember the funny things I've done and said on stream while playing that game. Simply because of all the random interactions we get with that. Machina Soldier. Yeah, you're very slow. For a light unit, you sure are slow as hell, so... The usual stuff for you. Okay, now it's fixed. We'll go like this. Oh wait, did I put it in the party? I did. Yes. That's always the first thing I do. Always the party and then I quit. Yeah. We good. We Gucci. And now that I have 2 creatures that just smack and don't explode, don't just cast useless effects, this should be quick. Wasn't even on turbo yet. And I'm saying that because, for those that don't know, we just earlier had bugs, which would literally just go and explode themselves on the enemies. And they would, like, obviously die from that, so you can use them more than once with that. That was a great ability. I'm glad I had a chance to remove those. And the best part about it is that if a creature dies in a fight, they won't get EXP. So, very inconvenient. So, I'm just happy there are creatures that just work normally. That just don't have intrinsic explosive devices inside them. And they don't just feel like, oh yeah, I should just casually use the self-exploding thing as a normal measure of defense. Just like every creature would. So, admittedly, it's a very nice little pace. Just attacks. Just attacks. Then there's other things like Pernicious Powder or Doom, but, you know. I guess they're less damaging. It's more like they just don't do anything in this case. So we're just dealing with this thing where rather than getting yourself killed off into the darkness, you're just there to stand ready and to just like not die so you can get the EXP. And not maybe endanger the whole party's survival because you're gonna leave that one guy alone with the rest of the attacks. I'll just straight up do a second one, because I know that the Killer Machina is not gonna be done yet. I'm gonna need more than that. But after this one, maybe. I, quite frankly, haven't paid attention what the level was originally, so I'd otherwise be able to count, but somebody's been a dum-dum. Electrocute. I don't think I've seen the ability before. Is it just damage or is it gonna be some useless CC ability? I feel like it's gonna be like some stun or confuse effect. But I hope it's damage. Oh, it's that ability and it barely does anything. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna remove that skill. Yikes. Or maybe they're gonna learn to not use that again. Because literally just going in for a smack and do 10k damage versus not have that. And just do 2k damage. Cast it for a long time. Yes, I needed that. Definitely. Well, how is the Killer Machina going around now? Do we need one more? Yes, we do. You are Fury. I'm Nick Fury as well. Nice to meet you. Story level 2. I just love casually just seeing Moon just sitting in here. Don't worry, Moon. You're gonna get to go into the field soon enough. So you have one more level for a Killer Machina. I think this might be it. 42 tournament wins. Big number. Aeon Cup is the meaning of everything. He's a Shiva shitting. I'll actually take my time to see the XP here. Didn't even have a chance to do it on this one run. 13,000 needed. We have a chance, but I wouldn't count on those chances too much. And I just realized the Machina Soldier. Oh god. And the Machina Soldier basically is like starting from the same level the Killer Machina is ending at. Oh yeah, this guy's gonna be slow as hell to level. I just know it. Well, hopefully it's gonna end up in a level at least on this one. I like to get them out of my system ASAP. Okay, decent EXP. I have never paid attention how much Bahamut gives. But I think we might have a bare chance that the Machina Striker levels up. But yeah, the Killer Machina is gonna need one more run. Oh, leveling at these levels is so hard. Can I just get the New Game Plus already? I miss my casual thing that I get 10 levels in a single cup. Plus Fintail bonuses. It was a very wonderful time. Oh no, we're missing 900! But it's fine. It's not like the level up would have done anything to me yet anyway, but I still like extras. Alright, so one more. You know what, guys? Just give me a moment here. I'm gonna like put the match starting, and in the meantime I'm gonna go grab myself another drink. Still gonna keep myself lubricated for an hour. I'll be back in just a bit. Robots are gonna be fine. I can't believe though that I want you to be satisfied with just like looking at this guy's fight over and over again. Nowadays it just feels like an impossible thought. Wait. Well, I do have snacks Vitali, but I don't need any. The thing actually here is that, like I said, I ate lunch at the beginning, which was like why I was a bit burpy at the beginning. Like I might get some you know, well, aerial issues, so to speak. But at the same time, it's important that I eat that like at that point because it's a 6-hour stream. So if I don't like eat close enough to the stream's beginning, I'm gonna easily end up hungry towards the end there. So it's kind of a trade-off between either you eat earlier, get hungrier later, or then you just eat pretty much right before the stream begins. Have a little bit of airflow issues for a bit while you're digesting it. And you're gonna be, you know, having some trouble speaking in the beginning of the stream. But I do prefer that over the fact that I get hungry on the stream, because I don't want to spend too much time just like, you know, snacking on the streams either. I want to be getting things done once we're at it. Well, of course, I do get things done, but, you know, would rather not distract myself too much. But yeah, I do have snacks in here. Plenty, but I don't need them. I'm fine. Thanks for your consideration, though. Actually, not right now. Like, if I was eating a couple hours earlier, yes, but I actually do, you know, last pretty well at this point. Like, I'm not actually feeling hungry at the moment. Because sometimes I eat like a couple hours before, then I might feel a bit peckish at the end, and then I might like eat a cookie or two, maybe, but honestly, now I'm completely fine. But then again, also like, maybe like having also at least some drinks that like have sugar in them also helps a bit. But this is pure water, so nothing containing there. Or is there Killer Machina? Hate. I hate all life. They let time pass by as they wallow in their ignorance. Oh, that is some Steins Gate level shit. Or just like absolute, you know. This is just like absolute angsty bullshit right here. Hate. I hate those who smile with not a cloud of doubt. Ouch. Those that would smugly lecture on the sanctity of life. Hate, hate, hate. I'm filled with hate for them all. What a weird machina. He seems to have a soul. Have you ever been betrayed? Have you ever been scared by the flames of hell? Have you ever tasted the pain of not being able to run? Have you ever endured insufferable insults? Everything should just disappear. Fade into oblivion. My research, that was so precious to them all. Subordinates, family, friends. They would all abandon me. They would all betray me. Really? Is it? What a coincidence. To be honest, I've never really played Don't Starve Together. I mean, I have it, but never went deep with it, so... Not exactly my expertise there. If I did all I could for humanity, gave my very life to protect it, and yet they still betrayed me, then there is nothing left to be said. My hate shall never subside, even if my body is ground into dust. I am fury. The fury and hatred of humans that survive even death. I thank you for listening to me. I am sure it was not very pleasant to hear. But if I didn't let this fury out, I could not find peace. Maybe all I needed was someone to listen. Now it appears I have finally been liberated from my hate. I thank you again. Okay, fair enough. Well, this one honestly gave a pretty good causality, like they were doing something for the humanity and they just were like shunned despite that, so... I guess they're a bit resentful. Perhaps for understandable reasons. Treated like human trash regardless. He's all disassembled. Cool. Okay. Be well. So, can I keep Machina now? There's no power source. It shouldn't even be moving at all. Fueled by hatred. Man, that was a deep emotion. The world is full of wonders. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, okay. I can't say much for WX, but I can at least say that this guy is noble. He just doesn't hate things for the sake of hating them. He hates things because he was betrayed. But then again, he didn't start off as a machine, he just became a machine afterwards, after his death, so... I guess it's fair enough. He was never just programmed to be a Terminator, basically. Just a human that holds deep resentment towards humanity. Let's see, the next one I want to get here, I guess I'll get myself the Jack, or the... Actually, yeah, Jack should be the thing we're gonna get. But I'm gonna save first, because this one might be a wrong one. I might get an Arania or Asida Haka, which are both bad for me, because I already have them. So I'll try to eliminate those from my lists. Na 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 na. Not here yet. So Babel and this. It is Arania. I freaking knew it. Let me just save it just in case. I want to see if it's actually possible for me to get this creature. It should be, but, you know. Can't blame me for being a bit skeptical when it happens. Yep, we got Jack. You know what, it's fine. Just get rid of the Arania. I lost another L-bot there, but it's fine. So now we got basically everything in the Bevel not gotten. So Barrelite, Elder Drake, Lizard, Mushroom Cloud, Critical Bug, Angel Matriarch, Megaton Berry, Arania, Black Elemental, Conjurer, Shack, Paragon, and Trema. That shit's out of the way, finally. And so that now leaves me with a couple of creatures from the Calmlands. A couple of creatures from the Thunder Plains. And an Ale creature there as well, so that's 3. Hold on, let me actually count this. So if this is done, then 2 from Calmlands, 5 from Beacon Elf, so 7. 2 from Thunder Plains, so 9, 10. Just Humbaba. Yeah. Jose had Cleric Dragon, so 11. Just 11 creatures, really? Or 13 with the PSA creatures. We're doing really well. We're doing really good, honestly, here. Well, I wouldn't say dangerously close, but we are on the winning side here already. Because if I said we had about 30 creatures before, and I got 13 left, and 2 of them are maybe available anyway. So, we're good. Name it Shug. Big Shug? Man, it's not hot. And I think a skrrrrap. Pop, 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 pop. Skibbity pop, pop. Put pum pum pum. Is that how it is? I'll claim Big Shug. Just because it's meaningful to me. Name you. So, Shog. There we go. If you think about it too, like, if you're going, like, fully French on this one, we could also call him Jog. But that would be a stretch. I think Shog is good enough. But yeah, just about a dozen creatures and that's it. Of course, the creatures I have already in here are not counted in there, so we still have like 17 things to send, but we can keep 4 and bring them over to the next New Game Plus, so it's fine. This is all going just as planned. So, actually, that being said, I need to now get myself... Hold on. Or, you know what? I'm not gonna touch it yet. I was thinking that maybe I can help Machina Soldier with Almighty Shinra. But I was thinking here. I might as well not do that yet. Because I'm still gonna get an M and an S. One of them might be under-leveled. Or like, you know, they might be like below 80, which is gonna make them way faster. So there is a chance we might get a balancing act with this soldier. Maybe not, but we'll see about that. Anyway, here we see that Shog, Conjurer, and Moon have all different levels. Or Conjurer and Shog are 74 and Moon is 70. So now it got me thinking, what's the basis? And I was looking at the 2 Machinas earlier. They have the same level but very different EXP values. So I was thinking, the EXP rate. What's the highest EXP we have in here? It would be Yuna's 529462. 494378. Do you have the same EXP amounts with everybody? Yeah, they all have the same amount of EXP. Different levels, but same EXP. So that's the reason. Who has 494378? Nobody. But I think I can figure this out. I think I finally got it. Hold on. So Yuna is 529462. Payne is 472107. And Rikku is 481567. If you divide that by 3, you get... I got it. I know how it works. So... the level... or the EXP of these creatures is based on the average of the EXP between Rikku, Payne, and Yuna. It is not about levels, it is about the XP points. So, if you put all those numbers together and you divide it by 3, you get 494,378.666666667. I got it. It took me this long to realize, but now that I saw the EXP rates being different, or the EXP values, I was like, bingo, of course, this is how it is. It has to be this way. And I saw this little pattern that smaller creatures are usually more likely to get higher levels than larger creatures. Which makes sense, because larger creatures usually hog all the XP. So they have to be scaled differently. So they're not like overleveled too easily. So, yeah. That was it. So, what I can say, the only problem is that I EXP'd Yuna way too much. Just for the sake of having balanced levels, which is, you know, kind of a petty reason, but it happens. And I still do wonder why the girls have different EXP rates. They should only be apart by like 100 EXP for crying out loud. Anyway. Should we put Conjurer, Moon, or Shog? Let's put Shog in there. I wanna fix this guy. They don't have a limit break yet, it seems, for some reason. And I cannot accept that. Higher power, 23k, that's way better. Agility is already just about there, so I'm just gonna give you Mascot. Mascot, Iron Duke, and Key to Success. 59,000 HP. I love your Infinito creatures. They are just strong. Way too strong. Well, let's see how the Chuck is gonna survive this. Oh wait, hold on. What abilities does he have? Heaven's Cataract, Vigor, and Attack. This is actually really good. Like, actually very good self-care capabilities. And I think that came with Element defense as well, so they're perfect. They're gonna get this done quickly. Although the only thing they're missing is the limit break for damage boosters past 10k, but I don't think that's gonna happen at least anytime soon. Alright, so let's see. We still got an hour, roughly. I'm gonna guess that we can finish 5 creatures or 5 sets of creatures with this. So we're gonna be down onto like... If I said 16, then we're gonna have like 11 creatures left to level. And we can bring 4 with us, so... We just gotta do a handful of creatures. When we actually get to the, you know, next stream. So we'll have enough time to actually like... We might actually get the Vecnagon next stream. Maybe a bit tight, but we might make it. That's so cool. Okay. That's awesome. Wasn't expecting that, to be fair. Trapbot L? Yes! Ls and SPs, please. To be honest, I might also still need an end card, but I'll think about it later. It's not exactly the most pressing thing right now. Okay, maybe I could do without the Heaven's Cataract. It doesn't do that much damage and it's longer to cast, but I guess it's still good to have a magical damage alternative. But please get a total limit break, or at least damage limit break. So you can kick ass a bit more. I'm all into that. And is Jack actually getting decent XP with this? Am I just talking bullshit out of my mouth that they hog all the XP? Chucky chocolate, shoggy shock. What do we have? 2k EXP, that's... I wouldn't say that's much. I'm not sure. Does the EXP even split if you have multiple characters, or do they all just get the XP? Oh yeah, Shog gets female bonuses! All the other creatures are gonna be so easy. Thank God. They will almost never go above 80, so... Because they scale a bit higher. That's awesome. I think Bahamut is gonna be my best comparison here. Because Bahamut gave the 2 creatures 3000 XP, so if we get 6000 then that's the matter solved. Because that's the only XP value that I remember actually. A complete split would be then 6000 if it's all united, but... well... if it's at least a bit higher than 3000, I'll be happy. With that guy. I also noticed something funny. These creatures don't actually oversoul at all. And I think I've killed enough to have like already seen an oversoul at this point. Why do not Aeons oversoul? This is the lore thing. Interesting. Well, I don't mind. They're making my job easy. But I mean, have you guys been enjoying at least this kind of a Fiend Tale reading slash listening session today? Because I mean, I know that it's been just like 5 hours of just this, but has it at least been somewhat enjoyable to you? I've been trying to get at it like fairly fast here, but even then, like with X4, it's just, you know, it can be a bit slow. No, Jack, please get your act straight. Just melee. Yeah, just melee. Good boy, good boy. Heaven's Cataract is just slow. You're slowing yourself down with that. Did my boy just Vigor just for losing tech HP? My guy cares about himself really well. It's fine. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Of course, like, you guys won't really have much of a word on that case, but I just still wanted to at least be somewhat assured that this isn't like the most boring shit you've ever seen. I mean, it's better than Comsteers, right? Actually, it's kind of hard to say that. It's kind of maybe monotonous for people in general. Although, to be fair, I'm honestly surprised myself that I haven't been, like, kind of getting, you know, tired or sort of, like, distant while I was, like, doing this. Because, honestly, like I said earlier, I only slept 5 hours last night. So, I was, I mean, held this, expectation that even though I do like Creature Creator, it's still because the same things happen and you just, like, wait for them to do their thing and you don't really do much anything yourself. I was actually afraid I might, like, you know, kind of, you know, zone out a bit. Gotta, like, get to, like, this micro-sleep state here. But luckily not. So the thing about the Creature Creator is that the creatures that we capture actually, because, like, okay. So, lore-wise, fiends in Final Fantasy X are all dead people that have not been sent. So the thing was that whenever something was killed and they were not appropriately sent to the far plane, they become fiends, aka the monsters of the world. So whoever we see here, and they have a story, is just another person who hasn't been sent to the far plane. So they are formerly human. Almost every single one of them. So that's why. They're not monsters only. And I don't know how Shinra is able to, like, analyze them and communicate with them, learn more about their pasts. But the whole idea is that, you know, everything is not just a monster, everything has a human origin. It's just that we have to somehow interact with them, which hasn't been really possible up until now. Yeah, it's pretty deep, isn't it? And as you have noticed, many of these things, that what happens here is that whenever a fiend is talking, usually they have something of a regret that they are trying to, like, get through. Like, something that bothers them. Something that doesn't allow them to, like, pass on to the other side, basically. But I'm not sure if it's even possible normally to, like... yeah, because... Right, yeah. Because... the reason also why fiends exist is not just because they haven't been sent. The reason is because fiends oftentimes form of like people spirits that are not sent and have this like sort of a relationship of jealousy. So only those that like feel like they're like, you know, they're missing out because they're dying is the reason why they become fiends. I'm not sure if every single human being becomes a fiend when they die if they're not sent by a summoner. But I think there was the thing that they have to be somewhat resentful of something for them to become a fiend. So, even though they're a fiend, this may not necessarily mean that, like, or even though they died ever not sent, this doesn't mean that they become a fiend per se. But with every single fiend story we have noticed here, basically, there is something that they want to correct. There is something that they want to fix. And that's what we've been doing this whole time. Every single fiend that we get across and it wants to talk with us, they basically just, like, you know, tell us, like, what's in their mind. And we've solved the problem. And notice how every single time we do that, the fiend turns into fireflies, aka gets automatically sent into far plane. They were not sent, but them reaching like this satisfaction causes them to revert back to the form of spirits. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's just say that fiends are amalgamations of unfinished business or resentment. Like, not every single human becomes a fiend, but every fiend is a human, originally. So the idea is that we just fix their problems, or whatever is, like, ailing them, so we can help them move on to the far plane. So that's what we're seeing here, too. Ultimately, no, not monsters, and we are here to do a service for them. But they're very nice details, though, that they actually always get sent. Like, next time we do, like, when we do Shag here, or Shog, I want you to pay attention to this. As soon as their story is over, you will see that they will turn into fireflies. Which always happens with fiends when they die. They are turned back into the very essence that the farplane uses. The so-called life essence. After my village was attacked by sin, not a trace of it remained in this world. He was right by the ocean. I lived there with my father, the best sailor in town. He raised me alone. My dream was to one day sail out with my father and become a brave man of the sea like him. My father was a man among men. He was brave, he took care of all people, and all the villagers loved him. I learned many things from my father, through his kindness as well as his stern discipline. I never got to sail with him, but he always took me to the port to see the ocean. He used to always say to me, yes, I remember what my father always said to me. He told me the ocean was like a man's life. Sometimes the waves are calm, and sometimes they are so wild that they could swallow people whole. But sailors never run from the waves, because the ocean is where we decided to live and die. My father told me, if I ever fell on hard times, don't give up and don't run. Be a man. Sorry to keep going on about old times like this. To tell you the truth, I actually got some family after becoming a fiend. We are fiends, so there's no blood relation. Maybe it's actually a stretch to save your family. But the kid calls me dad, you know. Imagine that, a kid chasing his father, a father himself. It just reminds me of those days in the village. I understand how my father felt now. Now I know how he felt when he showed me the ocean and why he said the things he said. But yeah, now pay attention. Oh, it's a Kyukumats. Cute. The ocean is a lot like a man's life. Life? Yes. There are times when it is peaceful, with no waves. And times when the waves are wild, swallowing people whole. But even so, the people of the ocean never run in fear. Who are you talking about? Ugh. What's wrong, Dad? Your dad's dad. I don't want you to run or cover away from hard times either. If you're a man, never show anyone your tears. Okay, maybe this one doesn't actually send. It kind of depends. Some creatures are sent because they fulfill a certain task, but some creatures just like continue to live their lives in some way. So this was a bad example, but most of these cases, like I'd say about 75% of them roughly, do like get sent because they finish a simple task. We'll get to it eventually, I'm pretty sure. Oh, so by the way, I just remembered something. I think Paragon is insta-release. Yes. Let me check that still. Conjurer? Yep. Conjurer has the story. And I'm assuming you're talking about men in general, or like people. Honestly, Anitsu, I think that is honestly a very like sound statement. I don't think there is ever a moment in our lives when we have like, you know, nothing bothering us. I think there's always something. But it's a matter of like getting used to it, learning to live with it, learning to control your fears, learning to control your own uncertainties. You just gotta deal with it. Life isn't really that easy, so... It's a good sentiment to break the waves and not let, you know, your fears control you. Well, there's the check for sure. Where's the Paragon? Does it only get sent after I put it in? Oh yeah, I think Paragon should be there. Hold on, let me try this. Because they don't have a fragment in them. We're already done with fragments, so there can only be creatures that can only be, like, released to the wild. I know it's Paragon, but honestly, I've already fought them with them. I already know what they're capable of. That's good enough for me. So that was an easy claim, luckily. And now it should be there, right? There he is, good. Okay. Let's head back to the trapping, because we got 2 slots in here again. Yep. We got those L-pods in use. I think we're done with Bevel, right? 100% done. Yes, we're done with Bevel. Okay. So, Bevel is done. So, anything Eber and a Flan Zabahe, maybe from Comlands, or... I'd still prefer to leave some SPs for that, so I'm not gonna do that yet. I think we could take a Final Fantasy Humbaba to clear that out of the outliers. Shit. That is not what we needed. Let me just go back for a bit. I'll try and go ahead and save here now. In case I mess up another pod. Of course, I should have probably saved before that, but it is what it is. Yeah, I didn't save at all in the past 20 minutes. I definitely did not save before that. So, let me try to get myself the Humbaba. Wait, wasn't it a 50-50 and I got it wrong? Yeah, it was a 50-50 and I got it wrong. Damn. That was unlucky. Come on. There's my Humbaba. Hubba Hubba. Nobody tell me to name that thing Hubba Hubba. That's rude. And the other one. You know what? Let's actually clear up all the outliers I'll easily forget. So, Joe says Claret Dragon. There we go. Nice. So let's check now. Do these 2 have stories in them or not? Claret Dragon has a story. And Humby has a story. Okay, so all these 3 have stories then. So now we can play this normally. Alright, so what levels are we dealing with here? Humbaba 74, Kanchi 74. Okay, they're all 74. I was actually thinking about that too, that actually, Vitali, the Humbaba is actually the same model as King Behemoth in FFX. Let me actually double check that. Was it so? Behemoth. Yeah, it's the exact same model. Yeah. I'll just like link this. You can see for yourself. It's the exact same monster. Cool stuff, huh? So if the creature itself doesn't matter... Yep, it is accurate. I'm not sure if like the King Behemoth is always white necessarily, but in this case, yeah, it's a white / King Behemoth. Definitely agility, you're not that strong. Agility-wise. Iron Duke. And kitty success. 52,000 HP for a pretty average large creature, not bad. Doesn't come with any limit breaks, but maybe soon enough it will. I hope so. 2130, almost. I would say a couple of creatures are gonna get down still. But I think that's about it. We're gonna get 50 Aeon Cup wins today. I'm not sure if I should be proud of that or not. I'm being a bit skeptical about that. Jerks. We've done it so much and only like managed to like return a handful of these creatures. Well, let's just wait and see what happens. Although Humby, you don't hurt as much as I thought you would. You're not even doing 4 9s in here. You're actually a weakling, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't really know, like, what is, like, the consistent King Behemoth design. I think it's white for real, but now I don't remember, like, from the surface memory, like, if King Behemoths have always been, like, greenish with a white hair, with a white mane. With a white mohawk, I guess. And a beard. Smexy. That's true too, actually. But you can see they're kind of slouching, so it's kind of like, you know, a cat standing on its feet, basically. It's not exactly, you know... It's not, you know, two-legged, but they are able to stand somewhat on their 2 legs. Really? Cataplepus. I can't remember how they look like right now. Gosh, you can't just ask if someone's always been white. Yes, I can. But if I'm just curious, you can't blame me for having curiosity. And also, I don't think Humbaba's gonna even hear about that. And they live in a world where I don't think that kind of racism exists. At least I hope not. But they did exit body just fine, so I'm assuming yes, everything was okay. I wanna believe. There we go. There's my damage, boy. 4K crits. Although Fundaga is so pointless. Did we get a level up from that or not? We are 75, so yeah, we did. Cool. So we got tail bonus was level up. I think we might have to do 2 more runs. The XP requirement is pretty high. We need 7,500 roughly from each Aeon. But Caro Blade was from FF8. Hold on. I need to remind myself. It's been a while. A hot minute. Just put this on max stars. There we go. Actually, not this one. Got the play bus FF8. Oh, it kinda does, actually. Different color scheme, like on the skin. Like, we're not like straight up from hell. But they have such a similar tone to it, honestly. Katabure passu. Yeah. Cool. It's kind of like a less demonic. It's like an angel Cataplepus, because it like has like the angel colors, I'd say. This King Behemoth is a saint. Yeah. It's just that I pick up that stuff very, very, like, you know, distinctly. But, you know, I still do appreciate it does, like, have those resemblances. I still wouldn't mix the two with each other, but they do have similar touches to them. But I would, like, still say the difference between this is, like, you know, Hell and Heaven, basically. Because I swear, like, this kind of, like, blue and white color scheme is so angel, whereas the black and red is just, like, demonic. So, honestly, the King Behemoth or Humbaba is actually more like an angel variant. So there must be, I don't know, some god-sent version of Cataplepus from FF8. Although they do not seem all that nice, despite their color scheme. So, I wouldn't count on that. Oh, I got an S again. Oh, I'm gonna have to waste my S's in a bit. Because we need way more L's and SPs than this. And he also uses unique move in the ball game, Thunder Summon. You mean the Cataplepus, or are you talking about this Humbaba thing? It kind of makes sense for them at least, because they come from Thunder Plains. Ah, yeah. So you're talking about FF8. So it isn't just like a basic thunder spell. So I guess you could say it like it's like the Vundaja. If you talk about the like the very old Final Fantasies that actually had a 4th tier spell. So are we 75 or 76? We are 75 still. How close? 2000? We just literally need just one Aeon and just go away. You know what? I'll do just that. What a great idea. Why win when we don't need to win? Why waste my time on winning? Win, 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 winny poo. Winny, winny, nay, nay. Alright, good start. Let this be a level place. I beg. Ugh. There was my yawn. So Humbert, how's it going? There we go. Okay. Now the Humbaba should be good to go. I'm Gungaga. Yes, I only just thought about that. Humbaba Gungaga. I'm so clever on that, guys. Humbaba Gungaga. They got hit a little hard in the head. And now they're beyond recovery. Back with Pizza and Vengeance. Oh. How long have you been missing, Miyako? I was asking earlier that, you know, I hope you don't mind that the moon became literally a destruction machine. She's not here anymore in the party, but, you know, for a bit there she was literally Paragon. A very destructive weapon enemy, so... Ever since the dance. Okay. Well... You missed it, but yeah. For a moment there, Moon was a devastating murder weapon. Are you the one who captured me? Hurry up and finish me. I've grown tired of this life. I'm an accursed fiend. I wish to put an end to my days of bloodshed. Back in my thieving days, my mates and I wandered into a cave. In it were fiends we had never seen before. We hid in the shadows and watched them. It appeared that they had gathered for some ritual. It was right then I heard a dark voice speak directly into my mind. Fight each other until only one of you is left alive, it said. Me and my fellow thieves had been cursed, you see. Having lost all rational thought, I slaughtered the others and became a fiend. I found myself alone. Many times I tried to take my own life, but it proved to be impossible. I could not die, and there was no one who would kill me. I would only wander for eternity looking for blood. I dream of the people that I killed every night. With sad eyes, they shout, but I cannot understand them. What scares me the most is, nowadays, I feel nothing after seeing the dream. Body and soul, I have now completely become a fiend. A high summoner can surely send me to the far plane, can she not? Free me from this cursed existence. So I could go apologize to my mates. But wait. If I die, if I'm released from this agony, what will happen to the mates that I killed? I think they're already in there. Let's see. So this should end up in the behemoth being sent. The path to the far plane, the boundary between worlds. The fate of a hideous fiend is to kill your comrades so that you may live. I have come to this place in order to escape this fate. If I take this one step, will I really be free? Will I really be saved? Shinra, every night I'm haunted by dreams of the comrades I killed. They are all looking at me sadly and shouting something at me, but I can't hear their voices. The curse was too strong. If you hadn't killed me, I would have killed you. So don't torture yourself any longer. I want at least one of us to find peace. Huh? I can hear it. I can hear you. Did the days I spent with the Goldwings change me? Did I, at the very end, regain my humanity? I was now able to hear those voices that I was unable to hear for such a long time. I decided not to go to the far plane alone. The Goldwings and my comrades at the arena have redeemed my soul. And so now, I will do everything in my power to save their souls. We have to all be together when the curse is lifted. Yeah, he does need a hug. Alone no longer. To quell the rest of the souls of my comrades, I will embark on a pilgrimage around Spira. This is not the end, it is the beginning. The beginning of a new journey, a new life. Again, a fiend that doesn't actually finish themselves off. Okay, I was just very unlucky with showing the Firefly thing. Oh well, another chance. But he does need a hug. At least he's now determined. We can appreciate that. Let me see my catalog here real quick. We're standing at missing an assault machina, a machina. I guess. Hold on. Machina soldier, so we need a machina leader. Leader, assault machina. 1S and 1M. Alright. Let's see. One slot. What do we have? So if I literally just need one more S creature, then we can definitely like drop a few of these away. So These were in Thunder Plains. Oh yeah, we have no more M-pods at the moment. So Thunder Plains, just do that. Do that. Do that. And do that. Then I'll just round up these, take this one over here. And pretend that ever happened. Yes, Machina leader. Perfect. There we go. So now we have some... Actually, we don't have an M creature right now. But that's alright. We're gonna get some more M's in a bit. It's alright. So Conjurer or Cleric Dragon. I think that's gonna be my last theme for today. Maybe we can sneak in two, but I will make no promises. Depends on how quick this goes. Party members, Conjurer or Cleric Dragon. I think Conjurer is gonna be easier here, so let's do that. Develop creature, equip. Punchy. Higher power. More agility for sure. Oh, you start with Total Limit Break actually. Cool. That works. Iron Duke. Key to success. I'll just do a quick autosave and leave it at that. Alright, let's rush this, boys. Last push. Come on, Kanchi. We better get some levels, boy. I think we're gonna face against Bahamut. That's great. That gives us a XP. So how strong are you, Conjurer? 12k. Respectable. So he does get the job at least done. First down, first down. How much XP? 4k. Oh yeah, we do start like almost at the level already at this point. Dreadpod M, perfect. We actually need that. So now that we got the last M we need, then I guess we should just get SPs and Ls. We can house quite a few SPs still, so that works. Come on, Bahamut. Be a good boy. And just die alone. Oh yeah, I have Gonk. Honestly, removing that would make things a bit easier and faster, but I guess I won't bother. I mean, Conjure is gonna be done in 2 or 3 cups anyway. It's a pretty good merit of the large creatures that they start at lower EXP. Or lower level, so they're gonna be easy to train here in the Aeon Cup. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I think I grabbed another S by habit. What's that one? Teleport. I'm just about to level up, so I have very little expectations that we're gonna be able to do this in a single another cup, but I'll try. Energy Ray! Just 500 damage though. Weakling. There we go. And we're gonking, please. It's kinda pointless. Nice stretch. Yep, 75. We need about 8.70 XP. From the next run if you want to do it in one. Alright. Ooh, Anima. I think Anima was decent XP. I'll take it. That to be fair. Not sure if I paid that much attention to it. Oh, okay, yeah, he's not that good. Just need a casual amount of 7,500. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Even Bahamut isn't even up for the task, so why would the others be? Bahamut, the Aeons of the Aeons. Right, would also help me to get to 5 stars with damage. We'll get this done way faster. Another 4 is... how much XP exactly? That's 1,800. Yeah. If Bahamut just gave me a double the XP that it gives right now, we would do it, but... fair is fair. I think leveling up in a single cup, a full level, at this level is kind of idealistic thinking. Come on, Conchi. No more gunks. Just got this bastard. Ooh, this guy actually tried to do a skill attack on me. I think it missed. But the impulses that they do, man, they hurt. Alice Conjurer is not respectable to kill zone. Right, we still need about 3.2k EXP as a base. Let me go check if Conjurer actually has just 4 tail pieces, because sometimes that happens, but most of them do have 5, so... let me see this. Conchi. Yeah, he's still got some tail left. Figures. Yeah, I think it's gonna be my last one, this one. Still gotta read it and all, and even that speedrun took me like almost 10 minutes by now. Quote-unquote speedrun. But imagine that I used to be just completely content with just doing this stuff at normal speed. Now that I know about Turbo and I just like feel less guilty about using it, now it just feels, you know, essential for this. Because it's such a... it's such a long process to get through all these. Not to say that I'm like starting to go towards impatience, but it's kind of like, you know, since you're not doing anything anyway, there's no tactics or strategy involved. You just like push buttons left or right to give some rough idea what to do next, and when that's the case, then there isn't exactly as much incentive to just like wait around and let things happen. So this saves at least me a few brain cells. Assuming there was any brain cells in this head to begin with. Which I would honestly doubt. There's still some trash on the screen here. I'm facing against Ixion, which is not exactly a high EXP creature either. I think we're beating Aeon Cup one another time. Alright, that'll do for now. Come on, XC. Do I have to win the cup again? Just for a level up? I don't. Nice. Okay, well, I could be Bahamut, but you know what? I don't care about Aeon Cup wins that much. Every single second spared is a single second saved. Thank you. Goodbye. Enjoy your fight, Bahamut. And your rewards, I guess. show. What does the Kanchi Bunchy have to say? Let's see. Oh, it's so tight in here. Oh wait, I know this one. Yeah, this is one of the things we did earlier on my New Game Plus run. I had this like as a remainder, so we can actually just like release this. I think. Actually, wait, it isn't. Is it? No, yeah, I was thinking of the other one. Shell Shocker, I think. I thought it was a similar story. Never mind then. But it got stuck in his shell as well, just like the Shell Shocker did. It's fine. Get me off this shell! They thought the shelf would be a perfect bed, but it wasn't, and now they're stuck in it. Poor thing. Salt. Oh yeah, I have seen this. They tried to shrink. Yes. Yeah. This one. It went well, just as I thought it would. Thanks for all your help. It was the poo-poo. Oh? FF8 reference at this point. So, you can speak perfect Spira. I just love how it was like, Vitali, one of these moments I'll show you that most of these creatures actually get spirited away to their far plane after they're done with their deeds. And not a single one yet has been like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Things are not going as planned. But then again, I had no idea. So yes, some just go on and live their lives as nothing ever happened, but some of them just, you know, vibe. Some of them just actually are sent properly away after getting their job done, so it's happening. Yeah, it's poo-poo. FFA reference. I wonder if poo-poo is gonna become a thing like in the recurring games as well. Don't spoil me, but I'm wondering if poo-poo is gonna come back like in the future games as well. I'm interested. I'll go get one more creature. I think I'll call it quits after that though. Because yeah, we only got 5 minutes left, so there's no point in starting another one anymore. But I do have enough time to get one more of these things. So I think I'm gonna get the remaining missing one I have here. So first of all, let me just throw one random S in here. And this is the one I need to send an M into. I need to get a Assault Machina. Rayos? Why do I... Ah, because Rayos is something we can get earlier. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Rayos is chapter 3 stuff, which is the reason we don't have it yet. We're supposed to do this part when we get to the New Game Plus. So let me actually reset this. Let me try to get it again. Poo-poo quest was kinda long if you don't know what you're doing. Oh, yes, it was. But then again, I had the help of the Divine Gods, aka the other people here helping me out. Giving me the step-to-step guides to do something. I didn't know that it was a poo-poo until the end though, so. And that's what I had to do if I wanted to get the poo-poo card. So get like all the cards all together. And I did say it earlier, I do have all the Super Drive cards. Aliens. Yes, Miyako. Not the first time we see them. In this game, yes, but not overall. I wonder, actually, yeah, I remember FF14 also has like the pet poop you can have. Not sure if like poo-poos are canonical to that game, but poo-poo is a pet you can have. I remember that. God damn it, Ryos. Just kidding for now. I'll have you take away the space for a bit. Sit trap pod. I really don't like to do this with an SP either because there's 4 options I can have, but I need a Machina. Assault Machina! First try. Okay, Ryos is not needed. Goodbye. There we go. Now, let's check something. Do you need a story? Yes, you do. Okay. So that's all clear now. We got ourselves 3 Machinas as well as a Clouded Dragon in here. And I think with this official statement here, we are actually all done with all the smaller creatures in here. So we have the Hagenbrin's done. We need Anything Eater and Flanders Bahe from Common still. Those are both L's. Dun 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 dun. Yes. Bevel is done, like I said earlier. Emenalus has 5 L creatures in there as well, so L's once again. Jose, I got the Clouded Dragon, and with that, we're actually done with Jose as well. Gug, Lich, Monolith, Clouded Dragon, Gipple, we already have them all. Salamander done. The Machinas are currently on the way. Humbabovich is finished. Machina Struck is done as well. Box out of the Mihe High Road are done. So, honestly, 2 largest from Calmlands, 5 largest from Bikanel, and 2 largest from Beside. We only got 9 left, aside from the ones I'm already having here, so that's like 13 I have to get total. But if I release 9 more creatures, then we're good. We're done. It's not bad. We can get this done in an hour or 2, I'd say. Well, we have lots of L's in there, so maybe a couple hours. Okay, cool. I can't believe we actually got this far today. Nice. Alright. Progress. I just can't overly believe the fact that we're ultimately actually starting to reach the end of the game. We had it once before, but since I was so stuck with the super bosses and such, I had not figured when we'd actually get a chance to move on from this, but we are actually starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel, and very soon we can get back to NG+, correct our mistakes, and 100% both Creature Creator and the story, and it's gonna be great. I feel relaxed. So, with that being said though guys, sadly, I'll have to leave the rest for next time, so thank you guys very much for joining on the stream. If you missed any of the stream and you want to catch up on what's been going on today, remember that the stream is going to be available on my YouTube channel. Go to the live section or go to the playlist section to find Final Fantasy streams. You're going to find this stream and the other streams I've done on this game franchise so far over there. And if you want to join me on my future streams, remember that I have Mondays versus the Saturdays for Final Fantasy, starting at 4 PM GMT plus 2 or 3, depending on the time zone or depending on the summertime savings. And, yep. It was no Saturday, so we're gonna have a new set coming next week. And on this note, we might also have sometimes streams on Wednesdays, but we don't have those now. We had one earlier this week, but that's an exception, which is already like over. So if I miss any more stream hours, I might do that again, but for now, we're good. Do the dance again for Moon. Oh god. Okay, fine. We'll do it. So, on that note, what we're gonna do here today is that we're gonna be moving on next time over to the last of the creatures that we need over from the other dungeons, and after that we're gonna be able to finally move on to New Game Plus, and because we're gonna be dealing with creatures that are gonna be at level 1. So it means that training them is gonna be super much easier. So we don't have to worry about other 50-ish plus creatures to be that hard to deal with. So if you just get these 9 creatures, move on to New Game Plus, do the bonus story stuff, then we're good. I'd say we actually have a game conclusion appearing in the next couple or 3 streams. 9 words for today, Monkey Christ. Yes, do more. Deal with it, man. At least you're not looking at it shirtless. I wouldn't exactly fit the bill too well, to be honest. Because I don't look like a Manderbill. I'm too round. But yeah, thank you guys again so much for joining on the stream. Hope you guys are gonna have a wonderful time. I hope to see you on the next stream as well. So, again, we're gonna continue on this on Monday. Oh, and also, if you do also like other stuff too, I do have my Tuesday streams also for my variety games. I'm gonna be continuing on Lifeline PS2, a very clunky voice control Resident Evil kind of game. So if you want to see that as well, then come on over on Tuesday, same time. So if you want to catch up on that, feel free to go check it out. And of course, all the times are also available on my Discord server, in the stream, in the Twitch schedule system, as well as in the stream reservations on YouTube once I set it up, at least by Sunday. Yeah, exactly. It's a problem. But yeah, utility monopolize. Absolutely. But yeah, I'm gonna be heading off because it's already getting a bit late here. So thank you again so much for joining, and I hope to see you guys on the next stream. But until then, it's